In 10 years' time, the entire kingdom will be facing total annihilation. The Federation Kingdom of the East will be completely wiped off the map. A terrifying force of destruction will break loose, bringing chaos to every corner of the realm. 5 monstrous figures known as the 5 Great Sins will bring humanity to its knees, unleashing absolute ruin. A blinding pillar of light incinerates everything in its path, leaving nothing behind but ash and destruction. To prevent this apocalyptic future from happening, someone has to step in and alter the timeline before disaster strikes. Our guy Alan decides the best solution is to become their patron while they are still young, keeping them close. But looking at how crazy things are getting, Alan realizes he might have bitten off far more than he can chew. Rewinding back to how this nightmare began, it all starts inside a lavish, noble estate. In his previous life, Alan was an overworked wage slave putting in nearly 80 hours a week before reincarnating as a noble. He assumes he would automatically understand the fantasy language, until his butler politely points out that his book is completely upside down. Language barriers aside, the perks of noble life are absurd, starting with an endless banquet of luxury food served every day. After devouring a royal feast, he feels like he has finally hit the jackpot. Living as a pampered count's son, where he can just lounge around and get massages, sounds like ultimate paradise. He relaxes in the warm water, convinced that his second life is going to be pure smooth sailing. He casually chats with his maid while enjoying his luxurious bath experience. The maid giggles and asks why he is acting like a stranger to his own family house name. When she casually drops the family name Palacio, his mind instantly halts. A wave of dread washes over him, as that name triggers a terrifying memory. He plunges his head straight into the water in pure panic, leaving his maids completely bewildered. Submerged in the bath, he suddenly remembers where he heard that name before. Palacio is the name of a notorious noble family from his favorite dark fantasy video game, Psychedelia. In his former life, he spent countless late nights grinding away on that exact game console. In every game route, the arrival of the 5 Great Sins guarantees complete destruction for the kingdom. These monstrous entities bring ultimate chaos wherever they go, and the Palacio family is filled with absolute scum, including his corrupt brothers who run illegal operations. They are basically a stepping stone family destined to get wiped out early on. Their criminal empire only exists as an early subquest target for the hero to clean up. Realizing what family he reincarnated into, Alan collapses onto his knees in sheer horror. The game's subquest literally tasks the main hero with destroying the criminal Palacio house. Standing in the middle of his family grand estate, he screams at the universe for giving him such terrible luck. He is the 3rd son, a minor extra villain destined to be slaughtered for easy experience points. Tears stream down his face as he despairs that dying here is even worse than his old unpaid job. He realizes he only has about 10 years before total doom hits his family. But instead of giving up, he snaps the flower stem and makes a firm decision. To protect his peaceful life, Alan decides to find the 5 Great Sins while they are still children and reform them, despite having 0 combat powers himself. Sitting at his desk, the young noble begins plotting his crazy strategy to rewrite fate itself. Alan's loyal knight Evan finishes his report, confirming the rescued orphans were secured, and management was handed over to a young girl named Yusha. Our boy nods in approval, satisfied that his secret plan is already moving forward according to schedule without raising any red flags. Evan tilts his head in confusion, wondering why his young master is suddenly acting so strange about a group of random peasant kids. Panicking internally, Alan forces the stiffest smile possible to make himself look composed, though it only makes him look far more suspicious. Evan remembers how the young noble used to wear his heart on his sleeve, making this sudden shift in behavior even harder to read. Alan pulls at his own face in front of a mirror, realizing his soul reincarnated fine, but his facial muscles still refuse to cooperate. Alan remembers Evan from the game as a rare knight whose absolute loyalty never wavers, no matter how dirty the job gets. Evan speaks up, asking why they bother leaving a powerful child locked away in an orphanage instead of bringing her straight to the estate. He wants to make sure his lord is not underestimating the danger of leaving such a ticking time bomb out in the open. Back when Evan raided the underground research facility, he saw Yusha chained like a beast alongside other terrified children. Even while bound in heavy iron shackles, Her terrifying raw mana flared with enough monstrous hatred to frighten seasoned warriors. Back in the present, Evan scratches his neck, still unable to comprehend why Alan feels no need to keep her under direct guard. Alan looks back quietly, knowing details about Yusha that his knight could never possibly imagine. In the original game lore, her real identity was Yusha Bludia, a tragedy waiting to consume the whole continent. She was trapped in darkness, isolated from humanity while dark corruption twisted her spirit into something monstrous. She was no ordinary human child, but a creature touched by forces beyond mortal understanding. Bound by a dark contract with an entity from another realm, she was granted immense power at the cost of her sanity. That dark path would eventually turn her into the sin of wrath, a walking calamity destined to slaughter hundreds of thousands. But Alan knows that if she grows up peacefully without abuse, she will never lose her mind and awaken as a monster. Celebrating internally, our boy strikes a victory pose, proud that he just disarmed the first major landmine pointing toward his doom. Seeing his lord lost in thought, Evan waits patiently for an actual explanation regarding their next move. Alan cryptically declares that it is not time yet, stoking tension. The eye-patch knight repeats his words in utter confusion, trying to decipher his master's grand strategy. Evan rubs his chin in awe, assuming his young master has a brilliant master strategy far beyond normal human comprehension. Alan pulls out a sealed letter and hands it over, ordering Evan to deliver it directly to Yusha. He explains that since the girl has suffered so much trauma, a simple message should help reassure her safety and give her peace. Evan accepts the wax-sealed envelope solemnly, taking his orders without asking another question. Moments later, Evan leaps onto his horse and rides out into the countryside to fulfill his delivery mission. Leaning against the window frame, Alan watches his knight gallop away, quietly praying his written message actually works. His trick was writing down holy quotes he remembered hearing countless times during his old playthroughs. In the game lore, an archbishop once claimed that chanting specific divine incantations could calm non-humans and suppress their violent instincts. During the main storyline, priests attempted to use those exact ritual words to suppress Yusha when her rage tore through the kingdom. But back then, her unleashed blood magic was already too immense, painting the night sky crimson as her destructive power overflowed. With a demon horn sprouting from her head, the fully awakened sin of wrath screamed that divine mercy came far too late. With a single swing of her blood mana, she obliterated everything in her path, crushing the holy order beneath her sheer rage. A massive wave of destructive magic exploded across the horizon, proving how unstoppable she becomes once her dark power fully awakens. In the game, every attempt to calm her failed miserably, sparking a full-scale war. Back in his room, Alan finishes writing and takes a long stretch after working over those holy scriptures all night. He wipes off a drop of sweat, wondering if those ancient quotes will actually be enough to pull this off. Those divine fanatics have such twisted logic that predicting their reaction is almost impossible, but he has to trust his game knowledge. The white-haired girl stands outside clutching her paper in stunned silence, staring downward as the reality of her situation weighs heavy on her mind. Evan watches her closely, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he senses something shifting in the air. The girl seems completely lifeless on the surface, but Evan can feel an ominous presence quietly coiling beneath her face. He starts questioning why his master specifically ordered him to keep his distance and avoid standing too close. Red blood mana suddenly erupts around Yusha, whipping her white hair into the air as her crimson eyes flare open. Evan gasps in utter horror as the sheer pressure knocks him back, leaving him stuttering in disbelief. Controlling power this devastating is supposed to be reserved strictly for Master Realm warriors, yet this young girl is doing it effortlessly. Her slit red pupil locks forward, overflowing with raw destructive instinct that threatens to consume everything nearby. Just as the bloody aura reaches a breaking point, the memory of Alan's instructions comes back, reminding Evan that the timing must be exact. Evan pictures his master sitting cool and collected, realizing Alan foresaw this exact outburst from the very beginning. It all clicks for the guard, as he realizes why Alan insisted on delivering the letter at this precise moment. As Yusha reads the sacred pledge written on the paper, a bright smile breaks across her face as she clutches the letter tightly against her chest. Evan stares in absolute shock, as her terrifying aura instantly vanishes into thin air. The truth hits him like a lightning bolt, realizing his master had everything mapped out perfectly. Under the crimson glow of the full moon, Yusha beams with pure devotion, completely captivated by the promise left behind by her master. Her feet hover lightly above the stone floor as dark magic gently cradles her frame. The true awakening of the Bloody Queen, Yusha, sin of wrath and daughter of monsters, is officially sealed. Back in his cozy manor bed, our boy pulls the covers up and happily calls it a night. With his master plan set in motion, Alan drifts off to sleep, ready for whatever tomorrow brings. Alan gets hit on the head by a heavy book, dropping from the library shelves while digging for information. Searching through stacks of dusty books gives Alan a total headache, especially with no sign of clues about the third boss. As his eye patch guard approaches, Alan asks if the second child they rescued from the illegal slave market was treated kindly. Before the guard can give a complete answer, heavy footsteps suddenly thunder right outside the library door. The second son of the county, Tonio Palacio, struts right into the archive with a massive, arrogant smirk. He leans his arm heavily onto Alan, laughing loudly at the fact that an illiterate guy is holding a book. Alan keeps his temper in check despite the insult. Striking back right now would completely ruin his whole cover. Our boy immediately drops down onto the rug, bowing low and acting like a spineless coward in front of his brother. Tonio plants his foot squarely on Alan, mocking him to know his place like a true bully. A sharp dagger suddenly flies through the room and buries itself deep into the wooden shelf beside them. Tonio freezes in shock, spinning around with a furious glare to see who dared to throw a blade at him. The eldest brother steps out, coldly telling Tonio to get lost before he is forced to draw more blood this morning. While the eldest brother holds a blade right against Tonio, Alan quietly crawls away across the floor to escape. A sub-quest notification flashes in front of Alan, tasking him with investigating the criminal operations run by the Palacio County. The entire family is corrupt to the core, with both scummy brothers ruthlessly fighting over the head position. The eldest brother controls the entire underworld as the ruthless prostitution king. Tonio manages a massive illegal drug cartel, sitting directly on piles of illicit contraband while craving total power. Alan knows messing with either of these dark criminal kingpins would mean instant death for a quiet life. With explosions of arguments breaking out behind them, Alan and his guards sprint out into the hallway to safety. His eye patch guard gently brushes dust off Alan while he sits crouched on the floor completely drained. He resolves to stay under the radar, happily playing the role of a weak, useless bastard child to survive. Exhausted from maintaining his act, Alan dramatically flops face first onto the couch while his guard stands nearby waiting for instructions. Rolling over onto his back, Alan catches his breath while the quiet guard waits patiently for orders. The guard secretly wonders how a supposedly incompetent young master discovered illegal slave markets and distant secret bio-experiments. Alan turns into a miserable dark blob on the sofa, whining about how tired he feels after all the chaos. Laying back on the cushions, Alan recalls the report from his guard about the second child rescued from the market. Our guy knows that child is far from ordinary, possessing power on a truly cataclysmic scale. In the original story, the central power of the United Kingdom was the majestic Kalyan Kingdom. Behind locked prison bars and mountain-high stacks of blood money hid the second major boss of the game. Known as Deus Macalian, dark, sinister hands and glowing eyes reached for the helpless young boy trapped inside the cage. Subjected to horrific torture and forced human experiments, the young child suffered endless torment at the hands of captors. Trapped in the dark with sinister forces surrounding him, he suffered alone through unimaginable trauma and pain. Passed around like property and broken by constant abuse, the boy eventually transformed into the deadly sin of sloth. Dark, corrupting energy erupted from his body as he screamed in agony, completely awakening his monstrous dark powers. A terrifying shock wave of destructive dark magic tore through everything around him, sealing his tragic transformation. Energy slashes slice through the dark, tearing apart everything in their path with terrifying force. Above a pile of fallen foes, the awakened boy stands cloaked in dark aura as destructive power surges around him. The sheer weight of his newly awakened magic crushes the earth beneath his feet. In the game lore, despite his title as the Sin of Sloth, he was notorious for tirelessly settling every single debt. Alan shudders while sipping his tea, horrified by graphic game memories and remembering why he warned Evan to treat Deus with extreme kindness. He tells Evan that sending the kid to an orphanage was necessary because the timing just was not right yet. Alan takes another calm sip of his tea, completely unbothered by the guard's questioning look. Alan remembers giving strict instructions for the children at the sanctuary to look after the sick newcomer. Yusha steps into the darkness, greeting the young boy with a sinister smile under the red moonlight. She steps closer, her aura glowing wildly as dark magic crackles across the floor. Yusha raises her hand, coaxing the boy to embrace the dark magic stirring within him and unleash his true potential. Reaching out under the full moon, she offers him a deal, promising that absolute loyalty will earn him complete vengeance. Dark, sinister words linger in the air, sealing his tragic promise of revenge. Monstrous purple tendrils erupt from the boy's body, radiating pure chaotic magic into the night sky. With the child's awakening complete, Yusha smiles deviously while preparing to write her report back to Alan. Back at the estate, Alan balances a book on his head while searching for clues, until Evan suddenly smashes the doors open, shouting in panic. Evan struggles to catch his breath before blurting out disastrous news about the second young master. Sweat drips down Alan's face as he realizes something has gone completely off script. Alan remembers how Tonio was found dead on the blood-stained ground from an alleged fatal fall. At the grand funeral hall, the corrupt old lord lounges carelessly with beautiful women while guests pay their respects to the casket. Watching the disgraceful display, Alan sighs at how shameless this family truly is at their own relative's funeral. Looking down at Tonio resting inside the flower-filled casket, Alan knows this death did not match his game memory at all. In the original storyline, Leo was supposed to murder Tonio in cold blood, while laughing maniacally about taking the Count title. Seeing Leo standing nearby with a creepy grin, Alan notices the villain can barely contain his joy over this unexpected lucky break. A heavy gloom settles over the territory as the family power dynamic shifts in the shadows. Months fly by as the fallout from the heir's death quietly settles throughout the mansion. A full year passes by without any major incidents shaking the territory. With the heir issue resolved and a legal trade secured, the Palacio County remains deceptively quiet. Inside a lavishly decorated lounge, Alan and Evan relax over afternoon tea and sweet pastries. Alan opens a freshly delivered letter, thinking that keeping close contact with his allies will pay off down the line. He smiles warmly while reading update notes confirming that Deus is growing well and enjoys learning puppeteering. The letter attaches a detailed sponsor list for the orphanage, showing steady growth in monthly donations. Evan takes a bite of his dessert, remarking how unusual it is for a tiny orphanage to get this many wealthy sponsors. He taps his finger on a report, bringing up news from the Information Guild. Alan takes a bite of cake, relieved by the update, while secretly celebrating that they finally found a solid clue about the third boss. Back in the lounge, Alan listens as Evan wraps up his report on the Information Guild clue. Everything seems peaceful on the surface, but dark moves are already being made elsewhere. Over at a drug distribution site in Margate, absolute mayhem breaks out without warning. A violent assault rips through the facility, leaving the guards screaming in sheer agony. Just moments earlier, two syndicate enforcers were casually strolling through the compound, chuckling about how generous their boss is with payouts for illegal trade. They look across the yard, surveying a pile of fresh corpses. Thinking their job is nearly done, they prepare to collect their next reward. Suddenly, purple magic strings wrap around one of the guards, locking his body in place. He screams in terror as his own hand draws a dagger against his throat, completely against his will. His companion recoils in total shock, watching helplessly as invisible threads force him to turn the weapon on himself. The blade sinks deep into his neck with a sickening splash. No matter how hard he tries to fight it, the puppet strings force the lethal strike home. Blood sprays across the pavement as his lifeless body collapses to the ground. The rest of the syndicate guards panic, completely unable to stop the invisible horror. Outside in the dark alleyway, desperate cries for help ring out through the night air, but no one is coming to save them. Darkness swarms through the facility as razor-thin threads slice clean through the remaining guards. Shadowy energy whips across the narrow alley, cutting down anyone standing in its path without showing a single shred of mercy. Red blood splashes against the cold stone floor as the dark aura, rips the entire drug ring apart in seconds. The mastermind behind the slaughter steps forward, pulling glowing purple threads between his fingers. Young Deus controls the massacre effortlessly like a twisted puppet show. Purple threads slowly fade into the shadow, leaving nothing behind but dead silence and a sea of bodies. Yusha steps up beside Deus under the pale moonlight, asking if he feels pity for these men. He coolly replies that they deserved death for grinding innocent people to produce illegal drugs. A terrifying surge of crimson magic flares up around Yusha as she prepares to wipe the location clean. She explains this destruction creates a fitting foundation for her master return. With a chilling smile, she asks how they could ever allow the area to remain shabby for him. Deus glances back and calmly accepts her reasoning. Surrounded by swirling magical energy, the two of them leap high into the night sky, ready to deliver ultimate destruction upon the Syndicate. They declare in unison that every single move they make will proceed strictly according to their master absolute will. A colossal burst of magical power detonates over the drug site, engulfing the entire compound in a blinding flash that lights up the city's skyline. Swearing an oath as the blue moon, they vow to act as the unstoppable sword that clears the path for their lord. Smoke clears to reveal massive circular symbol branded straight into the shattered streets, marking the complete annihilation of the third boss syndicate network. Alan lives at a magnificent estate tucked away in the countryside, enjoying a peaceful and quiet afternoon. Evan trudges through the empty hallways of the estate, completely exhausted as he searches everywhere for his master. Out on the lawn, Evan suddenly collapses face down onto the grass, while Alan casually greets his worn-out attendant. Giving a weak thumbs up from the ground, Evan prompts Alan to hold his hand over his mouth in disbelief. Alan squats down and tempts his exhausted attendant with a sweet slice of cake to bribe him back up. He tosses a stack of macarons in the air, sending Evan doing wild flips to catch every single treat. While Evan happily munches on his sweet reward, Alan asks if all of his assigned duties regarding the orphanage are officially finished. Hearing that everything went smoothly, Alan lets out a deep sigh of relief that their plan was a success. He sits down on the grass beside his attendant, relieved their operation succeeded without any issues. Tapping his finger against his chin, Alan reflects on how fortunate they were to pull off the rescue. Lying back on the soft lawn, he admits to himself that he never expected things to go so smoothly. In the original dark fantasy game Psychedelia, the main bosses were notorious for having deeply tragic origins. Years ago, innocent children endured horrific experiments inside dark dungeons while bound in heavy chains. Those unbearable traumatic experiences eventually pushed them to transform into the fearsome sins of the game world. Even in this altered timeline before their downfall, changing their miserable fate seemed nearly impossible. Alan knew that the odds of rescuing all 5 children before their lives were ruined were stacked against him. He feared that even if he stepped in to help, he might arrive far too late to save them. Saving them after they were already broken inside would have changed absolutely nothing about their tragic dark future. Fortunately, Alan managed to intervene early and secure a peaceful haven for them at a countryside orphanage. Back on the lawn, Alan asks how the kids are faring, and Evan hands over an update letter. The kids used to look like broken dolls, but living at the sanctuary has restored their bright smiles. Evan mentions that the kids are doing so well that hiring an additional caretaker is completely unnecessary. Alan considers Yusha, wondering if her background makes her especially protective of the orphanage and its children. Evan leans in close out of curiosity, while Alan rubs his neck and carefully reads through the message. The report confirms that everyone is thriving, growing healthily, and that there is zero reason to worry. In the sunny garden, Yusha and the other kids play freely, running through the grass without a care. Reading this brings our protagonist a warm feeling, seeing how far they have all come since their rescue. Seeing how well the kids are growing, Evan points out that it might be time for a visit. Evan reminds him that he keeps promising to go see them, though Alan clearly hesitates to commit. Our boy drops a bomb and bluntly states that he has zero plans to ever meet them in person. Flashbacks of the original game flood his mind, showing the monstrous and unhinged forms the sins became after trauma. Just thinking about their terrifying original boss personalities sends a genuine chill down his entire spine. Even though he saved them early, the fear of those terrifying personalities still frightens him deep down. Our protagonist nervously backtracks, deciding that maybe he will be brave enough to visit in 5 long years. Until then, his main goal is to grind his stats and build enough power to stay safe. Alan sits cross-legged on the grass, practicing magic to survive in this dark fantasy world while forming light. Evan watches his master train and brings up a name, asking if Alan has ever heard of the Blue Moon, while praising his natural talent for magic. He explains that the Blue Moon is a new group that recently made a huge name for itself by wiping out dangerous criminal syndicates. Alan remains completely unfazed, casually guessing that since he never heard of them in the original game, they probably won't last very long. Evan adds a dark warning, revealing that this mysterious organization has even been assassinating high-ranking nobles without hesitation. Evan makes a bizarre and terrifying face right in front of Alan. That terrifying visual completely breaks Alan, leaving him trembling on the grass as a helpless tiny chibai while Evan watches. Meanwhile, deep in the city under the cover of night, light shines from the windows of a secluded safe house where the group actually gathers. Inside, Yusha sits back like a true boss and calls the meeting to order, asking her crew for this week's report on their northern operations. An energetic cat-eared girl rubs her eye happily, eager and ready to brag to her leader about her latest successful mission. She boasts with a cute fang-filled grin, announcing that she personally decapitated every slave trader in the area. This feral little powerhouse is Xiaoreng, known among them as the Sin of Pride. Xiaoreng playfully leaps upside down from the rafters, complimenting the dark dress worn by her quiet companion sitting below. The green-haired girl calmly closes her book and adds that all the corpses were completely dissolved without leaving a single trace behind. Holding the title of Sin of Greed, this cold and methodical girl is Rin. Rin turns her head toward the stairs, where 2 other young members are lounging around in the dim light. Sitting on the steps in the shadows, a silver-haired boy displays a vicious smile and glowing eyes. Known to the group as Raiden, he carries the title of the Sin of Mysophobia. Yusha smiles with glowing red eyes, pleased with their progress and declaring that everything is unfolding exactly according to his grand vision. She raises her arms dramatically before all 4 sins, declaring that their entire existence belongs to the Great Moon, the savior who rescued them. This feared criminal hunting syndicate known as the Blue Moon is actually a secret organization dedicated entirely to serving Alan. Yusha gazes upward with gentle devotion, confident that nothing in the world can go wrong as long as they follow his will. Suddenly, her peaceful expression completely shatters as she reads a secret report, her red eyes widening in utter shock. A terrifying aura of red rage erupts from her body, shocking the boys who stand completely frozen nearby. Xiaoreng cowers on top of a cabinet while Rin nervously clutches her book, both terrified by the overwhelming killing intent filling the room. Yusha grips the letter so hard her knuckles turn white, her pure fury flaring up because someone dares to target her beloved master. Yusha erupts in pure rage, her red aura flaring intensely as she clenches her fist in fury. Shortly after, dark news hits the estate as Count Palacio passes away, leaving Alan and Evan standing beside his open coffin in the chapel. Officially, the public is told that the old Count suffered sudden heart failure in his sleep. Our boy knows the truth, realizing his father actually died from a heavy overdose, while noble guests nearby whisper about another Blue Moon raid. The nobles gossip among themselves, wondering if the ruthless Blue Moon group wiped out another target last night. Ignoring the useless chatter, Alan turns around and walks out of the funeral hall with Evan following closely behind. As they exit, the eldest son of the family watches Alan walk past, casting a cold and suspicious glare in their direction. Alan ignores his older brother completely, keeping his eyes forward as he steps outside. Outside the estate, Evan asks Alan what his plans are, but stops in confusion when he notices luggage lying around. When Evan asks how he plans to handle his treacherous brother taking over the family title, he turns around to find Alan already packed with bags. Evan is stunned to hear that Alan genuinely plans to pack up and leave the estate behind. With question marks floating over his head, Evan squats on the rug completely confused while Alan casually grabs his bag and walks out. Realizing his master is serious, Evan grabs the remaining stacked suitcases to carry them out after him. Alan explains that he planned all along to relocate south to a quiet town called Rodmill as they head toward their waiting carriage. High up on the grand mansion balcony, A dark silhouette silently watches the carriage down below. The eldest brother grips the stone railing tightly, glaring down at the departing carriage with intense anger. Sometime later, a golden slice of toast topped with a fried egg sizzles softly over a warm griddle. Alan skillfully flips the cooked toast and egg through the air with a spatula. Alan plates the breakfast while Evan brings over jars of juice, enjoying a peaceful morning together. Alan clutches his head in sheer frustration, overwhelmed that he suddenly has to attend his own brother's funeral. He lets out a heavy sigh to catch his breath, trying to process how quickly everything is spiraling out of control. Approaching the coffin surrounded by blue flowers, Alan notices his brother was killed by a fatal stab to the heart. He wonders who could possibly possess the power and stealth to assassinate his formidable brother right inside their own estate. Suddenly, a nearby guard recoils in utter terror, letting out a sharp scream that breaks Alan's focus. The guards frantically scramble backward and wave for backup, as chaos quickly erupts across the entire chapel. Watching the guards completely lose their composure, Alan stands bewildered and wonders why everyone is freaking out so severely. While the uneasy servants whisper among themselves, Evan quietly weaves through the crowd to reach his master. Stepping right beside Alan, Evan leans in close, preparing to share a critical piece of confidential news. Covering his mouth, Evan whispers if this murder was done by whoever destroyed Avalon overnight. Alan listens intently as the terrifying possibility sets in, while nervous bystanders quietly distance themselves from the scene. A short time ago, on the day Alan Palacio set off for Rodmill, his horse-drawn carriage rolled smoothly down the country path. Inside the carriage, Alan sits across from his attendant Evan, staring quietly into space while pondering his ultimate destination. Our boy gets a sly smirk on his face as he contemplates his grand objective. In his mind, he remembers his mission to save the 5 great sins from terrible misfortunes and alter their tragic fates. By rescuing these broken souls, he aims to prevent the entire world from falling into utter destruction. He imagines a peaceful future where everyone relaxes under the sun, enjoying picnics without a single care in the world. Besides, Rodmill has nothing to do with the original plot, and his family happen to own a private villa right there. The town is peaceful, quiet, and away from any royal drama, featuring cozy streets and lazy sleeping cats. Alan rests his head on his hand, deciding that this is the absolute best place to slack off and do nothing all day. Evan stares at his master with complete disbelief, immediately catching onto the fact that Alan just wants an excuse to be lazy. Realizing his attendant sees right through him, our boy sweat drops and chuckles at how quickly he got called out. Meanwhile, back at the main estate, a noble man rests his hands on the balcony railing as he watches the carriage drive off. The dark-haired noble glares down, debating internally whether he should bother assassinating Alan or let him go. He originally planned to poison Alan after their father passed, but since Alan agreed to quietly move to the border, killing him feels completely unnecessary. Tapping his fingers on the marble railing, he wonders if issues with the underground organization are causing unexpected complications. Tension grows as his grip tightens around the stone, reluctant to leave any loose ends untied. Deciding to stay cautious, he turns toward his hooded subordinate standing in the shadows and commands him to follow the carriage. But instead of obeying immediately, the masked assassin stands completely still, causing the noble to glance back in confusion. The noble brother frowns deeply because this loyal servant has never once questioned or hesitated to execute an order before. The subordinate draws his blade in silence, his eyes hidden beneath his headband as an ominous aura fills the hallway. Before the noble can even react, a sudden sharp pain gashes across his body, making him gasp for air. Dark shadow energy erupts straight through his torso, tearing him apart in a brutal flash of dark magic. The assassin drives his sword directly into his master's chest, ignoring the noble desperate cries of shock and betrayal. Looking down at his dying target, the assassin cold-bloodedly reveals his true allegiance. He is actually hidden, a member of the secret Blue Moon Guild following ancient orders passed down to them. Their entire shadow organization serves as the hidden blade for a grand master working behind the scenes. Dark crimson eyes glow menacingly from the darkness, revealing who truly orchestrates the fall of key figures. Hidden stands over the slumped noble with his blood-soaked sword, ready to finish off his target. With a swift downward strike, He cuts clean through to guarantee the job is fully done. Blood splatters across the balcony as the assassin slashes him down, claiming he acts purely on his own accord. The noble collapses dead onto the stone floor in a pool of dark blood, wiped out in an instant. The morning sun rises high over the quiet city of Rodmill, bringing a bright and cheerful new day. Back at the villa, our boy stretches wide as he wakes up in his comfortable bed with drool still on his cheek. Sitting up pleasantly, Alan smiles to himself, thinking how wonderfully peaceful his new life is going to be. He sits down with Evan for a cozy breakfast, munching on warm toast while completely oblivious to the bloody takeover that just happened back home. Alan munches contentedly on his toast, wondering if he should open a breakfast stand. But his peaceful moment is cut short as Evan calls out with news of an incoming letter. Evan comes charging into the dining room holding an official envelope high in the air. Alan just sits there with his cheeks stuffed full of food, blinking in total confusion. The letter drops a bombshell, revealing that Count Leo Palacio has been murdered and demanding Alan return to the family estate immediately. Alan freezes solid as the news sinks in, his face going completely pale with a piece of toast still sticking right out of his mouth. Just like that, his 4-day trial of heavenly peace officially comes to a sudden and screeching halt. At the main estate, a dark cloud hangs over the cathedral as grieving servants lowers their heads in mournful respect. Alan and Evan stand before the open casket in the grand hall, staring down at his deceased relative surrounded by white flowers. Looking around, our boy notices the estate guards and servants trembling in terror, actively backing away from him as if he were a monster. Evan leans close behind him to drop the truth, while Alan stands frozen in sheer disbelief at what he is hearing. Everything has spiraled into total chaos, with one insane occurrence following another in rapid succession. This is the completely absurd situation our protagonist now finds himself dealing with at the estate. Slouched on a hallway bench with his head down, Alan groans in frustration while Evan sits beside him with arms crossed. Turning to his attendant with tears forming in his eyes, Alan desperately begs Evan to explain why everyone is treating him like a mastermind villain. Evan scratches his cheek nervously, sporting a guilty smirk as he prepares to deliver some very inconvenient facts. Alan turns completely dead-eyed as the absurd truth behind his sudden reputation hits him all at once. Literally encased in a block of ice from the shock, our boy sits powerless while Evan continues chatting away as if nothing is wrong. Evan suddenly strikes a dramatic magician pose wearing a fancy vest and top hat, asking if Alan is having fun while Alan stares back exasperated. Alan massages his temples to quell a massive migraine, wondering how his simple life turned into such a head-spinning mess. Fixing his collar, Alan gets down to business and asks Evan to explain what actually went down while he was away. Evan narrows his eye, explaining that after Alan left the estate, Leo was assassinated under mysterious circumstances. He reveals that an infamous shadow guild known as the Blue Moon struck, leaving behind their iconic glowing crest carved into the stone floor. Evan raises a finger dramatically, warning that a total nightmare has begun now that everyone assumes Alan orchestrated the hit to claim the lordship. Alan glares into space, piecing together the timeline to figure out who really wiped out the rival faction. He remembers his secret subordinates, including Yusha, the Sin of Wrath, standing together in their underground base. The green-haired mage stepped forward, clutching her spellbook as magical essence swirled around her body. Drawings of blades echoed through the dark room as every member prepared to execute their secret mission. The cat-eared assassin twirled her deadly dagger with a psychotic grin, confirming that no targets were left alive. Deep within the enemy stronghold, shadows swallowed up the final defense forces in an instant. Hovering with his glowing wings, the young warrior detects that nearly 500 Avalon soldiers are still standing inside. The white-haired swordsman stepped through the dim corridor alongside their shadowy commander, leaving zero room for retreat. With a bloodthirsty smile, the swordsman rested his massive blade on his shoulder and bragged about slicing every single enemy in half. Over in the shadows, Yusha listened to the reports and deemed the massacre a resounding success. The execution was flawless, completely wiping out the opposing underworld syndicate in one swift strike. Yusha clutches her face with a terrifying, sinister smile, her red eyes gleaming as she celebrates the total collapse of Avalon, the dominant force of the kingdom. And just like that, a massive organization that ruled the underworld for years was reduced to scattered rubble and bodies in 5 short days. Yusha listens carefully as her operative reports that their cleanup turned up evidence regarding Avalon's secret backers. He hands her a sealed dossier containing names of high-ranking nobles tied to the syndicate. The documents reveal that the Altia Dukedom shares the deepest connection to the underworld. A network of powerful aristocrats was profiting from the organization behind closed doors. Even prominent members of the ducal household were fully implicated in the illegal operation. Yusha scans the files, her red eyes flaring with deadly wrath as she gives the order to purge them all. Her elite allies immediately prepare to hunt down every last noble named in the document. Resting his massive blade on his shoulder, the white-haired swordsman promises to take care of the target quietly. Yusha takes a deep, steady breath to center herself before diving into the latest reports. The white-haired girl listens closely as her attendant presents an open ledger detailing their secret movements. Her eager subordinates hurry forward to hand over the latest confidential intelligence sheet for her review. Alan casually uses his purple magic threads to manage all the floating documents right before their eyes. She clutches the confidential documents tight, grinning mischievously as she vows to keep this operation hidden from that person. Alan effortlessly sorts floating documents with purple magic threads, taking stock of every single piece of incoming data. These shadow operatives view themselves purely as living weapons, bound to execute commands without question. A deadly instrument exists solely to strike down targets, completely stripped of personal desire or free will. Yusha covers her face in sheer terror, paralyzed by the fear that her hidden motives might be exposed. In their minds, a sword must never hold personal desire or think for itself. To her organization, an operative who thinks independently violates the core rule of their dark existence. She knows that Blue Moon only exists to execute commands without question. To them, questioning a superior order means losing their entire purpose as a weapon. Alan finds it completely baffling why a mage with Yusha's monstrous power constantly lives in sheer terror of being discovered. He scrutinizes the confidential report in his hands, suspecting there is a deeper secret behind her anxious behavior. Night settles over the headquarters estate as quiet routine returns after another grueling day of shadow operations. Inside his private office, our protagonist reaches his absolute limit and desperately cries out for relief. Our boy slumps face down onto his desk, completely crushed under an impossible pile of paperwork. Ever since the funeral ended, a full month of endless air duties landed on his shoulders. He stares blankly at the endless documents, wondering how his noble life turned into non-stop paperwork. Making matters worse, a squad of estate retainers marches in carrying even larger stacks of heavy ledgers. Alan wonders why these retainers are suddenly pulling overtime when they used to slack off under the previous count. The terrified servants mistake his tired hand gesture for murderous rage and vow to work themselves to death. Our protagonist just wanted a quiet desk job, but rumors of him being a ruthless shadow mastermind terrified everyone. Later that night, delicious skewers of food roast over crackling flames inside the cozy fireplace after a long day. Evan sits quietly beside the cozy hearth, looking completely worn out after assisting Alan with all his estate duties. Alan demonstrates his magical energy, prompting Evan to praise his rapid 2 years of self-study. Alan sparks glowing mana from his hand, explaining that he practiced relentlessly out of pure anxiety. He focuses his mana into a concentrated sphere, mastering precise energy control solely to protect himself against unseen dangers. He knows that survival in this harsh fantasy world requires mastering every single tool at his disposal. Having tested every element available, Alan felt completely confident his strategic prep work would make life easy. He summons a glowing spell circle, expecting his grand master plan to unfold without a hitch. He assures himself that if everything goes according to plan, he will never face real danger again. However, the harsh reality he suddenly realizes completely shatters his overly confident expectations. His weak magic fizzles out completely, leaving our protagonist weeping in pathetic disappointment while Evan calmly eats his snack. Alan breaks down how innate mana capacity acts just like a fighter's weight class, while evaluating his own tiny mana haul. Staring at his tiny core, he despairs over the brutal truth that his natural reservoir is severely limited. No amount of physical conditioning or relentless training can ever expand a natural foundation that is fundamentally so small. Evan interrupts his pity party by casually holding up a newly arrived letter for him to inspect. Alan glances over in surprise, wondering what unexpected news has arrived at this hour. Alan strides into the grand ballroom in full noble attire, with Evan following close behind him. Stepping into the crowd, our boy keeps a calm facade while mentally preparing himself for high society politics. This grand gathering serves as the premier networking event for all the top houses in the southern Asteria kingdom. Since he is set to inherit Count title soon, he knows he must establish key social connections. Straightening his collar, our boy gets ready to work the room while Evan calmly munches on party snacks. But as soon as he takes a step forward, the surrounding guests actively dodge him like the plague. He politely attempts to greet a nearby gentleman, but the poor guy panics and backs away in absolute terror. Within seconds, the entire crowd scatters, creating a massive empty buffer zone around the bewildered young noble. Evan cheekily asks if he feels hurt by the cold shoulder, but Alan stubbornly insists he remains completely unfazed. Dismissing his attendant, Alan decides to handle the socializing entirely on his own. He knows the high nobility despises his house for lacking refinement compared to their legendary past ancestors. Their reputation for producing wild Eastern troublemakers makes everyone view him as an unpredictable threat. Refusing to give up, he grabs a glass of red wine to initiate his secret networking strategy. It is finally time to deploy the smooth, charming technique he secretly practiced for tonight. Approaching a nearby lady, he tries commenting on the wine's unique aroma, but his intense stare feels like a threat. Flashing what he believes is a gentle smile, he ends up looking like a ruthless villain. Shaking uncontrollably, the poor young lady turns pale as Alan's dark aura completely suffocates her with pure dread. She frantically screams that her father will send shipments immediately before running off, leaving Alan utterly confused. Surrounding guests whisper in horror, convinced he just blackmailed her for rare regional wine. As Evan gently pats his frozen master, he copes in full denial, convincing himself she was merely an unusually shy girl. While Evan cheerfully eats cake and lists his family's atrocious rumors, Alan slumps against the wall in total despair. Defeated, he sighs deeply as he realizes his family name carries a far worse reputation than expected. Watching all the nobles socialize comfortably across the room, he accepts that making allies tonight is a lost cause. Announcing he needs fresh air, Alan slumps away, completely oblivious to a crimson-haired beauty watching him. The striking red-haired noblewoman sips her wine, silently tracking his departure with intrigued crimson eyes. Her sharp gaze remains locked onto he as he steps away from the noisy crowd into the night. Standing out on the quiet terrace, Alan catches his breath away from all the hostile gazes. He enjoys a rare moment of solitude, resting his mind after the disastrous networking failure inside. Suddenly, a soft voice speaks up from nearby, making him turn around in utter shock. He glances toward the dark threshold, wondering who would possibly bother speaking with a blacklisted noble. Turning to face his unexpected visitor, he waits to see who stepped out onto the terrace. Standing before him is a cute young lady in a green dress, nervously biting her finger. When she introduces herself as an Altia, Alan politely greets her while alarm bells ring in his mind. The Altia house is infamous in the game Psychedelia as one of 3 major syndicates running the underground world. Feared throughout the Northern Territory, her dangerous family line is infamous under the title of Northern Troublemakers. With a sweat drop on his face, he realizes someone from that dangerous house cannot possibly be normal. While Alan tries to recall her from his game memories, the girl suddenly blurts out that she will be blunt. He inadvertently towers over her in response, casting a heavy, intimidating shadow between them under the night sky. Blushing in flustered panic under his intimidating gaze, the anxious noble girl swallows her fear and reveals a terrifying secret that someone is about to be assassinated soon. Her sudden revelation echoes across the quiet palace terrace, dropping a massive bombshell that completely turns Alan's peaceful night upside down. Desperate words echo into the night sky as a young noblewoman begs someone to lend her their strength before time runs out. The girl pleads for help, terrified, because she discovered an assassination plot targeted directly at her head. Alan listens calmly while piecing together her past. She is Duke Altia's secret daughter and her protection vanished the moment her father's health collapsed. Standing together on the dimly lit balcony, the quiet night masks the heavy gravity of her desperate plea. Looking at her face, our boy realizes why her name never rang a bell in his memories of the game. As she continues begging Lord Alan for aid, he realizes she must have been killed long before the story's original timeline even started. Without missing a beat, Alan turns her down flat, delivering a cold rejection that leaves her completely stunned. He turns around and politely excuses himself, leaving the heartbroken noble girl standing alone under the moonlight. Walking away, Alan reminds himself that he can barely survive his own battles and refuses to give her false hope based on fake rumors. He glances back for a split second, feeling a sting of guilt as he sees her helpless figure standing by the railing. The girl stares down at the floor in utter despair, realizing her last remaining lifeline just walked away. Alan sighs heavily and adjusts his collar, trying to shake off the uncomfortable guilt weighing on his conscience. Stopping at the doorway, he offers a soft farewell, wishing her luck in finding a truly reliable ally to back her up. Our guide descends into the glowing ballroom below, blending into the crowd of wealthy aristocrats enjoying the party. High above in the shadows of the upper balcony, mysterious cloaked figures watch his every move and note that Altia contacted him. Monitoring the girl closely, the scouts exchange secret intel, confirming she is the only member of her family not tied to Avalon. Looking down at her lonely figure, they calculate that her isolation makes her completely useless to their main enemy, Raiden. The dark-haired assassin declares that her survival simplifies their mission and promises to carry out the commands of the Red Moon. As Alan walks below, the agents plot to suppress all information regarding Avalon so he remains completely in the dark. Strolling through the crowded hall, our boy wonders why everyone avoids him, until an elegant voice suddenly greets him out of nowhere. He gets foolishly excited for a second, hoping he can finally mingle like a normal noble for once in his life. Smiling politely, Alan turns around and offers a friendly response to the mysterious noblewoman standing behind him. The striking red-haired woman peers over her ornate lace fan, greeting him with a mysteriously playful gaze. An elegant noblewoman in a striking red dress approaches Alan out of nowhere. Alarm bells instantly start ringing in his head as he senses her dangerous presence. Alarm bells ring in Alan's head as he instantly recognizes her face as another infamous shadow player from his game knowledge. Seeing her teasing smirk, he realizes nobody approaches him out of kindness unless they bring massive trouble with them. Alan composes himself and prepares to tread lightly, knowing one careless word around her could blow up in his face. He looks at her sharply, mentally reviewing everything he knows about the shadowy power brokers ruling this realm from behind the curtains. Clenching his fist beneath his cape, he braces himself for whatever dangerous game she is playing. In the Asteria Kingdom, power rests in the hands of 3 legendary shadow players who manipulate events from the darkness. These master manipulators carve up influence across the realm, pulling strings without ever stepping into the public eye. First is Altia of the North, commanding vast wealth and influence across the frigid northern territories. Then comes Palatio of the East, holding absolute sway over the eastern trade routes and secret intelligence networks. And finally, the dark red fortress towers high over the southern territory, marking the 3rd dangerous power in play. Flanked by an ominous giant serpent, the red-haired woman chuckles softly and asks Alan if she is really that famous. Zenonia operates far more like an organized criminal syndicate than standard nobility. Alan sweated internally, knowing getting involved with someone like her would throw his peaceful life into complete chaos. Playing along with standard noble etiquette, our boy offered her a polite compliment. She chuckled softly, clearly enjoying his courteous act. She leaned in closer with a knowing smile, asking if they could find a private spot to continue their conversation. On the outside, Alan maintained his calm composure, but inside he was practically begging to be left alone. The red-haired beauty lowers her lace fan, flashing Alan a tantalizing and wicked smile. She clearly knows how to play her cards in this high-stakes game. When the seductive lady tried to corner him, Alan was caught completely off guard by her bold move. She watched him blend back into the partygoers, amused by how casually he dodged her charm. Sparing a glance behind him, Alan felt relieved to finally put some distance between them. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 hooded informants reported that, while recent incident details remained contained, A fresh problem had surfaced. Alan casually sipped his drink while noticing a stealthy watcher lurking near the upper windows. Immediately realizing they were being followed, the assassins moved silently across the rooftops under orders to eliminate them. Soon after, Alan and Evan headed out toward a remote location. Evan stared up at the massive, narrow canyon ahead, asking his master if this desolate location was truly their intended destination. Alan confirmed it with a sharp smirk, secretly thrilled that he had finally located his true hidden objective in this realm. His actual reason for attending the Southern Ball was to access the secret dungeon hidden within these cliffs. This dangerous location was known in the original game as the Labyrinth of Whispers, a complex maze full of deadly secrets. Having cleared this dungeon countless times in his past life, every trap layout and secret path remained fresh in his memory. Without hesitation, the two of them descended down into the dark abyss of the labyrinth. Seeing the dungeon with his own eyes hit differently than playing it through a screen, giving him a surreal rush of reality. Alan offhandedly mumbled that he used to visit this place all the time, leaving Evan utterly baffled by his young master claims. Our boy quickly brushed it off with an eerie grin, telling Evan not to worry about how he knew, though his terrifying face did not help calm Evan's nerves. He recalled how the game punished wrong answers, spawning vicious flying beasts that tore unprepared adventurers apart. The ferocious winged beasts savagely shredded anyone in their sight, leaving behind a gory trail of destruction. The ancient dungeon mechanisms were brutally designed to grant absolutely zero mercy to trespassers. Evan pointed out the ominous bloodstains overhead, warning that failing the wall riddles meant certain death beneath those crushing blocks. Ignoring the danger, Alan approached the stone console and quietly examined the ancient puzzle mechanism. He studied the ancient inscriptions, calmly selecting the precise answer required to bypass the trap. Watching him work, Evan reflected on how, after 4 years of service, Alan's actions still seemed completely unpredictable and chaotic. From dismantling crime syndicates to saving orphans and paying random debts, none of his master quests ever made logical sense to him. As the massive wall unlocked with a heavy thud, Evan wondered how someone who rarely left the estate possessed such expert knowledge. Yet despite the mystery, Evan trusted him completely because Alan's absurd actions always resulted in massive success. Still, Evan could not help wondering what insane reward his master was hunting for this time. Looking back at the gore on the ceiling, Alan silently admitted that seeing those brutal traps in real life was truly disturbing. Stepping into the chamber, they were greeted by piles of sparkling gold treasure surrounding a dark statuesque hand holding enchanted rings. Resting atop the stone pedestal was a rare dark artifact adorned with several glowing magical rings. While Evan greedily grabbed as many gold bars as he could carry, Alan carefully placed a sleek black ring on his thumb, leaving the rest behind to avoid drawing unwanted trouble. Alan smugly admires his reward, satisfied that he finally obtained the oath of restraint. He reassures Evan that the path back will be smooth sailing without any danger waiting for them. Knowing the game route made this dungeon run easy for Alan, but Evan turns around with a sweat-drenched face full of panic. Evan nervously turns to his master, asking if he foresaw this nightmare scenario as well, because those massive piles of stone scattered through the canyon were actually dormant giant golems. Towering stone golems holding giant spears awaken, blocking their escape route with terrifying force. Heavy stone hands tighten firmly around spear shafts as the ancient constructs prepare to strike. Drawing his blade, Evan realizes these unknown enemies represent a worst-case scenario and resolves to protect Alan. Massive golems slam their giant spears down, but our boy casually leaps through the air while Evan screams for an escape plan. The giant stone guardians swing their massive weapons with frightening speed, crushing the ground beneath them. Evan breaks into a cold sweat as a giant shadow looms directly behind him, ready to strike. Realizing second-tier magic will not be enough to clear these monsters, Alan immediately activates the Oath of Restraint. Raising his hand high, he channels his mana directly into the sleek black ring on his thumb. A blinding flash of magic erupts from his ring, catching the gigantic constructs completely off guard as power floods the area. The surrounding realm instantly shifts into a cosmic void, shrouded in swirling dark magic. An ancient mysterious voice echoes from the dark expanse, addressing the fragment carrying the great will of Nyakula. Glowing spectral particles drift through the abyss as the divine artifact responds to his call. The booming voice commands him to state 2 personal restrictions that will activate its power. Standing in the vast realm, Alan remembers that this moment was just a simple dialogue box back in the game, but experiencing the ethereal voice in real life feels vastly different than pressing buttons on a screen. A colossal, faceless entity gazes down upon him from high within the shadows of space. The magical oath of restraint demands a real sacrifice to unlock its true destructive potential. It functions as an absorption-type artifact that grants immense power whenever the wielder places severe restrictions upon themselves. As an eerie voice suddenly echoes directly inside his head, Alan can't help but reflect on how terrifyingly real this game world has become. Steeling his resolve, he prepares to declare his chosen limitations without a single hint of hesitation. The ancient cosmic presence opens its mouth and commands him to speak his conditions. Alan declares that he will always perform the complex hand signs of Babylonia whenever he casts magic. Formally striking the complex hand seal, Alan firmly binds himself to the physical ritual constraint. The cosmic entity asks what reward he expects in exchange for taking on such a heavy burden. He demands the power to bend and warp the fundamental laws of this world even further to his will. Accepting his bold terms without hesitation, the cosmic entity grants his first request instantly. The divine entity then prompts him to state his second restriction to finalize the contract. Whispers of white magical energy weave around Alan as he prepares to speak his second condition. Setting his hands into a second intricate hand sign, he brings his fingers together to complete the binding vow. Once again, the cosmic voice demands to know what power he seeks for imposing this final limit on himself. Alan states his final condition, demanding even greater power to bend and defy the fundamental laws of the world. He locks his fingers into the second intricate Babylonia hand seal, binding himself to the ultimate restriction without hesitation. An intense halo of divine magic ignites around him as the cosmos acknowledges the heavy weight of his vow. Lightning tears across the starry void, while the cosmic presence processes the sheer magnitude of his double sacrifice. Sweat beads down his face as he looks up, waiting nervously to see if his high-stakes gamble actually pays off. The cosmic entity speaks across space, declaring that his terms are accepted. An ethereal pair of glowing lips materializes in the dark rift, finalizing their binding contract. The divine presence addresses him, honoring the mortal who still remembers the ancient gestures of a forgotten god. The entity thanks him for inheriting its ancient will. Alan looks on in confusion, wondering what inheriting a divine will really means. A swirl of white light absorbs the ring into his skin, confirming that the double restriction is fully active. A parting message echoes through space, promising that the cosmic entity will forever watch over the one carrying its legacy. Back in reality, a massive stone golem looms overhead as Evan screams out a desperate warning to his young master. A whole horde of glowing armored stone monsters charges forward with lethal force. Evan yells that second-tier magic is far too weak to break their armor, while he dodges the incoming attack with perfect composure. He narrows his eyes as crackling blue lightning begins gathering rapidly in his right hand. While Evan panics over their dire situation, Alan remains dead silent, focusing his magic. With both hand seals and spoken restrictions locked in place, the lightning magic condenses into a supercharged sphere of pure destruction. As the massive golem charges in, Alan decides it is time to test his upgraded spell power. The giant monster raises its heavy fist to crush him, but Alan steps up with the concentrated orb of blue lightning. Staring down the enemy, he prepares to unleash the devastating spell output earned from his heavy price. Alan initiates the casting sequence, focusing his mana to alter the magic property. Electric currents instantly respond to his touch, dancing across his fingers as the spell begins to stack. Raw mana condenses rapidly, wrapping around his arms in shimmering blue arcs. The next layer of the spell triggers, bouncing the energy back into the casting circle to double its output. A blinding flash ruptures the darkness as energy surges beyond its normal limits. He reaches toward the ceiling, channeling the overflowing force directly above him. High-tier lightning element activates, converting the raw mana into pure high-voltage destruction. Thunderous bolts rip through the cavern air, locking onto every target in sight. Above the giant stone guardians, a massive sphere of concentrated thunder hovers in place, ready to wipe out the whole room. With the final modification added, the concentrated energy spreads out in every direction at once. Rapid hand signs lock each incantation into place, weaving multiple spells into a single devastating combo. Our boy thrusts his hand forward and releases the stacked spell in one terrifying beam. A dense barrier of electric force shields Evan and Alan, while arcs of lightning pulverize the ground around them. The giant stone monsters are caught dead center in the blast, engulfed by thousands of volts. Evan completely freezes in horror, sweating profusely as he watches the overwhelming firepower unfold. Chain lightning rips through the massive stone army, shattering their thick armor into fine dust in seconds. When the light finally fades, the formidable guardians lie completely pulverized across the cavern floor. Alan's overwhelming magic pulverizes the stone guardians, shattering their heavy armor and weapons to pieces. The blast completely wrecks their formation in an instant. Their heavy spears drop uselessly into the debris as the entire construct army collapses. Crumbled ruins cover the entire chamber floor, with only lingering arcs of blue lightning left humming in the air. Evan grabs onto Alan, completely losing his mind in shock over what he just witnessed. He stammers in complete disbelief, asking if Alan was secretly hiding this insane level of magic power all along. While Evan flails his hands around trying to make sense of the carnage, Alan keeps walking forward completely unbothered. On the outside, Alan maintains the cool, stoic composure of an all-powerful master. But inside his head, our boy is panicking just as hard because even he has no clue how that spell got so absurdly strong. Back in the game Psychedelia, players could boost a spell by stacking one sigil or incantation per turn. Alan simply stacked 4 separate incantations over 5 turns, fully expecting a standard Tier 2 attack. Combining Collapse, Rebound, Fixation, and Acceleration should have just given him a solid lightning strike. But in this real world, stacking those effects amplified the base spell into a massive regional wipeout. The system restriction of needing sigils and incantations ended up multiplying his magic stat exponentially instead. A mysterious cosmic force echoes from beyond, acknowledging the ancient knowledge he unleashed. Ancient text proclaims gratitude to the forgotten mortal who recalled the sacred sigils of the great god. It recognizes Alan as the true inheritor of divine will for mastering such complex magic logic. Wiping sweat from his brow, Alan silently resolves to test second-tier magic more carefully next time, while Evan groans in relief that they survived. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, they leave the ruined dungeon behind them. Evan complains that trekking out of the area is somehow even more exhausting than battle. Evan collapses onto a nearby rock, completely drained after barely surviving that massive spell show. Alan walks over calmly, unaffected by the exhaustion weighing down his attendant. Gazing up at the distant sky, our boy reflects on the dungeon they just cleared. Something about this place feels familiar, stirring up memories from his past life. Alan suddenly remembers that back in the game, the Whispering Labyrinth actually went by another name. Players across the community shared custom maps and guidebooks detailing its secret lore. Old forums were filled with players asking about Palayan, the true owner of the infinite grinding spot. Evan glances up in confusion, wondering why his master looks so deep in thought. Alan has to haul his limp attendant along, with Evan groaning that 3 weeks of hard work wiped him out. Evan sighs that his master is far more diligent than anyone could have ever expected. Supporting his exhausted attendant through the dark forest, Alan continues analyzing how sigils amplify spell potency. Stacking multiple elemental sigils together transformed his basic spell into an unstoppable regional force. His precise mana control allowed him to master ancient casting logic that normal mages could never comprehend. Alan wonders if his extraordinary mana perception is what enabled him to stack those incantations so effortlessly. Reaching their horses as night falls, Alan resolves to test his magic further once his mana fully recovers. Deep in the shadows of the forest, a mysterious hooded figure watches them silently from above. Her sharp green eyes gleam in the dark, tracking their every move with intense curiosity. Leaving the cliffside in a flash of light, she glides down toward the underground ruins below. Standing before an ancient stone tablet glowing with blue runes, she reads the forgotten history of outer gods. Lowering her hood, the green-haired woman studies the glowing text etched into the ancient stone. The inscription tells of the swordmaster Palayan, who stood his ground to protect a helpless friend. Gently tracing her fingers over the glowing runes, she feels the weight of an ancient sacrifice. Palayon once repelled the invasion of dark forces and slayed the terrifying beast known as Alakalaka. That monstrous creature devoured the hearts of entire kingdoms before Palayon finally put an end to its reign. Legends recorded the epic clash where the radiant swordmaster struck down the dragon with his legendary blade. History remembered him forever after as the Radiant Emperor, the great hero who saved the realm. His legacy was sealed beneath ancient magic formulas that remained undisturbed for centuries. She knows this history intimately because she was born inside the sacred ancient library to preserve its secrets. Raised among these divine archives, her sole purpose was to safeguard all recorded knowledge and secrets of the ancient world, mastering every forbidden legend written across time. Back on the trail, Alan realizes Palayon himself constructed the dungeon, unaware the green-haired observer still follows. Watching Alan from afar, she realizes the monster he fought differed from the original Bloody Queen of legend. The true queen was a feared demonic entity, capable of slaughtering armies with blood magic. Yet Alan defeated her altered form without breaking a sweat, proving his power is far beyond normal limits. As our boy walks forward, the spirit of ancient heroes seems to guard his path into the unknown. The green-haired observer reflects on history, knowing Alan used an ancient spell that was not even recorded in the divine archives. She remembers back to when our boy unleashed a massive wave of lightning magic from the cliff edge without breaking a sweat. Utterly mesmerized by his unbelievable display of power, the observer desperately tries to figure out who this mysterious young man could possibly be. Standing alone in the dark forest path, she considers everything she just witnessed. The words of the Crimson Moon echo in her mind, proving that every legend was real. Clasping her hands together in reverence, she feels deeply moved, overwhelmed by the incredible truth revealed before her eyes. Guilt washes over her for blindly obeying orders, without ever questioning her superiors. Suddenly her instinct flares up as a terrifying murderous pressure fills the dark night air. Up above in the shadowy tree branches, someone quiet is watching her every move. Alan stares down with glowing purple eyes, devoid of any warmth or mercy. Before anyone can even draw a blade, an invisible force locks onto the hidden threat. In a split second, an unseen attacker gets thrown into midair as his neck snaps twice, falling lifeless to the ground. The green-haired girl freezes in terror after witnessing Alan's ruthless power. Realizing just how dangerous he truly is, sheer panic takes over her mind. Without hesitation, she leaps straight into the dense tree branches, desperate to vanish into the dark night before Alan decides to erase her as well. Two dark figures dart across the moonlight sky like frightened crows escaping the woods. She can't forget how cold his gaze felt, like staring straight into the abyss. Far away in a grand mansion, red-haired Lady Kalia enjoys her tea while Alan's shadow looms large over her mind. His cold demeanor and unmatched strength have already sent ripples throughout the high nobility. Stories of his unbelievable feats continue to spread through every faction like wildfire. Lady Kalia considers how famous our boy has become despite staying out of the spotlight. She reclines in her elegant purple dress, analyzing the shifting power balance across the realm. It feels strange to her that someone so isolated from normal society gained such widespread fame. Walking across the room, she asks her father sitting at his desk if he finds this situation odd. Back at the estate, a sly, red-haired woman flatters the noble man sitting at his desk. She reminds him of his status as count while quietly manipulating things from the shadows. Deep within the estate hallways, dark secrets remain hidden from public eyes. Surrounded by dark magical energy, Lady Kalia reveals her true cunning nature. Her father thinks he runs the territory, but in truth he is nothing more than her helpless pawn. No one would ever suspect that she is the real ruler, while her father acts like a fool. Yet a sharp worry crosses her mind as she wonders how someone managed to uncover her shadow network. Talking quietly with her attendant, she admits that many watching eyes have gathered, and her planted spy was already compromised. Suddenly, a guard rushes down the grand corridor, shouting out for Lady Kalia. She steps outside her room with an annoyed look, demanding to know what caused such chaos. Inside the dimly lit room lies the lifeless body of her spy, slumped against the bloody wall. The guard trembles in fear, reporting that someone eliminated their agent silently without leaving a single trace behind. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she wonders who possesses the power to outsmart her so easily. A massive shadow looms in her mind, coiling like a viper in the dark as she contemplates the unseen threat lurking in the territory. Crossing her arms with a sinister smirk, Kalia admits to herself that this mystery player exposed her biggest weakness from the very beginning. Meanwhile, he casually scratches his itchy ear, while his attendant Evan snores blissfully beside him, totally oblivious to the mastermind panicking nearby. A grand carriage rolls through the gates of the Altia ducal territory under the cover of night. Lady Loria sits inside in gloomy silence, her heart heavy with anxiety and desperate fear. She recalls the terrifying title given to Alan Palacio, the infamous noble of the underworld. Her father always warned her never to cross him, calling him a truly dangerous threat. Alan was her final lifeline, yet our boy coldly turned down her desperate plea without hesitating. She understands that Alan is a shrewd businessman who refuses deals that offer zero profit. Her thoughts turn to her eldest brother Timalian and sister Marion, who ruthlessly betrayed her. Along with her second brother Kig and sister Phylan, her siblings systematically stole her authority. Stripped of all her wealth and political standing, she was left with absolutely nothing. With zero bargaining chips remaining, Loria could only head home in total bitter defeat. The carriage comes to a halt before the ducal estate, where panicked screaming suddenly erupts. As Loria steps inside the dark hallway, frightened servants breathlessly scream out that she has returned. The servants breathlessly inform her that all of her powerful siblings have suddenly taken their own lives. Loria freezes in pure shock, completely unable to make sense of such an unbelievable claim. Her siblings were ruthless vipers who would gladly murder family for power, making suicide utterly impossible. Nothing about this sudden tragedy makes any sense, leaving her deeply unsettled and suspicious. Cold sweat runs down her face as she demands to know the exact details. The weeping servants confirm that Timalian and the rest were all found dead inside their chambers. Across the estate, her siblings lie impaled in pools of blood, while elsewhere Alan dispatches special letters to his grown orphans. An official directive from Alan suddenly arrives at secret operative locations across the entire realm. A young woman receives the personal seal, realizing their master long-awaited orders have finally arrived. The former orphans gather together, each holding custom instructions from the master who raised them. They celebrate their newfound freedom, eager to step into society and execute Alan's grand design. Yusha quietly inspects her letter while back at the mansion. Heavy footsteps approach Loria. High above the mansion rooftops, a shadowed assassin leaps through the night sky with lethal speed. A silver-haired operative executes the target in total silence before anyone can even react. Just like that, another corrupt target is permanently eliminated from the board without a trace. A sharp aura slashes across the estate courtyard, signaling an absolute purge of the house. Screams echo through the dark corridors as shadow agents finish wiping out every threat. The remaining household staff flees in terror, while Loria stands frozen in the middle of the hallway. Her mind begins connecting the dots as she recalls the strange prophecy about good fortune. The grand doors swing open to reveal Alan Palacio, standing tall in full ducal regalia. Our boy looks down at her with chilling gray eyes that radiate absolute authority. Loria trembles as the horrifying truth hits her. Alan hid his power until the perfect moment to take the throne. Alan now stands as the new Duke of Altia, having claimed total victory without leaving a single enemy alive. Hearing his footsteps echo through the shadowy hallway, she let out a breathless gasp, paralyzed by the sheer coldness of his swift, merciless execution. Trembling in disbelief, she wonders what kind of terrifying monster she just made a deal with. Deep down, she knows backing out is no longer an option. History already showed her what happens to anyone foolish enough to betray Alan, and those examples haunt her. Clutching her pounding chest, she swallows back her overwhelming dread and steels her resolve, determined to face whatever reckoning awaits her. An official messenger arrives at the estate, bearing urgent news under the direct orders of Duke Altia. The envoy bows deeply before Alan, presenting a sleek wooden case sent directly from the duchy. Opening the box, our boy inspects the contents while Evan gasps in total astonishment at the gift. Nestled inside rests a rare bottle of legendary wine, complete with a handwritten card signed by Loria. Reading the card, Alan realizes Loria prepared this gift personally and wonders what her true motive could be. Seeking clarification, our boy asks if this was truly meant for him, and the envoy confirms Loria ordered direct delivery. A sudden realization hits Alan as he pieces together what Loria's personal message actually signifies for their alliance. Meanwhile, back at the Altia estate, Loria works tirelessly late into the night managing official duchy affairs. Pausing to stretch, she sighs heavily, reflecting on how frantically 2 chaotic months have passed in a flash. Looking around the majestic office, she remembers how her own family previously barred her from ever stepping foot inside. During the bloody Succession War, her ruthless siblings slaughtered each other, completely clearing Loria of all suspicion. Attending a royal ball provided her the perfect alibi, while her secret network was utterly wiped out back home. Cornered and defenseless, she felt completely hopeless, believing her entire world had been destroyed in an instant. Looking back now, sheer horror grips her as she realizes how masterfully Alan manipulated every single event. Alan pretended cold indifference to her pleas, while secretly exploiting her desperate situation for his grand strategy. Operating from the dark, our boy ruthlessly eliminated her mortal enemies with frightening speed and efficiency. His sinister aura concealed terrifying power that no rival could ever match. After the bloodbath ended, he cleaned up the political aftermath effortlessly without leaving behind any proof. Sweating nervously, Loria shudders at the realization that she is completely at the mercy of his intellect. Walking through her empty palace, she realizes Alan only partnered with her because his scheme required the Altia name. Despite uniting every faction under her family crest, she knows Alan still holds far greater hidden influence. Since his hidden strength dwarfs hers, she knows he must want something far more specific from her. Alan already commands endless wealth as an underworld tycoon who built an empire through pure strategy. She realizes the only thing his vast financial empire lacks is the prestigious renown of House Altia. He treats high nobles like simple chess pieces, positioning key figures exactly where he needs them to move. By placing Loria in power, he acquired a supreme pawn to control the kingdom from behind the curtain. Passing her ancestral portraits, Loria resolves to focus entirely on her duties and govern the duchy properly. She knows it is only a matter of time before her enigmatic benefactor contacts her with new instructions. With newfound confidence, she smiles gently, determined to prove herself as his most reliable ally in future battles. Back in Alan's study, the messenger bows respectfully before leaving, allowing our boy to plan his next move. Alan wonders why his attendant is acting so weirdly formal again, watching Evan approach with a puzzled glance. Gentle snow falls over the massive mountain mansion, blanketing the grounds as winter officially settles in. Standing by the tall hallway window, he pauses as Evan hurries toward him to give an update. Evan rushes up, explaining that while the title is not official quite yet, everything is moving as planned. Alan sighs heavily, realizing becoming Count was never part of his dream to live a peaceful slacker life. He accepts a newly arrived letter bearing a wax seal, curious to see what news it brings. The two of them step into the study, ready to examine the message away from prying eyes. Unfolding the paper, Evan asks if this latest strategic move was secretly driven by revenge. Alan gives him an exasperated look, completely unamused by his attendant's wild overthinking. Evan chuckles mischievously at his master's annoyance, while Alan quietly reviews the letter's contents. Alan casually plays along with his attendant before turning his attention to the second letter from the orphanage. The message details how the kids are thriving, with young Deos turning his puppet plays into a true craft. Meanwhile, little Xiaolang spends her days playing games outdoors with all her friends without a care in the world. Furthermore, Rhine maintains her quiet reading habits while discovering a brand new passion for crafting items on the side. She studies her books by the garden, while Raiden spends his afternoons happily taking care of the plants. The report notes Raiden has developed a deep love for gardening, tending to the orphanage grounds every single day. Even though he has never met them in person, supporting their growth brings a genuine smile to his face. Seeing his master so satisfied, Evan points out that those children are now reaching the age to enter society. His attendant adds that a few of the older kids have already packed their bags and departed from the orphanage. Sudden panic strikes Alan as he realizes these 5 children are the exact future game bosses destined to destroy the world. Every single orphan he personally rescued is destined to awaken as an apocalyptic sin if left entirely unchecked. Cold sweat drops down his neck as he awkwardly attempts to mask his sudden wave of sheer internal terror. Unaware of his master's dread, Evan mentions that it is time to guide the grown orphans toward proper career paths. Alan's gaze turns sharp as his brilliant mind works in overdrive to prevent an impending apocalyptic disaster. Rather than giving in to fear, he shifts back into strategist mode to formulate the ultimate countermeasure. He recalls that in the original game, every boss fight contained narration revealing the core talent of each sin. Yusha possesses unmatched talent for divine faith, while Deus commands extraordinary talent with the blade. Rein holds incredible talent for research, whereas Xiaoling possesses raw, instinctual talent for pure combat. Lastly, young Raiden possesses unmatched talent for leadership, making him a born military commander. Alan suddenly throws his papers into the air, celebrating his brilliant solution. By placing everyone into their ideal career roles, victory is completely assured. To make certain these young talents remain happy and content on their assigned paths, our clever Lord decides to send each of them a personalized custom gift alongside their career letters. Outside, the golden sun sets over the snowy mansion as Alan finishes finalizing his master plan for the children. Seeing his young master show such deep care for the orphans, Evan wipes away tears of pure emotional relief. With his task clear, Evan enthusiastically heads off to deliver the assignments, secretly hoping to earn a nice bonus later. 5 members of the group stand frozen, staring down at the letters in their hands with total shock as the true meaning dawns on them. The cat girl cheers with excitement over her message, while the dark-haired operative inspects his sealed envelope. Across the room, the green-haired girl softly clutches her letter as the silver-haired swordsman reads through his own instructions. Yusha looks down at the sealed letter in her hand, her red eyes locked on the paper. The cat girl excitedly bounds over to show off her note as the squad surrounds Yusha to compare what they received. The message reads like a completely normal friendly check-in, asking how things are going and offering help if needed. Huddled together in disbelief, the group scrutinizes the casual writing style, trying to decipher the coded orders hidden behind ordinary chat. Yusha addresses the group, pointing out how every single line was deliberately crafted to disguise real mission directives. Another letter reads like mundane small talk about family, yet cleverly masks target designations and hidden assignments within casual banter. Every note follows the same pattern, hiding strategic requests for reports under the guise of asking about an orphanage. They inspect the letters together, marveling at how seamlessly master-level operational commands were woven into innocent correspondence. The dark-haired operative questions why their leader went through such lengths to disguise orders, instead of using direct magic communicators. The silver-haired swordsman joins in, pointing out that if security leaks were the concern, sending physical letters seems equally risky. Yusha turns to them with a cold gaze, reminding everyone that their only job is to obey orders without question. Her absolute and unshakable trust leaves the men stunned into silence, unable to argue back against her conviction. Night settles over the hideout, the warm glow of a lantern illuminating the quiet alley outside. Inside the cluttered room, the group reflects on the massive scope of the operation laid out before them. The cat girl checks her paper to confirm her assignment, while the dark-haired member prepares his gear. The silver-haired warrior reveals he is being sent to Raxus, the famous city of entertainment and gambling. Holding the letter tightly to her chest, Yusha smiles with complete devotion to her master plan. Red letters glow across the darkness, reiterating that every member now has their exact mission written out clearly. The cat girl mentions with relief that their patron promised to keep funding their operations as long as they carry out the tasks. The green-haired girl adds that he even provided precise locations where powerful gifts were left waiting for each of them. Standing tall before her comrades, Yusha commands the squad as they prepare to disperse across the continent. With complete faith in the blue moon, Yusha vows to carry out her mission to the very end. Settling her resolve, she prepares to set the grand plan into motion. Cloaked in heavy robes, the squad leaves the hideout, embarking on their separate journeys to distant nations across the realm. 3 months pass in a flash, with stacks of ancient magic research books piled high on a desk. Our boy Alan Palacio sits comfortably in a grand library, flipping through complex spell books to master his magical abilities. His attendant, Evan, walks over holding a thick volume, bringing fresh intelligence report updates from around the world. Alan scratches his chin, realizing that saving the deadly sins created a massive butterfly effect across the entire world timeline. He thinks back to Loria, a figure who was supposed to die in the original story, but instead became Duke Altia in the frozen north. To make matters worse, her power and influence in the underworld are expanding at a terrifying pace. Evan watches as Alan decides not to stress over things out of his control, choosing to focus on his own training instead. After all, when the timeline is completely derailed, sometimes ignorance really is bliss. He knows the Information Guild network leaves almost no stone unturned when digging for secrets across the realm. Operatives cast powerful spying magic through ancient relics to monitor every major faction without being noticed. Prying into things best left buried will only draw dangerous consequences back onto himself. Alan lets out a stressed sigh, clutching his collar as the endless complications weigh heavily on him. He remembers the brutal sight of Leo being struck down, killed instantly by a lethal blow. Evan finishes stacking research books on the side table before turning back to give his report. Evan casually drops another update, mentioning that Deus was recently appointed as a knight in Caliburn. Hearing that Deus was brought into the High Knight Order catches Alan completely off guard. Evan returns with a fistful of skewers, marveling at how insane it is for anyone to get scouted into such an elite order. Sitting together on a bench, Evan guesses Deus must already be an expert-level swordsman or higher. Taking a bite of his food, Evan wonders how anyone could master the blade so fast. Alan grins with pride, imagining Deus training fiercely and swinging his sword like a true prodigy. Back at the estate, life seems peaceful on the surface. Just as our boy starts getting used to managing the count duties, Evan brings another startling report. The magic spark in Alan's hand instantly dies out into smoke as he turns around bewildered. The legendary swordmasters transcended aura blades to unlock derivation, gaining unique abilities beyond ordinary human strength. Evan breaks down the unbelievable news, while Alan breaks out into a nervous sweat. Deus was named a master knight anyway, after defeating the fourth sword in a duel. Hearing all these legendary rumors about Deus leaves Alan completely sweating, as he tries to process how overpowered his friend actually is. Evan scratches his head, filling in historical context about the legendary rank. The famous first sword Reinhardt was 32 when he became the youngest master knight in history. Reinhardt wielded a massive blade and trained relentlessly ever since he was 5 years old. Comparing a lifetime warrior like Reinhardt to someone who barely held a sword makes no sense. How on earth did someone with zero prior sword training climb to Master Knight status? Yawning lazily, Alan realizes he might actually be able to rely on Deus' power sooner than expected. Turning back to his desk, Alan checks over his private correspondence. Our boy, holding a letter, admits to Evan that the only mail he ever gets is from Yusha. Her letters contain updates on the rest of the deadly sins she grew up alongside. Alan gazes down thoughtfully, pondering the fates of everyone across the kingdom. He slaps his cheeks to refocus, deciding to go back to basics and stay grounded. Standing together by the bright window, Alan feels grateful that his allies are safe and thriving. Far away in the capital of Caliburn, sunset bathes the spires of Kirtham in golden light. At the grand mansion of the Solar Eclipse Knights, trainees swing their swords in unison during evening drills. Inside the quiet stone corridor, a figure in dark armor steps through the stained glass light. Deus turns his head toward the window, looking out with a sharp, determined gaze. The legendary figure turns out to be Deus Macalian himself, the youngest master knight and leader of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Looking out from the upper floor window, his eyes fall onto the sunlit courtyard below, where a familiar young girl stands waiting. She waves her hand with a bright smile, calling up to her brother with boundless excitement. Softening his gaze, Deus offers her a rare, gentle smile from high above. His smile fades into quiet contemplation as dark memories resurface in his mind. Years ago, his whole world was shattered when dark, shadowy creatures tore everything away from him. Black tendrils ripped through his home, tearing his little sister right from his arms as he reached out in absolute horror. She cried his name, reaching toward him while the darkness dragged her down into the abyss. Helpless to save her, Pure rage consumed him as the dark shadow monsters stole his entire family. The shadows cast him aside, leaving him alone in the wake of total destruction. Locked away in a cold dungeon cell, the young boy sat in darkness, broken and hollow. His fingers clutched her hair accessory tightly to his chest, the last physical piece of his sister he had left. That was when Yusha appeared before him in the dungeon, descending in radiant magic to offer him a deal. Joining her under the blue moon, he threw himself into brutal missions, wielding deadly magic threads to slaughter enemy assassins without hesitation. Covered in blood after every fight, he pushed his body past every limit imaginable. He did not care if he survived, driven only by the promise of revenge against the dark monsters. Then one day, a strange letter arrived from Yusha that completely caught him off guard. The message directed him to a small hotel in southern Caliburn, claiming she had left a special gift waiting for him. Arriving at the secluded inn late at night, he wondered what could possibly be waiting behind those doors. Stepping inside, the warm light caught his eyes as he froze in complete disbelief. Deus dashed through the hallway at full speed, brushing past the startled staff without stopping for a second. The mysterious gift promised by the great moon was something he never dared to dream of again. Reaching out into the warm glow, his shaking hand touched reality. He collapsed onto the floor, wrapping his arms around his sister in a fierce, desperate embrace. She stares in complete shock as he holds her, unable to believe he was finally reunited with the sister he thought was lost forever. Years of agony washed away in an instant as Deus broke down, weeping uncontrollable tears of joy against her shoulder. Reuniting after so long, the young man drops to his knees and tightly embraces his sister in a tearful hug. Tears stream down his face as he clings to her, unable to believe she is actually alive. She reaches up with a gentle smile, softly wiping away his tears as relief washes over them. They sit together at a table sharing tea, finally able to breathe easy after everything they endured. Quietly gazing down at her cup, she reflects on the painful journey that brought them back together. For years in the pitch-dark dungeon, he waited endlessly for his turn to finally come. Grim memories recall stacked iron cages, filling a dark dungeon where captives were kept like cattle. When the terrible day arrived for his own execution, death seemed like an inevitable fate. Cruel cultists brought his young sister to an altar surrounded by bodies, preparing to sacrifice her next. Just as all hope faded, a bright flash tore through the darkness as someone swooped down to intervene. A powerful hand reached out in midair, snatching the terrified girl right from the cultist's grasp. Monstrous dark energy surged forward in complete fury, threatening to swallow the pair whole. Shadowy arms wrapped around the helpless girl, dragging her back down toward the abyss. Brilliant sword light slashed through the air, cutting straight through every dark shadow tendril. An elite warrior leapt through the chaos with a drawn blade, carving a path to protect her. Landing right in front of the sister, he stood as a shield against further harm. Back in the present, he recalls how a mysterious sponsor provided them with life-saving medicine. The letter was signed by Alan Palacio, promising continuous medicine and protection for both siblings. Examining the letter together, the brother realizes the incredible weight of what Alan did for them. Questions swirl in his mind as he tries to understand how Alan knew about their plight. He had never shared his family history with anyone, yet Alan seemed to anticipate every detail. Even Yusha, the sin of wrath, only knew part of the truth when enemy forces captured him. A sudden realization hits him like a bolt of lightning as the hidden truth dawns on him. His breath catches in his throat as every single unanswered question suddenly snaps into focus. Every baffling puzzle piece falls directly into place, fully illuminating Alan's grand master plan. Previously, he could not comprehend why Yusha was so anxious about Alan's calculated actions. Yusha had plotted her own scheme, completely underestimating the depth of Alan's true foresight. She foolishly believed a weapon could never act on its own, or outsmart its wielder. Now he realizes that he was the foolish one for doubting our boy's grand strategy. Our protagonist had stepped through that door with absolute confidence, assuring them that good things would come. Long ago, Alan had dropped subtle hints to guide the children left to survive on their own. Alan foresaw the entire tragic situation beforehand, quietly planting clues to ensure their salvation. Overwhelmed by deep gratitude and awe, a single tear slips down his cheek as he honors Alan's brilliance. His sister looks up in concern, calling out to him when she sees his sudden emotion. He gently rests his hand on her head with a reassuring smile, knowing they are safe under Alan protection. Alan had set up a web of fate so deep that even the darkest shadows could not escape his reach. His vast influence extended far beyond what anyone around him could ever possibly comprehend or escape. Back in the peaceful tavern, she brings her brother a fresh tray of hot meal. She smiles warmly, grateful to be living a peaceful life away from her tragic past. Soon, everyone will realize that no one can ever escape the web Alan has woven. Yusha reflects on his brilliant foresight, knowing in her heart that this is why she loyally follows him. A written directive ordered them to head straight to Caliburn and earn the title of knight. She was not following his orders out of blind obedience, but because his actions spoke for themselves. Her heart burned with a single goal, determined to repay the immense debt she owed him. Fueled by that quiet vow, the young warrior resolves to complete the mission entrusted to him. High above, a solar eclipse shines like a dark beacon over the kingdom. Inside the moonlit castle hall, two high-ranking figures stand before a grand arched window. An entire legion of disciplined knights stands in flawless formation, waiting for their commander's orders. This upcoming expedition is meant to serve as the very first stepping stone for the solar eclipse order. Every knight remains standing tall with unyielding loyalty, ready to march into battle without hesitation. They quietly wait for the day they can present a worthy reward that truly satisfies their savior. A dark sword rises toward the eclipse, heralding a new force rising in the shadows. Under the glowing purple eclipse, an imposing dark knight raises his sword to mark their grand birth. Their sacred vow is sealed beneath the glowing moonlight, demanding that every member prove their true strength upon the battlefield. The solar eclipse knights embark on a brutal expedition to wipe out the barbarians threatening the land. Back in the present, our boy relaxes in the courtyard, chuckling lazily that his kids have finally grown up. But right at that peaceful moment, a sudden gust of wind catches his research book and scatters his notes everywhere. He instantly loses his cool demeanor and scrambles around frantically, snatching floating pages out of the air like madman. Sweating from the sudden panic, he barely manages to grab every single sheet before it blows away. Once everything is back in order, he sits down to carefully document his ongoing research on magic phrases. His detailed notes explain how combining specific phrase words alters the fundamental nature of spells. Refraction strengthens the natural flaws within a completed spell, spreading its impact across a wider area. Remembering his past practice, Alan tests the spell, watching crackling mana burst from his hands. Another key concept is repulsion, which crushes the spell form and alters the projectile mid-flight. By compressing the mana density, repulsion completely changes how a fired spell behaves upon impact. Demonstrating the force, our protagonist unleashes a blinding beam of light directly toward the heavens. He also notes that adding blue light significantly amplifies parallel magic types like raw electricity. Standing on the cliff, Alan conjures lightning while noting that line of diffraction adds devastating penetration power. The electrified strike tears cleanly through the intended target, delivering a lethal critical hit with unbelievable force and demonstrating the absolute destruction of his newly modified spell. Keeping track of all these rules gives our boy a headache, as one wrong phrase completely ruins the spell. Alan reflects that in this world, ancient hand signs and magical phrases of Babylonia were long forgotten, leaving no records on where to find them. He spent countless hours digging through ancient texts and stacks of research to figure out how these lost spells were structured. Stepping out into the courtyard, Alan gets ready to test a complex sequence of spell formulas in real time. He locks his fingers into precise hand signs, channeling mana to initiate the ancient magic spell. Dense arcs of electricity ignite above him in the courtyard, crackling with volatile energy as the mana accumulates. He triggers fixation to lock the mana form in place and stabilize the raw energy. Next comes compression, forcing the wild lightning into a compact sphere of pure, concentrated power. Following that, breakdown alters the spell matrix, destabilizing its structure to force complete elemental shift. The mana flares violently, sparking unpredictable energy as the magical properties shift rapidly within the core. Finally, fleeting bloom triggers, causing the unstable magic to burst into a radiant flower of pure destruction. By casting fleeting bloom, the compressed energy erupts outward into a brilliant, glowing phenomenon. Sparks blast skyward, solidifying into a colossal tree made of pure electric mana right in the center of the courtyard. The towering blue structure shines brightly over the surrounding walls, radiating an unbelievable amount of magic power. Alan looks up at the massive electric structure, happy to see his complex formula actually worked out. But his satisfaction is cut short when panicked shouting suddenly echoes from across the yard. Voices call out in utter disbelief, baffled by the absurd spectacle standing right before them. The onlookers gasp in horror, stuttering out whether that spell was actually an ancient origin magic. Alan panics in shock after suddenly spotting Kalia nearby. Meanwhile, the old scholar screams in sheer terror, realizing that using origin magic makes Alan as strong as a 7th circle mage. He stares in total confusion at the mention of origin magic, trying to recall how circle tiers are actually measured in this world. Alan stands there totally bewildered, having no clue that his simple spell experiment ranked anywhere near high-level archmage magic. Inside the reception room of the Palacio family, a red-haired noblewoman sits beside an elderly mage, quietly waiting in the grand hall. The woman reflects on her journey, knowing 2 clear reasons brought her here to meet Count Palacio today. Alan holds a powerful card, capable of delivering a devastating blow against the Zenonia faction. Back then, Lady Zenonia bound nobles in magical chains, controlling them through fear and complete suppression. Alan stood firm against that influence, unleashing his own terrifying magic to break her hold. Confirming Count Palacio's true intentions was essential for her before making any risky alliance moves. Alan had cast an intense magic spell across the estate, sensing the forces that swallowed the Palacio family while shadowy figures observed from above. Back in the present, the old mage sitting next to her trembles violently, soaked in cold sweat. Years ago, this mage was expelled from the Mage Tower for conducting illegal and inhumane experiments. He was a man capable of wiping out an entire battalion alone, remaining arrogant toward everyone around him. Yet now, that once arrogant wizard cowers in sheer terror, completely overwhelmed by the lingering aura of Alan magic. The noblewoman wonders if the magic Alan used earlier could truly have been origin magic. The double doors open as Alan walks in, stepping into the reception room with calm confidence. Our boy keeps his composure completely cool as he looks at his unexpected visitors. Sitting across from him, Lady Zenonia quickly apologizes for arriving unannounced and causing any discourtesy. The red-haired woman perspires nervously, trying to maintain her composure under his intense focus. She carefully gathers her thoughts, preparing her response to clear up any misunderstanding between them. Alan listens patiently as she stammers through her explanation, keeping his full attention on her. He clasps his hands calmly over his knee, watching her every move with quiet focus. Alan narrows his gray eyes, carefully analyzing the mage and noblewoman sitting before him. He realizes that the spell cast earlier had no actual combat function, serving neither for offense nor defense. He lets them know that he saw through their grand magical display right away. The elderly mage gasps in total shock as his bluff gets exposed instantly. Alan internally feels relieved that the tension ended without any real fight breaking out. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the lady claims they were nearby on other business and just wanted to pay respects. Alan's gray eyes remain steady as he evaluates her explanation and looks for her true motive. A subtle smile touches Alan's face as he decides to gracefully accept her polite excuse. The noblewoman stands up and bows respectfully, thanking him for granting her even a brief audience. Alan sits comfortably on the couch, watching her prepare to depart without pushing further. He lowers his head slightly, keeping his thoughts focused on the many tasks waiting for him. Alan informs her that he has pressing work to handle and cannot spare much more time for conversation. She takes in his blunt words, realizing it is time to take her leave. Curtsying deeply in her cream dress, she mentions that hearing his response might lead her to visit the Duke next. Outside the Grand Palacio mansion, the ornate carriage rolls away down the sunlit courtyard path. Leaning against a pillar, Alan discusses the visit with Evan, who wonders why a ruling Western family came searching for them. Alan knows that if word leaks out about him using origin magic, power-hungry vultures will immediately target him. In a dark fantasy world like this, showing too much strength just invites chaos. As Evan walks alongside him through the grand hallway, they consider why Zenonia would ever reach out to Altia, her direct rival in the underworld. The sheer headache of endless political schemes is already starting to drain him before the real trouble even begins. Meanwhile, the ornate carriage rolls smoothly down the sunlit country road, carrying Lady Zenonia away from the estate. Inside, Lady Zenonia sits across from her veteran mage, asking for his honest assessment of the Count. The elderly mage shakes his head with a serious expression, admitting that normal logic simply does not apply here. He explains that origin magic rewrites the very laws of reality itself, a privilege reserved exclusively for absolute archmages. Back when he observed that spell up close, every magical formula he knew was shattered in an instant. The foundational canvas of reality itself was literally being torn to shreds by that terrifying force. A dark, overwhelming entity loomed within that magic, radiating a pressure so immense it chilled him to his core. Shuddering in terror, the old mage gasps for air as memories of that crushing presence wash over him all over again. Laws were collapsing, and space was warping around that orb, yet the spell still manifested with perfect precision. To force a spell into existence, while destroying its own logic, is nothing short of an absolute miracle. Zenonia watches her trusted advisor in utter disbelief, shocked to see a veteran archmage trembling like a frightened child. And what lay buried even deeper behind that magic was far more terrifying. His eyes widen in pure horror as he recalls the abyss staring straight back into his soul. Every protective barrier in his mind shattered under the sheer weight of that presence. An endless ocean of blood-red intent surged through the air, choking out every shred of hope. A massive crimson eye opened within the dark aura, watching his every move with cold malice. Standing at the center of it all was Count Palatio, holding absolute power over life and death itself. Clutching his head in agony, the old mage desperately forces himself to stop thinking before his mind snaps completely. Sweat drips down his face as he catches his breath, terrified of probing any deeper into the Count's true power. He looks up and delivers a final, absolute warning with complete conviction. His advice is simple and chilling. Never oppose Count Palatio or cross him under any circumstances. Lady Zenonia stiffens in realization, finally understanding that trying to outsmart the Count is completely useless. She decides her best course of action is to follow his advice and head straight to Duke Altia. Looking back at the distant estate, she realizes with a chill that she was playing right into his hands from the start, becoming just another pawn on his chessboard. Back inside the serene Palatio mansion, sunlight streams over the peaceful courtyard. Evan steps into the study, carrying urgent news from their intelligence network. Our boy sits calmly at his desk with a feather quill, looking up as his attendant approaches with a sealed report. When Evan reads the report aloud, Alan drops his quill in sheer disbelief, his mind completely blanking out. He panics in his head, wondering if his casual suggestion actually united two underworld giants into a shadow alliance that could collapse the kingdom. A quick memory flashes back to him, telling Lady Zenonia to visit Duke Altia, never imagining she would take his polite brush off so literally. Our guy faceplants onto his desk, praying to whatever gods are listening that this alliance is just a temporary misunderstanding. Taking a closer look at the paper, Alan sweats nervously while Evan waits for his next command. Alan tries to regain his composure while writing at his desk, but sweat drops roll down his face as he processes the terrifying news. He raises a hand to pause Evan, asking if their intelligence network gathered any updates regarding the children he sent away. Holding the report with a heavy sigh, Alan rubs his head, worried sick about whether Xiaoling made it safely to her destination. He imagines the worst-case scenario where poor Xiaoling collapsed somewhere in the wilderness and died, her soul floating away into nothingness. The official intelligence report includes details from a sealed letter sent directly from the distant eastern border. It describes the legendary artifact known as the Sacred Beast Gauntlet, boosting critical hit chance by 20% when equipped. Looking out his window, Alan remembers telling her about a hidden treasure she could use for emergency funds to survive on her own. He knew that distant realm was a ruthless place where absolute strength dictates who rules the world. Far across the continent, the narrative shifts to the harsh sandstorms of the desert nation known as Colony. Deep inside a glowing underground cavern, Xiaoling lets out a long sigh after finishing her grueling journey. Raising her arm high, she cheers in victory now that her dangerous trial is finally over. She flexes her newly equipped golden gauntlet, admiring the razor-sharp claws gleaming with magical force. Laughing to herself, She still can't believe that Alan gave her an heirloom this insanely powerful. Her mind drifts back to the ancient stories her elders used to share when she was just a cub. She realizes the ancient lore she heard as a child was never just folklore or a bedtime fairy tale. Years ago, her tribe gathered around the hearth while the elders spoke reverently of the legendary Golden Mane warriors. Back then, young Xiaoling smiled warmly as her mother gently petted her head during story time. They taught her that the essence of their tribe was a sacred relic passed down through centuries. It belonged to heroic ancestors who led their beastkin warriors with unmatched martial strength. That sacred gauntlet granted its true wielder divine authority and unimaginable combat power over the region. And right where Alan promised, the legendary golden glove had been resting inside the stone altar. Back in the present, Xiaoling shouts with pure excitement as the dormant weapon fully awakens on her arm. A massive surge of golden lightning erupts around her as the gauntlet's power channels straight through her veins. The overwhelming energy proves that every word of her heritage was completely true after all. Fierce winds whip around her body as the golden aura stabilizes into unstoppable fighting power. She remembers the painful days when she was locked up as a dying test subject with zero hope left. Years ago, nobody cared if she survived those horrific experiments inside the dark dungeon. She lay bruised and bleeding on the cold floor until our boy stepped in and saved her life. Because of everything he did for her, she knows what her true purpose must be moving forward. Her expression turns completely serious as an unstoppable drive takes over her entire mind. She vows to use this newfound divine power to repay the immense debt of grace she owes Alan. Flames and lightning burst out violently around her as her true Golden Mane bloodline fully awakens. Our boy did not give her this artifact just so she could become some ordinary gladiator in the arena. She drops into a fierce combat stance while powering up her glowing claws, knowing she was meant for something much grander. Her golden eye flashes with fiery determination as she locks her sights on her true goal. Xiaoling vows to gather her scattered Golden Mane tribe and rebuild everything they lost. Fueled by her newly awakened bloodline crest glowing with intense divine power, her ambition burns brighter than ever. Raising her golden gauntlet high into the night, she thrusts a beam of blinding energy straight toward the heavens. The blinding flash fades, leaving her standing resolute beside the giant rock face under the silent night sky. In her heart, every single action moving forward will be to repay Alan for saving her life. Standing tall on the edge of the plateau, her golden tail sways with absolute confidence. With a wicked smirk, the golden-haired beastkin girl flips through the night sky. She chillingly declares that it is finally time to begin. High above, the moon shines down on the ancient legacy of the Golden Mane beastkin kings. After 500 years of silence, the legendary tribe shall rise again as Xiaoling marches boldly down the canyon path. Alan studies the reports in his hands, sifting through the latest intel brought in by the Information Guild. Evan hands over more details while sharpening his sword, mentioning he completely forgot to share the news back at the training grounds. It turns out Xiaoling has been tearing up the colony under the alias Golden Flash. Hearing that name sparks a faint memory in Alan's mind. Evan carefully inspects the edge of his blade, showing off his dedication while sitting right across from his master. Alan gives his attendant a blank stare and asks why he is slacking off instead of working. Evan instantly panics at the call-out. Evan shouts in frustration after learning they need to head all the way to the Green Magic Tower, completely caught off guard by the sudden travel plans. The journey to the Green Magic Tower will take at least a month, since it is situated way out near Labyrinth City. Evan turns around to rush out and prepare their gear, while Alan simply gives him a quiet nod from the couch. Alan flops backward onto the cushions, dreading a whole month trapped inside a bumping carriage just to reach the item his small mana hole needs. Labyrinth City brings back heavy memories from his gaming days, back when he spent countless late-night hours grinding floors in psychedelia. That massive underground maze stands at the heart of the city, luring in endless adventurers who dream of descending deeper for legendary loot. Even back in the game, no player ever found the bottom, despite using cheats to bypass 150 floors down. Explorers constantly pull ancient relics and enchanted gear out of those depths, risking their lives for absolute power. Mysterious potions and mana crystals flood the market daily, making artifact evaluation a path straight to unimaginable wealth. Alan remembers Rin, a brilliant young appraiser who is about to take her official certification exam very soon. He wonders if the magical magnifying lens he gifted her was too cheap compared to what he gave the others. Far across the continent sits Larthania, the infamous labyrinth city where towering spires light up the night sky. This sprawling metropolis is ruled by no central government or king. It remains a lawless haven strictly built for ruthless mercenaries, fortune hunters, and rogue mages. Hidden deep within a quiet alley in the southern district lies a secret appraisal shop. The small shop goes by the name Maerd, quietly building a reputation among elite clientele. It caters almost exclusively to high nobility and elite top-tier explorers seeking rare evaluations. A wealthy customer grins warmly as he presents a mysterious magical artifact for inspection. Wearing an elegant masquerade mask to hide her identity, Rin carefully examines the strange brass lamp brought before her counter. Her keen eyes immediately reveal its hidden magic, identifying it as a rare relic capable of being imprinted with special abilities. She explains that feeding just a drop of mana into the core will keep its flame burning bright for an entire hour. The customer departs satisfied as the door chime echoes over the custom shop sign hanging out front. Once the room clears, Rin removes her ornate mask with a quiet sigh of relief, taking a brief moment to unwind after work. She glances over toward her workbench, where the special magnifying tool Alan gifted her sits mounted on a stand. Rin gently reaches out and takes hold of the brass device, appreciating the true depth of its craftsmanship. She steps over toward the private backroom window to test its true hidden functions out of public view. This item holds a secret power bestowed directly from the great moon. Moonlight streams down from the high window onto a glowing mechanical eye ring levitating inside, a brilliant aura of blue magic. Rin chuckles softly to herself, thoroughly impressed by the extraordinary capabilities of the tool Alan gifted her. Meanwhile, Alan pauses by a suit of armor in his dark fur coat, already focused on his next target. Rin reviews her written instructions, confused about why her mission to eradicate dark creatures requires her to move to Labyrinth City and work as a magic appraiser. Arriving in Larthania with her luggage, she gazes up at the magnificent spires, wondering how evaluating magical items connects to slaying shadowy beasts. Stepping into a hidden chamber, light fills the room as she walks toward an ominous artifact locked behind glowing red magic chains. A magic display details the eye of the stalker, a device designed to rapidly evaluate low-level items to assist appraiser duties. The chained golden eye hums with crimson mana, hovering quietly above its stone pedestal inside the binding array. Rin senses that this relic is fundamentally different from standard Imperial equipment, hiding a far deeper mechanism within its frame. Reaching out with her mana, green light radiates from her hand as the magical chains shatter into floating particles around the orb. She realizes the core energy signature of this artifact does not exist anywhere in the records of the Library of Eternity. A golden shock wave bursts outward as the protective outer shell unspools, exposing the intricate mechanical eye hovering inside. Glowing numerals materializing in the light display a progress counter, showing 0 out of 500 required sacrifice charges. With its seals shattered, the brilliant star ring eye floats untethered, completely unlocked and ready to process incoming energy. Rin gazes in awe as brilliant blue magic gathers around the floating device, feeling the immense power hovering over her hand. Channeling power through the brass scope gifted by Alan, a golden beam strikes the eye ring, filling its count up to 248. Checking the device, Rin notes she still needs 252 more sacrifices before the artifact reaches full awakening. A subtle smile touches her lips as the true strategy behind the instructions from her master becomes crystal clear. Even though the grinding process sounds tedious, she is grateful that the gift from Alan speeds up the requirements so dramatically. Her objective requires accurately appraising incoming items, while tagging high-tier relics to serve as imprints for her master. Cradling the relic close, Rin smiles proudly, knowing her innate gift, the Library of Eternity, makes her the only person capable of this task. Her gaze turns fiercely determined, reminding herself that every single step brings her closer to wiping out the Black Wolf. 3 weeks pass quickly as an ornate noble carriage arrives outside the magnificent spires of the Blue Magic Tower. Inside the archives, Vice Tower Master Fenia Crayson clutches stacks of scrolls while glaring at her sudden visitors with visible irritation. Fenia bluntly demands they state their business quickly since she is swamped with work, leaving Alan and Evan standing in silence. Alan drops a sweat icon at her cold reception, realizing getting answers out of this overworked archmage will not be easy. He remembers from game lore that Fenia was an unmatched genius who reached the 8th circle at just 20 years old. Mages in this tower dominate forbidden magic research while holding a complete monopoly over crucial magical commodities. Because of their immense economic power, high-ranking tower mages hold authority rivaling top nobles. Stepping forward, our boy formally introduces himself as Count Palatio, expecting his rank to earn a bit of respect. Fenia ignores his title completely, frantically sorting through piles of documents across her desk like a stressed workaholic. Alan recalls her major role in the main story, specifically her brutal battles against ancient winged beasts. Swarms of monstrous gargoyles once threatened the realm, cementing her reputation as a formidable battle mage. These vicious beasts ripped through stone defenses, spreading absolute chaos until Fenia took the battlefield. Her formidable skills make her an indispensable ally that Alan must secure for the battles ahead. Fenia suddenly casts a magic circle directly through her eye, casting a sharp appraisal spell over Alan. Realizing she is scanning him without permission, Alan waves his hands as his structured presentation falls completely off track. A vein pops on her forehead in pure annoyance, completely sick of another noble expecting special treatment. Fenia slams her desk in frustration, yelling at Alan about the endless parade of people showing up with demanding requests every single day. Alan groans internally, feeling totally misunderstood and annoyed that she refuses to give him even a moment to explain his plan. Fenia cuts him off coldly, acknowledging that he needs a massive stunt to turn public opinion now that political rumors are spreading. Her overwhelming mana flares across the hall, warning Alan that he cannot drag his political problems into her domain and cause trouble. As the raw pressure forces Evan and Alan back, our boy realizes that beneath her frantic workaholic exterior, Fenia is sharp and remarkably well-informed. Her aura continues to surge, showing the terrifying strength of an archmage who transcended human boundaries long ago. Evan whispers in horror that her passive mana could easily crush them, while Alan silently admits her intense presence put him right back in line. Despite the crushing pressure, Alan steps forward and stakes his entire house and estate on completely eliminating the troublesome time gate. He looks her straight in the eye, offering to seal the bet with a binding oath in exchange for just a few minutes of her time. Fenia glares at him in dead silence, weighing his absurd proposal against his total lack of fear. Standing outside the trial chamber, Fenia warns him that his entire fortune belongs to her the moment he fails, but Alan stays completely calm. Walking inside, Fenia secretly wonders whether Alan is actually a brilliant strategist or just an incompetent lord who got lucky. After observing his casual tone, she concludes he must be an overconfident amateur marching straight to his own defeat. In normal circumstances, time gates dissolve on their own after 3 months, vanishing after spitting out a rare artifact. However, the anomaly inside the Blue Magic Tower was different, raging uncontrollably for more than 2 full years without stopping. Entering the ruined chamber, Alan and Fenia stand before a massive spatial rift torn open in the floor, radiating volatile magic. Fenia gestures toward the exit, telling him he can turn back and walk out right now if he realizes he cannot handle it. She watches him closely, fully expecting him to panic and back down the moment he feels the sheer violence of the rift. When Alan casually steps toward the anomaly, Fenia starts shouting at him to stop acting brave and leave before he gets hurt. Ignoring her warning, Alan calmly reaches his bare hand out toward the pulsing spatial tier. Fenia freezes in shock, unable to believe he intends to seal a spatial rift using his bare hand instead of a staff. In a panic, she activates her eye appraisal spell to scan his body and uncover what kind of magic he is channeling. Her appraisal pierces through his outer aura, but her breath hitches as the spell uncovers something horrifying hidden inside him. Beneath Alan's calm exterior, a surge of dark crimson energy violently uncoils within his soul. Deep within the dark magic, a malevolent red eye opens, glaring directly back through her appraisal magic. A giant demonic entity looms over Alan, filling the entire room with an ancient and overwhelming power. The terrifying aura shatters Phenia's composure as she realizes the true nature of the energy resting inside him. Staring into the glowing eye of an ancient entity bound to his spirit, her mind recoils from pure terror. Phenia stands completely paralyzed, finally understanding that the young noble in front of her harbors a power beyond human comprehension. Ancient magic circles spin into alignment as a mysterious force sees directly through the core essence of the spell. Complex clockwork gears and arcane runes slowly unlock, revealing a truth far simpler than anyone could have imagined. Sudden shock cuts through the mind, warning that forbidden knowledge must be stopped before it can fully take root. The blue-haired mage gasps in terror, struggling to suppress the overwhelming realization flooding her thoughts. She desperately tries to block her own mind, knowing that comprehending this reality is far too dangerous. Deep within her consciousness, a massive crimson eye snaps open, oozing pure demonic intent. Giant glowing red fingers reach down from the dark void, radiating intense aura. The terrifying red entity looms over her fragile mind, threatening to crush her if she dares step out of line. Overwhelmed by sheer pressure, she trembles uncontrollably and clutches her robes in fear. Standing before Alan's looming shadow in her mind, the immense demand forces her to yield, and she tearfully surrenders. The terrifying demonic eye glare intensifies, sealing its dominance over her broken resolve. A dark, sinister smile spreads across the void as the mental domain begins to fade away. Sweat drips down her face, while her eye, glowing with magic circles, twitches in utter panic. The complex magical array slowly dissolves into glowing light particles as the grand ritual finishes. Back in the stone chamber, Alan Palacio stands calmly with his back turned, while the blue-haired mage stands behind him trembling. Holding the small dark seal in his hand, Alan quietly announces that the gate is finally closed, causing her to flinch. Our boy calmly inspects the artifact in his grip, totally unaware of the sheer horror he just inflicted on her mind. She covers her mouth in terror, hiding her panicked face as she stands before him like a helpless captive. Stuttering frantically, she swears on her life that she will never reveal a single word of what happened to anyone. Alan blinks in confusion, wondering to himself if his simple attempt at bluffing completely failed. The moment Alan takes a single step forward, she jumps back in horror and screams that she will remain absolutely silent. Desperate to save herself, she begs him to believe that she can keep a secret. Wondering why she is acting so strange, Alan decides to ignore it and calls out to his attendant, Evan, to head back home. A sweat drop forms on his face as he glances back at her strange behavior. He lets out a quiet sigh, trying to wrap his head around the situation. She chases after him, holding out a wooden box filled with glowing blue mana recovery potions, begging him to accept them. Alan inspects one bottle in awe, realizing it is a handcrafted top-grade mana potion made by the Vice Tower Lord herself. Holding the glowing potion, he calculates that just 2 bottles are worth a small fortune in the lower ranks. As she mutters frantically behind him, Alan wrongly assumes she is just deeply grateful to him for closing the gate. Panicking completely, she offers to swear a binding mana oath, while Alan and Evan watch her in utter disbelief. Our boy sweat drops as he stares at her wildly spinning eyes. He realizes she must be vastly misunderstanding the entire situation, but before he can stop her, she initiates the spell. Heavy magical chains erupt from a massive glowing circle on the floor, whipping through the room to lock the oath in place. Blue chains swirl around both of them in midair, binding their souls together in an unbreakable contract of secrecy. Bound in glowing chains, Alan can only sigh and go along with her ridiculous misunderstanding as she twirls in relief. As their carriage pulls away from the spire, Evan wonders out loud if the bracelet Alan secured was truly the treasure from inside the gate. Sitting opposite his loyal attendant, Alan inspects the mysterious band on his wrist, eager to test its true magical capabilities. He carefully adjusts the artifact known as the Seal of the Unholy One, relieved that he managed to retrieve it without drawing unwanted attention. Alan knows the gems embedded inside can absorb and store ambient mana directly from the air around him, fixing his biggest weakness. The storage capacity is modest, but it provides more than enough extra power to fill his limited mana core whenever he needs it. Still, our boy sighs, slightly embarrassed that his own natural mana reserves are smaller than a basic support item. He quickly shakes off the self-doubt, reminding himself that his priority is research and survival, not picking fights on the front lines. Satisfied with his plan, Alan nods quietly to himself while Evan observes his master in silent curiosity. But something about their earlier encounter still sits awkwardly in the back of his mind. Outside, the blue-haired girl bows repeatedly in extreme respect, urging them to have a safe trip, which Alan finds completely bizarre. She even flashes a cheerful thumbs up, leaving our protagonist staring back in total bewilderment at her sudden change in attitude. He cannot help but wonder if she is secretly mocking him after that intense magic-binding ritual. Resting his chin on his hand, Alan tries to make sense of her over-the-top reaction. Years ago, he remembered seeing that exact same look of total terror on Kalia's face during their past encounter. Both she and her elder companion had looked at him like he was a monster, leaving an uncomfortable knot in his stomach. Back in the present, the blue-haired girl maintains her strained, nervous smile until the carriage rolls completely out of view. Shrugging it off, Alan decides not to overthink it, figuring everything turned out fine in the end anyway. Taking in the gorgeous weather, Alan relaxes inside his carriage as they ride smoothly along the scenic path. Everything feels surprisingly calm and peaceful for once. Meanwhile, high in the mountains at Duke Altia's grand estate, an entirely different conversation is taking place. Inside a luxurious salon, the brown-haired host welcomes her visitor, offering tea while wishing her guest a comfortable stay. Lady Zenonia smiles smoothly over her teacup, noting with amusement that her host has not changed one bit. Both noblewomen appreciate how easily they can speak without getting wrapped up in rigid social rank and formal titles. Their thoughts drift back to Count Palacio's stern command, remembering the strict expectations placed upon them during their past meetings. Flashback memories recall how the two ladies had once walked together through the palace grounds late at night, bound by secret orders. Back then, an unexpected turn of events had left both noblewomen visibly shaken, realizing the dangerous plot unfolding around them. Whatever their personal feelings were, their alliance had been forged solely under the powerful command of Count Palacio. Count Palacio had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, using his formidable influence to align the great noble houses. Because of his master plan, House Zenonia and House Acciana had formed an official pact, growing closer as strategic allies. Returning to the present, Lady Zenonia slides an official letter across the tea table for her host to examine. Altia picks up the document, her eyes narrowing in concern as she reads through the unexpected message. The letter contains precise details regarding secret ore shipments and tactical trade agreements between their faction territories. Zenonia explains the delicate nature of the request, stressing that they must handle this matter with utmost discretion. Listening intently, Altia carefully calculates the political risks involved before making her response. Zenonia admits with a wry smile that discussing these sensitive details head-on is indeed their safest move. They review the complex web of rival factions, carefully weighing where key lords like Baron Kenia and Duke Faldian stand ahead of the coming royal council. Altia realizes that Alan despises both the noble faction and the royal faction equally, leaving him on a dangerous path of his own. A dark thought flashes through her mind, questioning if his ultimate goal is to simply wipe out every power-hungry noble in the kingdom. Forcing herself to calm down, Altia takes a deep breath and insists they analyze his actions using pure logic instead of fear. They deduce that our protagonist plans to dismantle the current aristocracy entirely and establish completely new ruling order. The sheer magnitude of his hidden ambition leaves her breaking into a nervous, cold sweat. Everything suddenly clicks as she realizes why Alan built up her reputation and handed her such immense political backing. Zenonia smirks wryly, confirming they are finally seeing the true depth of our guy's grand masterpiece. With their newfound understanding settled, Zenonia leans forward and asks if they should outline their next move. Meanwhile, at the Blue Magic Tower, high-ranking scholars receive wild reports claiming Count Alan Palacio somehow resembles the magical gate itself. High above in her cluttered office, the Blue Tower Lord slumps over her desk in utter exhaustion while her subordinate confirms the absurd news. Pouting in sheer irritation, she can barely cope with her mountain of paperwork, let alone weird rumors surrounding Alan. Far across the territory, our boy suddenly breaks into an aggressive coughing fit out of nowhere. Sitting by a crackling campfire, His attendant Evan asks if he's okay, but Alan quickly blames a stubborn roasted sweet potato for choking him. Evan hands over his water skin to help him out, though he stubbornly claims the snack was totally worth the trouble. Staring into the warm evening sky, Alan sighs, eager to head back home while mentally calculating when Yusha's latest report should reach him. Over in a tranquil sacred city, heavy cathedral bells chime softly through the calm twilight air. Inside the luminous holy sanctuary, a hooded maiden strolls past sacred goddess statues and gardens of white lilies. Hidden beneath her pure religious vestments, a sly, knowing grin creeps across her face. It is Yusha, effortlessly playing the part of a sweet, holy nun while concealing her terrifying power as the sin of wrath. Selim Micardo finally returns to the blue magic tower, calling out cheerfully for his star disciple Pinia. Tower Master Selim opens the door and looks around, searching for his favorite disciple Pinia. He finds Pinia slumped over her desk, looking completely drained and unnaturally polite instead of short-tempered. Selim remembers that Pinia became Vice Tower Master at a remarkably young age, thanks to her monstrous magical talent. Her sky-high pride made her constantly reduce rookie mages to tears, yet Selim never corrected her arrogant behavior. He figured that once she reached the 7th circle, she would realize her limits and naturally learn humility on her own. Wondering if she collapsed from overwork, Selim asks if his long trip to the north left her overwhelmed. Instead of answering, Pinia just stares ahead with a hollow look, completely crushed by whatever recently happened to her. She reveals the unbelievable news that Count Alan Palacio managed to close the time gate entirely. When Selim asks how, Pinia nods, bound by an oath to remain silent. Seeing his notoriously proud disciple so thoroughly humbled by Alan leaves the Tower Master totally stunned by her complete transformation. Selim even tests the waters by patting her head, amazed she does not swat him away. She quietly sits there taking it, traumatized by the impossible magic she witnessed Alan cast. The Tower Master smirks thoughtfully, growing intensely curious about Count Alan Palacio's unbelievable power. A sudden explosion rocks the courtyard as heavy stone debris crashes down, covering the ruined testing grounds in thick dust. Alan exhales deeply, dispersing the residual magic floating around his hand after casting. Ever since gaining the mark of the corrupted, Alan has been aggressively researching magical phrases. His detailed notes outline crucial constraints, like avoiding repetitive terms and limiting active conditions to 4 at once. Experimenting further, he writes down a newly discovered rule about preparing specific setup phrases in advance. His attendant Evan walks up to him just as Alan finishes up his intense training session. Evan remarks on how Alan's magic seems to get exponentially stronger every single time. He points out that Alan's current output is on a completely different level than before. Looking at the giant crater smashed into the earth, Alan realizes second circle gravity shouldn't do this. While Evan praises his genius, Alan quietly ponders what could be causing this sudden surge in output. In the past, increasing spell efficiency required days of tedious practice, like sculpting clay. True mastery usually required constant fine-tuning, until a flash of real understanding finally lit up. Power was only supposed to grow gradually through constant refinement, never jumping wildly overnight. Evan interrupts his thoughts by handing over an official letter that just arrived for him. Opening the letter, Alan keeps wondering what could possibly be driving his sudden power spike. He considers if an Eastern curse ritual is at play, where receiving damage grants compensatory power. But he immediately rules that option out, since nobody around him comes from the Eastern region. That leaves divine power, which typically scales directly with the amount of faith one receives. Alan wonders whether prayers from devoted followers could be fueling his magic behind the scenes. Then he remembers his actual status as a minor count completely ignored by the underworld. Realizing a backwater noble wouldn't have worshippers, Alan admits it makes zero sense. Alan decides to put the mystery aside for now and focus on enjoying his walk. Meanwhile, in the holy kingdom of Rosario, the capital city of Rional sits under the moonlight. At the East Prayer House, Holy Nightloke walks into the courtyard toward a priestess standing by the sacred moon arch. Sir Loke quietly approaches Priestess Yusha as she finishes her evening prayers under the glowing moonlit night sky. Under the glowing full moon, Priestess Yusha turns toward Sir Loke with a subtle smile and warmly asks how he has been doing. As Sir Loke stands before the priestess, He gathers his thoughts and prepares to offer his formal report. Despite any lingering doubts in his mind, the knight reminds himself that maintaining proper respect before entering the sanctuary is absolute. Bowing deeply, Lok reports that his rescue mission succeeded, saving 8 children and 25 lives. He explains that all the survivors were safely brought back from small villages in both the east and west. Sister Yusha offers a peaceful nod, praising the holy knight for performing such a compassionate and noble deed. High above, the grand statue of goddess Shirnia watches silently over the holy capital. Looking away solemnly, Sir Lok lets his mind drift back to the long years he spent in complete obscurity. For 20 painful years, he lived in utter despair, unable to spark divine power and ready to abandon everything. Back then, he spent his days bruised and broken on the training grounds, believing he was completely talentless. That was until Sister Yusha gave him bizarre advice, telling him to put his faith in the moon instead. Under the glowing crescent moon, she guided the hopeless knight toward an unconventional source of divine devotion. Desperate for any sign of progress, Lok was willing to embrace anything to break his endless streak of failure. A dark, knowing grin flashed across her face, masking her sinister motives behind a gentle, holy facade. Overwhelmed by desperation, the young knight was fully prepared to accept whatever dangerous path she offered him. After praying to the moon for just a few days, an extraordinary miracle suddenly occurred. Plunging his sword down, an overwhelming explosion of golden holy light burst forth around the training field. Miraculously, he had awakened the ability to channel divine power overnight, defying all his past failures. Although overjoyed by his sudden breakthrough, guilt quickly washed over him for succumbing to temptation. He realized with dread that his prayers had been directed toward the moon instead of goddess Shirnia. A terrifying fear gripped his heart that he had secretly strayed onto the forbidden path of heresy. Yet whenever he wielded holy weapons consecrated to the goddess, they glowed with brilliant light all the same. Because sacred artifacts responded perfectly to his devotion, Lok became convinced his power was genuine divine blessing. Back in the present, Lok directly asks Sister Yusha why she told him to place his faith in the moon. Smiling serenely, Yusha explains that abstract faith takes years to manifest, whereas worshipping something real yields immediate results. She points out that the moon is always visible in the night sky, giving him a physical object to focus his prayers upon. Her red eyes glint with subtle malice as she wraps her deceptive explanation in gentle religious words. She promises him that this sacred connection to the moon will stay by his side for eternity. Turning toward the massive window, the priestess dramatically spreads her arms toward the radiant night sky. Completely swayed by her eloquent logic, the young knight nods in understanding, all his former doubts fully dissolved. Addressing her reverently as sister, Sir Lok lowers his head and bows deeply in total devotion to the priestess. With a subtle smile, Sister Yusha asks if he would like to join her in prayer before the sacred statue. Placing his hand over his heart without hesitation, Sir Lok pledges to repeat the prayer as many times as necessary. A sharp, predatory gleam flashes in Yusha's red eyes as she sees how effortlessly the holy knight took her bait. The cathedral's heavy double doors swing wide open, revealing a vast hall packed with quiet worshippers sitting in pews. Gliding past the wooden benches, the fake priestess strides gracefully down the center aisle toward the front altar. Ascending the altar steps under glowing, stained glass, she positions herself at the head of the entire congregation. Bathed in vibrant purple light, Sister Yusha raises her arm to command the silent crowd to begin their prayers. Bathed in vibrant light beneath the full moon, Sister Yusha clasps her rosary tightly and offers up a sinister prayer to the great moon. Alan sits at his desk reading through his mail, hoping for good news. He sighs in disappointment. The letter is full of ordinary, everyday life updates. Exhausted, he slumps onto his desk as the boring news drags him down. He feels sad that Yusha is the only kid writing back to him lately. In their eyes, he's probably just some stranger who gave them a helping hand. At least he achieved his main goal of saving them from destroying the world. He taps his fingers against the parchment, trying to accept the quiet reality. Sitting back, he tries meditating to clear his mind and find inner peace. He mutters to himself, relieved that at least Yusha still checks in on him. Out of 5 kids he raised, only the eldest actually acknowledges his efforts. Tears fall down one side of his face, while he pretends he's completely fine. Suddenly, Evan bursts into the room, startling Alan right out of his seat. His attendant, Evan, brings in fresh intelligence reports gathered on the missing kids. Evan steps forward to report what the Information Guild discovered about their current activities. Hearing that Raiden somehow became a pirate captain leaves Alan completely lost for words. Evan sits down across from him to explain the wild rumors circulating lately. Reports claim Cialrang has grown absurdly powerful, becoming known as the fierce Baba Yaga. Alan questions how she could possibly surpass the strongest warriors so quickly. The legendary Lion King once joined forces with players as an unstoppable ally to destroy massive sea monsters. The entire military power of the colony is being reshaped by these crazy developments. Alan rubs his chin, asking for updates on what Deus has been doing. Evan reveals that Deus led his holy order into a brutal battle against barbarians. Deus personally executed Kurga of the Snowfield, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Standing atop the frozen peak, Deus planted his flag over the fallen chief. The brutal victory sent shockwaves across the entire northern snowy region. Evan explains that Kurga was the head of a terrifying barbarian clan. Evan points out that these wild barbarians transform into terrifying beasts through forbidden ancient rituals. Alan recalls fighting those same beastly barbarians and their god in his previous life. He wipes sweat from his forehead, glad he doesn't have to face them. Evan pivots to the next report, while Alan sits back in his chair. Our boy takes a breath, feeling relieved that things are mostly going well. Evan mentions Rin opened up her own appraisal shop and is doing great. His expression turns dead serious as his mind circles back to the wildest report. He locks his fingers together, asking Evan to clarify if Raiden really became a pirate. Evan confirms the pirate news, pointing toward the lawless waters off the distant coast. Raiden had somehow conquered the largest island chain, claiming the mantle of Supreme Pirate Captain. Hearing the wild update, Alan panics and screams out in total disbelief. He remembers laughing at an old forum post about raising a pirate, only for it to become reality. Clutching his hair in despair, our boy grieves how his peaceful plans went completely sideways. As a rare sea godkin, Raiden moves through deep water with total freedom. Alan had originally suggested treasure hunting, knowing the ocean floor hid ancient lost relics. It was supposed to be a safe profession focused on gathering gear and tracking down enemies. Evan gives an encouraging clap, while Alan sits slumped over in pure defeat. Our boy still cannot wrap his head around how Raiden beat the reigning island lord. Every pirate captain in these waters is a superhuman powerhouse who rules the high seas. Losing a naval battle was practically unthinkable for commanders of that legendary tier. Alan figures Raiden must have salvaged broken over power relics buried deep under the waves. Back in his past life, he spent countless hours mastering the treasure hunter mini-game. Years ago, he spent late nights glued to his handheld screen, clearing every secret location. Back in reality, Alan buries his face in his hands as the absolute absurdity of the situation hits him. Evan nervously asks if he is doing all right, while Alan groans in defeat, unaware of trouble brewing in the coastal city of Raxus. Beyond those sunny shores lie the lawless waters known as the 7 Paradises of Pirates. Across the sea lies the lawless territory of pirates, dominated by the massive and dangerous First Archipelago. Vast harbor docks stretch out along the vibrant coastal kingdom. The former Captain Alcride was a terrifying warlord protected by immense wealth. His shattered blade now lies abandoned after a challenger dethroned him. The victorious warrior who crushed the legendary captain steps up to take control. A silver-haired pirate steps boldly onto a high stone ledge, aiming to claim his place as the new captain of the islands. He gazes down at his new territory with a quiet look. Sitting high above the coastal city, he scratches his head in deep thought while pondering his uncertain future. He gazes up at the sky, wondering about the mysterious entity known as the Great Moon who helped him in the past. Years ago, he was marked for death as an experiment before unlocking his power. Working under Yusha felt simple, but direct orders from the Great Moon made him pause. Reading the letter under the moonlight, the strange command leaves him deeply confused. Regardless of mysterious orders, he knows his path of revenge must begin soon. Years ago, his people lived in absolute peace, inside a hidden sanctuary, far away from the rest of civilization. But dark, malevolent forces suddenly invaded their sanctuary, tearing their peaceful life apart and dragging everyone into pure despair. Even after surviving the fall of their island home, Brutal enemies tracked them down and ruthlessly slaughtered his entire family. A ruthless pirate leader grabbed young Raiden during the bloody massacre, capturing the helpless child alive. The merciless captors bound him in heavy chains and sold him off. Trapped in this nightmare, the traumatized boy lost all hope as the harsh reality of his tragic fate crushed his spirit. Back in the present, Raiden stands alone atop a grassy cliff, staring down at the glowing coastal city lit up by evening lights. He turns his head, glancing quietly into the distance while processing the strange orders he received under the moonlight. Boisterous sounds suddenly draw his attention toward the water, where a massive ship sails past amidst exploding fireworks, approaching a wall covered in wanted posters. His eyes narrow as he notices the faces of notorious pirate captains pinned in plain sight. Out on the sea, the pirate crew celebrates loudly under glowing lanterns, completely unaware that someone is watching them from the shoreline. The crew pours wine and cheers merrily, reveling in their unearned freedom while enjoying a festive night at sea. Their scarred captain puffs on a cigar and boasts that only chosen pirates receive the heavenly protection of boundless wealth across the 7 archipelagos. Seeing those faces brings everything back, instantly identifying the very bastards who slaughtered his parents years ago. A cold realization hits Raiden as he connects the dots, understanding that his assigned treasure hunt mission aligns directly with his sworn vengeance. He decides to pretend he is merely following orders, using this directive as the perfect cover to pursue his personal vendetta. Raiden seethes silently at the realization that his enemies have somehow obtained massive power after all these years. He scoffs inwardly at their sacred leader, knowing the so-called Heavenly King has been spreading blatant lies to manipulate everyone. True divine strength does not come from stolen riches, but through an ancient ritual using the sacred body of the sea godkin. Through sacred ancient rituals, a worthy follower can awaken the tremendous ocean power granted directly by the sea god Clyde. His people used to gather in sacred circles, kneeling together in deep reverence to offer prayers and perform the holy water ritual. Yet every captain of the 7 archipelagos somehow managed to wield that exact same godlike power. The floating wanted posters drift past like burning memories as the horrific truth finally dawns upon him. While those ruthless pirates celebrated under brilliant fireworks, corrupt hunters were committing an unfathomable atrocity in secret. Dark aura erupts around Raiden as pure, unadulterated fury consumes his entire soul. His glowing eyes pierce through the shadows with horrifying intensity, burning with deadly hatred for the monsters who ruined his life. Those merciless hunters had butchered his parents, severing their holy bodies without a trace of mercy. They split his parents' remains into 7 distinct pieces, distributing them like horrific prizes across the oceans. Blood spills across his dark cloak in his vivid recollection, stealing his resolve for the bloodbath to come. Deep beneath the crashing waves, a terrifying aquatic aura awakens, ready to consume every pirate captain standing in his way. High above the coast, a figure stands quietly on the cliffside, watching a grand ship light up the night sky with fireworks. Dark shadows cover the silver-haired man's face as he glares down, his eyes gleaming with suppressed rage. The grand vessel sails merrily across the water, completely unaware that the moon itself has set up this exact encounter. He steps toward the edge, tightening his fist in frustration. Pure hatred drives him, but he knows striking right now would be reckless. Down on the deck, the passengers party without a care, wielding incredible powers granted directly by the sea god. Their supernatural strength makes them formidable opponents, far beyond what any normal warrior could ever hope to challenge directly. But he has no intention of giving up. He turns his attention to the mysterious treasure hanging around his neck. Lifting the golden pendant into the moonlight, he reflects on why this sacred gift was bestowed upon him in the first place. Every piece of this grand board was set by fate, leaving nothing to mere coincidence. Dangled against the giant glowing moon, the artifact frames the target vessel resting on the calm waves below. He presses the shining relic close to his forehead, focusing every ounce of his willpower into its dormant energy. This artifact was gifted to pave the exact path required for his ultimate vengeance. Opening one cold, sharp eye, he vows to use every tool at his disposal to crush his enemies. Casting his mind back, he remembers the sunny tropical coast where his intense transformation first began. Back then, without hesitation, He stepped right over the edge of a sheer seaside cliff, plunging hundreds of feet through the open air. He hurled himself straight down into the crashing ocean below. The sea swallowed him whole as he dived deeper and deeper into the crystal-clear depths. Deep underwater, the golden necklace began to resonate with the ancient sea currents surrounding him. Swirling currents wrapped around his head as magical energy activated right before his eyes. Thanks to Amrita goggles, another gift from the Great Moon, the murky ocean depths became crystal clear to his sight. The magical lenses instantly pointed out forgotten artifacts buried under the sea floor. Opening the sunken chest, he claimed rare magical jewelry that easily bridged the gap in his physical strength. By the time dusk painted the horizon, he emerged from the ocean waves back onto the shore. Equipping golden power anklets around his ankles, he felt ancient magical force surging through his veins. Returning to the cliff with the treasure in hand, he marvels at how fate brought his enemies straight to his doorstep. The ocean did not just deliver his targets, it armed him with the precise power needed to destroy them. Torrential streams of water magic spiral around his body, answering his command effortlessly. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he clutches his pendant, overwhelmed by the rush of newfound strength. He whispers the name of the realm, ready to make the entire archipelago tremble. Standing proud with his newly acquired treasure, he looks like a man completely transformed by divine favor. A solemn warning echoes in his mind, reminding him never to lose sight of his purpose. He remembers Yusha sitting high on a rooftop at night, softly reminding him that every sacrifice is for the great day. Shaking off the memory, he wonders if that distant promise was all it took to reshape his fate. That unshakable trust settles deep into his heart, burning brighter than ever before. With tears of intense resolve spilling over, a dangerous grin breaks out as he prepares to strike. A brilliant full moon shines against the dark night sky, capping off the ancient oath made for the Great Moon. 3 months quickly pass as the stifling summer heat finally fades away into cool autumn air. Autumn leaves drift down, signaling the arrival of the biennial Asteria grand social gathering across the realm. Grand carriages roll down the dirt road beneath vibrant autumn foliage, transporting noble lords and ladies toward the event. Alan slumps inside his carriage, grumbling about how much he despises forced mandatory social gatherings every 4 years. Multiple noble carriages travel together in a long convoy along the tree-lined dirt road. Evan sits across from him, explaining the travel arrangement while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Alan mentally sighs, realizing nobles travel in large groups purely to ward off potential bandit attacks along the way. By evening, the convoy pulls up to a cozy roadside in where everyone can rest for the night. Inside the bustling tavern, a quiet traveler sits alone at a table, staring silently into space. Alan calmly grips his drink, hoping to enjoy a peaceful evening without any unwanted trouble. 2 arrogant nobles confront Alan at his table, mockingly asking if his family treasury is bankrupt after inheriting his title. They burst into obnoxious laughter, openly mocking him while Alan silently sips his drink without reacting. Alan mentally notes how full of venom these guys are, wishing they would at least talk behind his back instead. Years ago, the Palacio family built a fierce reputation as notorious scoundrels who ruled the Eastern underworld. Back then, the Palacio family dominated the Eastern criminal empire, sitting atop mountains of gold through fear and power. Having taken over, Alan felt satisfied with a comfortable lifestyle and completely washed his hands of criminal business. He enjoys lounging comfortably on his plush bed, knowing he earns plenty without risking his neck in dangerous underground schemes. With the top predator stepping down, hungry scavengers immediately begin circling to snatch up the vacant territory. Desperate bottom feeders now fight aggressively among themselves, trying to seize control of the Eastern underworld vacuum. Savage rival factions push forward into the dark, eager to devour whatever influence remains unclaimed. A juicy piece of fresh meat sits exposed on a plate, tempting every hungry predator in sight. Rumors spread that Alan only inherited his count title through pure luck, making rivals view him as easy prey while he walks ahead. Our young count remains completely unfazed, listening calmly as these fools buy into the false rumors about him. Alan reflects on how his former reputation as a mastermind degraded into being called a lucky brat by everyone. The 2 petty nobles fake sympathy, condescendingly offering help while openly mocking Alan right to his face. Alan rests his chin on his hand, calmly analyzing why these two backwater aristocrats are acting so remarkably cocky. His sharp, gray eyes lock onto them, realizing exactly who these foolish agitators really represent. Alan points his finger in realization, recognizing these fools belong to an association of families his house previously bullied. In the past, the Crailed and Edorn houses were weak pushovers, constantly shoved around by the powerful Palacio family. Now that Palacio appears weak, both men vent years of bottled-up humiliation through angry, exaggerated tantrums. Alan shrugs in annoyance, knowing he was not even the one who bullied their families back in the day. Comparing them to petty internet trolls, our boy sits back just as Evan returns carrying a bowl of grilled corn. Alan decides not to give these pathetic provocateurs another second of his valuable time or energy. Completely ignoring the pair, Alan turns to ask Evan where he was, who casually answers that the kitchen was handing out snacks. Evan presents their evening snack, serving up fresh roasted corn that smells absolutely incredible. The cobs look thoroughly roasted and packed with flavor, making for a great evening treat. Alan and Evan happily dig in, completely tuning out the angry commotion going on nearby. To Alan, the two loud agitators throwing insults look just like trashy rappers dropping a weak diss track. He chuckles that their endless yelling sounds like background music while he enjoys his meal with Evan. Evan happily munches along beside him, casually wishing they had some extra butter for the cob. Outside, peaceful night settles over the inn as the story moves far away to the frozen northern lands. Deep in the north lies an endless frozen realm, swallowed by bitter cold and wild barbarian tribes. Fierce blizzards sweep across snow-covered mountains, cutting off the desolate territory from the outside world. It is a harsh and unforgiving domain, where only the strongest warriors manage to survive. Across a bleak, snowy field, dozens of slain warriors lie frozen in the bitter frost. A heavily wounded barbarian chief groans in agony while struggling to drag his body across the snow. The enraged barbarian chief grits his teeth in pure fury, cursing his dishonorable enemies. As one of the 8 legendary warrior leaders, he refuses to let his pride be trampled. For a warrior tribe that lives for battle, nothing matters more than fighting with pride and dignity. Years of tradition taught them that dying mid-swing on the battlefield is the ultimate honorable end. Falling in fair combat brings eternal glory to a warrior, granting them a place among legends. To these proud barbarians, dying honorably in true combat is the highest form of glory. Dark ink like blood splatters across the frozen snow, painting a tragic scene of dishonorable defeat. The chief remembers falling right into a coward trap after an enemy knight falsely offered a duel. A cheap backstab pierced his chest, inflicting a fatal blow through pure cowardice and treachery. Collapsing onto the freezing ground, the chief coughs up blood as his remaining life fades away. Shattered blades and severed limbs lie scattered across the bloody snow, beside faint strands of purple all raw. Bleeding out, the dying chief laments that he cannot die peacefully after suffering such a shameful defeat. Tears of anger mix with blood as he stares blindly into the cold, dark sky above. Snowflakes quietly drift down from the dark void above, slowly burying his broken body in frost. Surrounded by his fallen clan members, the barbarian chief lies completely motionless on the ice. In his final moments, an ancient voice resonates within his fading soul, urging him to speak. The mysterious voice instructs him to call upon the great name his entire tribe once worshipped. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of blue light blazes to life inside his empty eye socket. With his very last breath, he calls out the ancient name of Ultultus into the darkness. Snowflakes sweep softly across the dark night sky as silence covers the frozen tundra. The chief lies buried under the snowfall, looking like just another corpse on the battlefield. Suddenly, his frozen fingers twitch and claw fiercely into the hard ice beneath him. A surge of electric power erupts as the chief forces his massive body back onto his feet. Desperate for aid, the chief bows low in the snow to call upon an ancient entity. In response, a mysterious glowing figure with long blue hair materializes before him. Blue magic erupts in a violent shock wave, shattering the quiet frozen night as the ancient power unleashes its full force across the snow. From deep within the blinding aura, a chilling grin parts through the shadow, revealing gleaming white teeth as raw godlike energy surges. Swirling darkness wraps around the towering entity as blue spiritual light floods the entire tundra, signaling the awakening of something truly terrifying. As the grand procession of carriages journeys down the autumn road, an uncomfortable tension hangs heavy among the traveling nobles. Arrogant aristocrats mock Alan Palacio for his simple meal, but our boy stays unfazed and continues eating without giving them a second glance. Alan knows better than to feed the trolls, treating their childish insults like basic gamer etiquette and completely tuning out their background noise. Down at the nearby river, Evan wades into the clear water with a net and scoops up a massive fresh fish for supper. Night falls over the camp, and the order is given for everyone to settle down and rest until morning. While Alan and Evan happily roast their fresh catch over a cozy campfire, the petty nobles fume in utter frustration after being totally ignored. Unable to stomach the insult, the arrogant noble whispers back and forth with his companion, plotting their next move in the shadows. Alan munches happily on his hot meal, while Evan offers to take down the loudmouths, as the snobbish nobles continue grumbling in the dark. Deep in the forest, the conspirators decide to execute their secret plan immediately and make their move into the underworld. They celebrate among themselves, thrilled that they no longer have to tiptoe around the Palacio family and can finally break free. Visions of unfathomable riches and influence drive their greed, desperate to seize the power hidden within the underworld realm. The two scheming aristocrats share a sinister grin, completely blinded by the massive wealth they expect to gain. The two scheming aristocrats share a sinister laugh together. They are completely confident in their plan to teach the young lord a harsh lesson about reality. Suddenly, their arrogant laughter dies out as both men freeze, hearing strange rustling noises echoing from the surrounding tree line. Nearby, an armed guard leaps to his feet in shock and draws his steel sword as chaos erupts around the camp. A terrified scream echoes through the dark woods, warning everyone that terrifying monsters have ambushed the perimeter. Red eyes gleam through the gloom as monstrous shapes emerge, forcing the desperate guards to shout for their mage to illuminate the area. The camp mage steps forward, raising his enchanted wand toward the sky to cast a luminous illumination spell. A brilliant sphere of light rockets straight up into the pitch-black night sky, casting bright radiance over the forest canopy. The magical orb detonates overhead, instantly banishing the darkness and exposing the hidden threat waiting in the trees. Giant, crystal-encrusted creatures step out from the shadows, wielding massive iron blades with glowing red eyes. The guards stare in disbelief, trying to convince themselves these monstrous brutes are nothing more than ordinary goblins. But as the light spreads wider across the clearing, a far grimmer reality reveals itself. Countless pairs of glowing red eyes light up throughout the dark foliage, stretching as far as the eye can see. An endless tide of massive crystal goblins stampedes forward, ready to crush everything in their path with overwhelming numbers. Before anyone can react, the watchmen on the outer perimeter are cut down instantly, leaving blood splattered across the dirt. The surviving knights tremble in pure terror as the colossal blue mutant steps directly over the fallen bodies of their comrades. Panic spreads like wildfire among the men as word reaches them that every single scout outside has already been slaughtered. Sweating profusely, the guards back away in horror, completely unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before them. Nobody in the unit has ever encountered goblins of this terrifying scale or ferocity before. Purple mana surges around the lead crystal mutant, as its hulking frame radiates pure destructive intent. The hulking beast charges forward with staggering speed, creating a massive pressure wave that shakes the earth. The altered physical builds and heavy armor plating confirm that these creatures have undergone a horrific, unprecedented mutation. Seeing the monsters infused with potent magical energy, the squad leader realizes their standard combat tactics are completely useless. A single monstrous strike smashes into the ground, unleashing raw physical power far beyond anything human warriors could ever hope to withstand. The mutated beast leaps straight from the darkness, swinging its spiked club down with terrifying speed. An entire pack of mutated crystal monsters charges down the slope, their red eyes gleaming with violent intent as they close the distance in seconds. The horde leaps directly toward the defensive line. With crystals protruding from their bodies, these mutated beasts radiate immense pressure as they attempt to overrun the guard squad. Right before the impact, a massive stone wall erupts from the earth, completely cutting off the monster's charge and absorbing the shock wave. The charging creatures crash violently into the magic barrier, unable to break through. Confused by the sudden defense, the beastly pack stumbles back in confusion. High above the battlefield, a massive sphere of purple mana condenses into the air. The soldiers look up in total shock, realizing someone is casting high-tier magic. The blue-haired mage stammers in disbelief, recognizing that someone stacked third-tier rock wall and a second-tier shield simultaneously. Our boy steps up quietly, focusing his energy as he casts enhancement magic over the entire unit to dramatically boost their battle capabilities. The surrounding guards gasp as raw magical strength suddenly surges through their bodies, taking them completely by surprise. Alan clenches his fist, compressing the massive swirling mana in the sky down to a dense, unstable point. Heavy gravitational pressure crashes down on the field, pinning the mutated goblins to the earth before they can even react. The swirling purple orb gathers the monster horde right into its center, vacuuming the creatures off the ground and trapping them in a swirling vortex of mana. The ground splinters and cracks underneath the sheer weight of the magical force, hovering just above them. Shield Knights stand completely frozen behind our protagonist, watching in utter awe as he single-handedly controls the entire battle. High above the dark tree line, the compressed mana sphere pulses like a mini-sun, holding dozens of mutated monsters helplessly in place. Alan stands tall against the darkness. With a quick clench of his fist, the jeweled bracelet on his wrist glows with intense elemental energy. Deep inside the core of the sphere, the dark crystal energy begins to crack under the overwhelming pressure. Fissures shoot across the outer barrier as the internal mana reaches its critical threshold. Raising his open hand, our boy channels the final wave of magic needed to trigger the collapse. Brilliant light bursts from his palm, signaling the ultimate release of compressed force. The magic bracelet flashes brightly, and the giant sphere detonates with catastrophic force. The explosion vaporizes the trapped monsters in an instant, sending shockwaves ripping across the valley. As the smoke clears, Alan lowers his arm while the cowardly nobles gawk in total silence. The knights slowly lower their shields, unable to comprehend the divine display of power they just witnessed. Before anyone can recover from the shock, Alan orders the troops to snap out of it and prepare for combat. He glares back at the squad, reminding them that the battle is far from over while remaining enemies still stand. The surviving goblins rush forward in desperation, but this time the knights brace themselves with complete confidence. Thanks to Alan's buffs, the soldiers slash through the remaining monsters with ease, turning what was once a slaughter into a total victory. Our boy continues guiding the battle from behind, flicking his wrist to cast precise support spells whenever needed. Magical blasts scatter the front line, allowing Evan to dart forward and deliver a lethal sword slash that cleaves straight through the final line of beasts. Sunlight breaks through the dark clouds above, marking the end of the violent struggle. A knight drives his spear straight into the chest of the last standing crystal monster, bringing it down for good. The heavy body crashes onto the dirt as peace finally returns to the forest. The battlefield falls completely silent under the morning sun, strewn with the defeated remains of the mutant horde. Hiding behind the trees, the cowardly nobles finally peek out, utterly stunned that everyone actually survived the ambush. A collective sigh of relief echoes across the clearing as the threat finally passes. Catching their breath, the exhausted knights look at each other with triumphant smiles, amazed that they pulled off an impossible victory. The surrounding knights stare at Alan from behind, wondering who on earth this mysterious young man could possibly be. Nobody can wrap their minds around how a supposed nobody managed to single-handedly save them all. But behind that cool posture, Alan is internally freaking out over how close he came to dying. Cold sweat runs down his face as his heart pounds wildly from the sheer terror of the fight. His daily spell limit slightly increased, but running out of mana mid-battle left him completely defenseless. When Evan walks over to check on him, Alan quickly plays it cool and insists he's fine. Evan remains worried, knowing full well how terrifying it was for his master to be rendered helpless. Alan looks down at a dark crystal shard left behind on the bloodstained dirt. Something feels wrong, making him question why a divine descent occurred so early in the storyline. This eerie phenomenon only takes place when an outer god attempts to force its way down. Whenever an outer god influences the realm, the surrounding magic field corrupts everything nearby. Local monsters absorb that violent energy, becoming insanely aggressive and physically enhanced. Walking past the pile of monster corpses, Alan carefully ponders the alarming implications. These beasts were clearly influenced by fringe outer gods interfering ahead of schedule. In the game timeline, these cosmic entities should only appear after the 5 great sins break the world. Seeing shattered crystal relics, this early proves that history is already derailing from its original course. The crystal reveals alarming visions, signaling that destructive forces will soon descend upon this realm. Alan clutches his head in frustration, wondering why this is happening before the children even awaken. With events spiraling out of control, his future knowledge is rapidly becoming unreliable. Red autumn leaves fall quietly from the trees as the calm returns to the forest. Knowing danger is looming, Alan tells Evan they must gather fresh information as soon as they land. He knows that if things keep escalating at this rate, heads are going to roll very soon. Behind them, the terrified nobles are still shivering from the shock of the violent ambush. By the next day, the group finally arrives at the majestic estate of the Rodiger ducal house. The long carriage journey completely wrecks our boy, leaving him nauseous and clutching his stomach. Carriages line up around the grand cathedral as aristocratic guests arrive for the upcoming gathering. Evan ends up having to drag a miserable Alan up the steps, while he just wants a bed. The grand hall is packed with high society nobles, all glittering under massive gold chandeliers. Evan takes in the view, noting how everything is coated in pure gold just to flex wealth. Nearby chatter praises Duke Rodiger, but Alan keeps walking without paying them any mind. Wealthy aristocrats giggle behind their fans and toast with fine wine across the room. Knowing how corrupt high society can be, our boy decides it is best to keep his distance. Before he can slip away, a hesitant voice stammers out from right behind him. 2 sweating noblemen approach Alan with overly desperate smiles, pleading for just a moment of his time. They immediately start offering him the highest quality meat produced from their personal territory. Not stopping there, they offer full shipments of premium food and chests overflowing with gold coins. Alan crosses his arms with a cold stare, wondering why these guys are suddenly trying so hard to bribe him. Seeing his terrifying glare, both nobles instantly break into a panic, believing they just triggered a life-threatening emergency. Their minds spiral into sheer regret, wishing they had never dared to cross him. Just a day ago, after clearing out goblins, Alan and Evan had casually walked right past them without a word. Back then, these 2 nobles were already clutching their heads in complete terror after witnessing his strength. Desperate to figure out how strong he really was, they quickly look around for anyone who might know the truth about his magic. So they ambushed Penia, grabbing the blue-haired mage right off the trail to interrogate her about the magic Alan used. They desperately demanded to know what level of magic our boy had unleashed during the fight. When they asked if it was second circle magic, Penia stood there completely baffled by their ignorance. In her head, she knew that spell far surpassed her own capabilities and was way beyond second circle. Hearing that response left the noblemen frozen in place, assuming his power was at least third circle or higher. They realized all those rumors about him becoming a count through simple luck were total lies. The truth hit them like a ton of bricks as their eyes widened in total shock. Alan was intentionally hiding immense power, the kind of strength that needed 0 escorts to wipe out armies. He was secretly a lethal powerhouse, walking around disguised as a weak noble, a ruthless force capable of crushing anyone who stepped out of line without showing a shred of mercy. They believed they had uncovered the dark and cruel reality of the Palacio bloodline. Now shivering in fear, they knew their attempted bribes were their absolute last resort to stay alive. They cry out desperate apologies, blaming their past disrespect on a terrible dream and pure foolishness. Right in the middle of the crowded party, both nobles drop straight to the floor and bow intensely. Tears and snot pour down their faces as they beg for mercy, while Alan and Evan stare in utter confusion. Our boy ponders where they even came up with this crazy idea, briefly considering if he should eliminate them. Evan prepares to throw hands to clear them out, but Alan stops him, knowing a commotion will only cause more headaches. Since he lacks real magic anyway, Alan decides to play along, secretly smirking while letting them stay terrified. The noblemen remain pinned to the floor, shivering uncontrollably on their hands and knees. Tears keep streaming as they grip their hands together, convinced their lives are completely over. They scream out in absolute terror, utterly convinced that the deadly count is about to wipe them out right on the spot. Meanwhile, over at the banquet table, a mouth-watering spread of fresh pastries and egg tarts sits untouched. Alan decides to wander over to grab a snack, while keeping his ears open for any noble gossip. He picks up a warm egg tart, playing it cool while scanning the crowd. Off near a pillar, two shady aristocrats are huddled together whispering in secret. Using a subtle pulse of mana, our boy enchants his hearing to tune straight into their private conversation. The men begin gossiping about a political alliance between Duke Altia and Count Zenonia. They whisper about how those two powerful houses are coming together to form a massive new faction. Alan brushes it off at first, knowing those two families despise each other, so their temporary pact won't last long. He takes a crisp bite out of his egg tart, enjoying the food more than the political drama. The delicious pastry catches him off guard, but the whispering nobles drop another bomb. They claim that someone else is secretly controlling this political faction from behind the scenes. Our boy, munching peacefully on his snack, hardly expects what they say next. The aristocrats drop a name that sends a bolt of shock straight through him. They lean in close, revealing that the mystery leader guiding the faction is Count Palacio himself. The tart squishes into pieces as Alan accidentally crushes it in his hand. His brain completely short-circuits as he clutches his chest in absolute disbelief. He cannot believe the absurd nonsense he just overheard floating around the room. Sweat drips down his face as he looks back at the gossipers, wondering how such a wild rumor even started. Years ago, he had only met Duke Altia once when she was just a young girl. And as for House Zenonia, he had only ever crossed paths with the daughter a couple times. The current Count Zenonia has literally never met him in person even once. Alan facepalms, realizing the party is filled with baseless rumors and trash-tier gossip. He clutches his head in frustration, wondering why everyone keeps bothering him today. A flamboyant noble named Carmine struts up, introducing himself as the third son of Duke Camalin. Alan glances over with a deadpan gaze, remembering foreign nobles were invited to this grand gathering too. Carmine flashes a condescending smirk, openly mocking Alan for becoming a count through pure luck. Unfazed by the petty insult, our guy deadpans that even twisted donuts can talk these days. Carmine shrieks in outrage, but a stern veteran noble steps right up to defend Alan. The Asteria noble glares down Carmine, asking if he dares to disrespect a lord of their kingdom. Carmine panics instantly, stammering apologies as he realizes picking on this count was a huge mistake. In Carmine's own narcissistic mind, he sees himself as a gorgeous and romantic gentleman. He traveled from a faraway kingdom, intending to take the youngest daughter of House Rodiger as his wife. In his fantasy, he imagines offering her sweet tarts and effortlessly winning her heart. Carmine smirks conceitedly, convinced that no woman could ever resist his perfection. Carmine strolls through the banquet hall with a young lady on his arm, turning his head to judge the other noblewomen chatting nearby. He whispers rude criticisms, mocking one noblewoman for her weight and another for her nose, before insincerely praising his companion for her beauty. Trying to play the charming suitor, he flashes a cheesy smile and strikes a romantic pose, completely oblivious to her growing irritation. She wipes her face in utter disgust and tells him to rethink their marriage, turning on her heel to leave him completely dumbfounded. As she storms away, Carmine calls out her name in absolute disbelief, watching his golden opportunity vanish right in front of his eyes. Falling to his knees, he reaches out in sheer panic as his arranged engagement gets canceled right then and there. Fuming with rage, Carmine stomps down the hallway, cursing his bad luck for traveling all this way for nothing. His angry rant comes to a sudden halt when he spots our boy Alan casually enjoying a pastry nearby. Meanwhile, Alan stays completely unbothered, calmly enjoying a delicious egg tart during the party. He has no idea people are quietly whispering about his lack of connections. A malicious smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to make Alan pay for his miserable mood. Instead, the tables turn instantly as three powerful leaders of the kingdom step up to surround Carmine, leaving him utterly petrified. Watching the cowardly noble cringe under their gazes, Alan compares the scene to three giant birds mercilessly pecking a tiny chick. Marquis Mardanio glares down at Carmine, demanding to know if his foreign kingdom thinks it can look down on the Asteria kingdom. Count Palin steps forward alongside Duke Rodiger and Marquis Mardanio, presenting a united front from all three political factions. Sweating bullets, Carmine stammers out apologies, insisting he meant no offense as Duke Rodiger stares him down without a hint of mercy. Count Palin maintains a calm smile while asking why he dared speak so disrespectfully to another noble, causing Carmine to bow in humiliation. Marquis Mardanio leans in close with a terrifying glare, pointing out that his condescending attitude is the real problem here. Our guy Alan watches in utter disbelief, wondering how deeply hated Carmine must be for these three powerful lords to defend a stranger like him. The heavy pressure radiating from the three veterans feels so intense that Alan imagines them as harsh military drill sergeants scolding a helpless recruit. In his mental image, Carmine quivers in a push-up position on the floor as the commanders bark orders at him without mercy. The rude noble bursts into tears and bolts out of the room like his life depends on it. Immediately, the three lords rush over to check if Alan is all right. Alan tries to make sense of their sudden overprotectiveness, realizing that rumors about his family entering politics must be driving their actions. He rubs his neck nervously, knowing that if people believe House Palacio is backing certain factions, things will get incredibly chaotic very fast. Duke Roediger gives him a warm smile, offering understanding for his busy schedule while trying to stay on his good side. Marquis Mardanio strokes his mustache and casually offers Alan a high-grade magic artifact that can store mana as a personal gift. Not wanting to be outdone, Count Palin joins in, revealing that he has prepared a special gift for Count Palacio as well. Though Alan planned to clear up the misunderstanding, free magic artifacts and mana potions prove far too tempting to pass up. Later that night, moonlight washes over a grand estate where secret political moves are quietly taking place behind closed doors. Inside the quiet estate, the mustached noble proudly reports to Duchess Altia that Alan has accepted their valuable gift without suspecting a thing. In noble society, presenting rare artifacts to a faction leader is a major power move. It signals absolute loyalty and seals a dangerous political alliance. A veiled lady sitting across from him speaks softly, pleased to hear that their offering was received so smoothly. She adjusts her lace veil with an elegant smile, her quiet confidence showing just how carefully this scheme was planned. Marquis Mardanio chuckles politely, giving full credit for the clever political strategy to Duchess Altia. She graciously dismisses his praise, keeping her focus entirely on their grand political ambitions. Her bright blue eye gleams from beneath her dark veil, declaring that their shared ambition can now finally move forward together. Word spreads quickly through the noble halls, and someone notes that our boy Alan has recently been deeply focused on researching magic. A mysterious veiled noblewoman smiles in the dark, pleased that her conspirator shares the exact same goal. Across the table, a mustached noble admits it is a great honor, confirming that everyone readily accepted the plan. He carefully considers Duke Altia making a personal move, quietly placing key pawns across the political board. To secure the necessary support, heavy bribes are tipped on the scales, forcing everyone through a strict rite of passage. Rumors spread through the capital like wildfire, as hidden forces move behind the scenes. Every single piece is falling right into place, shifting the whole political landscape. Knowing he must seize this golden opportunity, the noble watches as the veiled woman declares their moment has finally arrived. Her green eyes gleam with malice beneath her dark veil as she prepares to make her move. By the fourth day of the royal banquet, the grand palace remains bustling with noble guests. Dressed in high fashion, aristocrats gather across the opulent hall, completely unaware of the looming schemes. Holding a gift, Alan Palacio watches the crowd, realizing they only treat him well because of fake rumors linking him to powerful factions. Our boy smirks mischievously, deciding to pocket all their lavish gifts and make a quick getaway before anyone notices. Out of nowhere, a hand heavy on his shoulder catches him red-handed, sending a sharp panic right through him. It turns out to be his attendant, Evan, returning from his errand, letting out a calm greeting while Alan catches his breath. They retreat back into a quiet room to discuss their next move away from prying eyes. Evan delivers shocking news, revealing that an outer god has officially descended in the Northern Territory. Alan sits up in shock, unable to believe the situation has taken such a dangerous turn so quickly. Grabbing his head in frustration, Alan asks his attendant for the rest of the intelligence report he requested. Looking thoughtful, our boy decides they will make a detour to Caliban on their way north to handle matters directly. Carefully reviewing the gathered reports, Alan prepares for the long journey ahead. Evan turns to him, surprised that his master is actually planning to journey all the way up to the northern front. Alan reassures him, promising to explain the rest of the details while they are on the road. Outside the quiet estate, preparations begin for their sudden journey into dangerous territory. Alan grabs his head in utter frustration, agonizing over how his peaceful life is falling apart before his eyes. He really hoped things would never get this complicated. Calamitous beings like the five great sins and outer gods threaten to tear the world apart. Among these terrors stands a terrifying winged entity possessing a single massive eye that watches over the land. Its dark aura radiates overwhelming power, corrupting everything in its immediate path. Nobody can ever predict which outer god will descend, or when a divine descent will occur. Even monstrous beasts like stone gargoyles awaken as chaos spreads across the region. He tried gathering information and moving as quickly as possible, yet events are still spinning out of control. Alan covers his face in sheer despair, utterly overwhelmed by the realization that events are spiraling out of control, despite all his frantic efforts to gather intelligence and stay ahead. Having played the game through hundreds of different possibilities, he already knows how this scenario inevitably unfolds. Slumped in his chair, our protagonist knows the terrible ending for the Allied kingdoms naturally paints itself. Like a mirror breaking into pieces, the Allied kingdoms are destined to crumble and collapse in flames. Infighting and foolish wars will drag every faction into ruin, leaving the entire land poisoned by demonic power. Shattered realities twist around him as the realm stands on the brink of total collapse. As the terrifying vision shatters into pieces, Alan snaps back to reality and refuses to give up. He quickly devises a countermeasure to stop the disaster, though carrying it out won't be easy. Fortunately, a newly descended outer god needs several months to stabilize before fully awakening its divine power. While trapped inside its cocoon during this period, the entity cannot exert its true strength, giving Alan a crucial window to strike before it awakens. Alan knows he cannot guarantee success with his plan, but he has to try regardless. Sitting down at his desk, our protagonist carefully drafts a confidential letter using his feather quill. He presses a dark purple wax stamp onto the envelope, securing the confidential letter tight so no one else can uncover his next strategic move. Finishing his preparation, Alan wonders what kind of gift would appeal to the young hero. Holding the sealed letter by the grand window, our guy quietly contemplates his next move. Elsewhere, a soldier rushes across the courtyard under a pink sunset sky to deliver an urgent message. The commander accepts the document, scanning through the sudden report with a focused, serious glare. He stares down at the paper, silently digesting the unexpected orders sent his way. His silver-haired knight confirms the instructions, standing firm and ready before his leader. Without hesitation, the commander orders their upcoming schedule in the north delayed by 2 full weeks. Meanwhile, in a peaceful countryside town, quiet cobblestone streets stretch beneath bright blue skies. Alan arrives in the village, only to be greeted by an overly enthusiastic blue-haired kid. This hyperactive youngster happens to be the main playable hero from the original game story. The energetic kid waves merrily with a bright smile, completely oblivious to his legendary future. Looking at the boy standing before him, Alan admits to himself that a true protagonist always unmistakably looks the part. He double-checks the boy's appearance against his memories, amazed at how perfectly it matches the game illustration. Laughing off the sudden encounter, the young hero chirps that he was simply excited to meet someone new. Our guy studies the boy quietly, knowing that no matter how much this world differs from the game, this naive kid is still destined to eventually grow into an extraordinarily famous and powerful warrior. Alan remarks on his cheerful personality, while secretly thinking how bizarre it feels facing his former player character. Without missing a beat, Alan hands over a heavy, bulging pouch filled to the brim with gold coins. Before the bewildered kid can even process the money, he casually calls Evan forward to bring out more gifts. Evan drops to one knee and presents a sleek chest stocked with high-grade potions and magical elixirs. While the boy stands completely shocked, Evan starts rapidly unloading stack after stack of luxury gift boxes. Alan dramatically declares that every single bit of loot now belongs to him, piling gifts sky-high. Staring in utter bewilderment, the swirly-eyed kid looks at the colossal treasure in disbelief. He nervously asks why on earth total stranger is suddenly showering him with unimaginable riches. Grabbing him by the shoulders, Alan urges the boy to level up fast so he can slay outer gods for him later. Mission accomplished, He turns on his heel and starts walking away without looking back at the shocked young hero. As Alan and Evan casually stroll off, he smugly assumes he just made the ultimate first impression. Alan turns back to introduce himself as Count Palacio, declaring that he is the generous patron to remember. With his dramatic speech done, Alan steps into his luxury carriage while Evan holds the door for him. The young boy waves enthusiastically and shouts back, promising to remember the name of his incredible benefactor forever. Looking through the carriage window, Alan watches the kid jumping joyfully next to his colossal mountain of expensive treasure. Inside the carriage, he scratches his chin, starting to second-guess if his exit was as cool as he thought. Evan sits opposite him and asks if leaving so suddenly, without having a proper conversation, was actually a smart move. Alan sweats silently, placing all his faith in the overwhelming power of pay to win tactics to win over the kid. Still doubtful, Evan wonders if dumping mountains of gold on a stranger is enough to build a connection. He reassures himself that the boy is the true hero, glowing with talent despite his simple clothes. A sudden uncomfortable thought strikes him right in the middle of his smug internal monologue about the future. Horror washes over Alan as he suddenly realizes this kid was way too cheerful and hyper compared to the gentle hero from the game. Alan feels trapped by fate itself, knowing how dangerous it is to alter the protagonist's destined path. Panicking over the butterfly effect he created, Alan realizes showering the kid with wealth might have broken the original plot entirely. A sudden chill runs down Alan's spine as he frantically questions whether the hero was ever truly kind-hearted to begin with. Alan lays out his plans to his loyal bodyguard wearing an eye patch. The scarred warrior crosses his arms, looking completely puzzled by his master's weird request. Alan sweats bullets as an intimidating shadow looms over his mind. He panics inside, desperately praying the girl from the orphanage will actually agree to meet him. The fancy carriage rolls down a peaceful autumn road surrounded by golden trees. Alan can only offer a casual reply while hoping his risky plan works out. 10 days later, they arrive at Kurdum, the grand capital city of Caliban surrounded by soaring snow-capped mountains. A long procession of ornate carriages lines up outside the entrance as guards monitor everyone entering the capital city. Inside one carriage, a deep sigh echoes as someone complains about feeling completely exhausted from the trip. Evan sits surrounded by packed bags, crossing his arms and grumbling about how grueling long journeys can be. Alan slumps back against the plush seat, looking totally drained after traveling non-stop across the lands. He holds up a glowing red pendant, reflecting on their constant movement to prepare for war against outer gods. Treasure chests fill the back of the carriage, packed with valuable gifts meant to please Deus upon arrival. Outside, the carriage halts near the main gate, while guards finish inspecting the wagon ahead of them. Evan steps out to handle official entry papers, while Alan waves him off lazily from inside. Alan stretches out on the bench, relieved that traffic seems to be moving smoothly for once. Evan sticks his head back inside, nervously reporting that a sudden problem has come up outside. A group of heavily armed guards blocks the road, forcing Alan's carriage to pull over to the side. Alan steps out alongside Evan, facing an arrogant knight who demands to know if he is Count Palacio. Our boy looks back with complete indifference, unbothered by the aggressive posture of the soldier standing before him. Smirking arrogantly, the lead knight boasts that he is the direct disciple of Fiola, the fourth sword. He flashes a smug grin, expecting the name of his famous master to instantly terrify Alan's group. Alan deadpans that he has never heard of Fiola, asking why this guy brought an entire squad along. Armed men surround the path as the leader claims a mutual acquaintance sent him to collect a debt. Our boy quickly puts the clues together, suspecting that this petty setup is connected to Carmine. That arrogant smirk tells Alan everything he needs to know. It turns out this guy is actually carrying out a cowardly hit requested by Carmine back at the academy. Back at the academy, Carmine threw a hysterical fit, demanding that extreme measures be taken to destroy his rival. A past memory reveals Carmine screaming through a magic orb, begging his ally to cripple Alan on sight. The greedy knight had agreed, eager to secure rare abyssal bodies in exchange for doing Carmine's dirty work. Carmine offered valuable resources to entice him, knowing the corrupt warrior craved power above all else. The mercenary knight greedily accepted the deal, thrilled by the chance to earn rare rewards for an easy hit. Blades unsheathe as the squad surrounds the area, completely locking Evan and Alan inside an armed ring. Evan draws his sword to protect his master, while Alan stands calmly beside him without a trace of fear. The leader points his blade forward, mockingly offering to show leniency if Alan surrenders all his valuables. Alan stares at the sword without flinching, casually letting the fool finish his arrogant speech. The corrupt warrior grins wickedly, convinced he faces no risks involved in crushing a backwater noble. He views Alan as an isolated target from a weak territory, with zero local political backing in Caliban. Alan's eyes darken with disgust as he mutters that trash always seems to stick together. Sparks of intense magical aura suddenly begin crackling rapidly around our protagonist's clenched fist. The knight swings his sword in a brutal arc, relying on his master's influence to cover up the crime. Our protagonist stands firm, ready to unleash devastating power and pulverize the arrogant attacker in an instant. Out of nowhere, a dark-clawed hand forcefully grabs the corrupt knight right by the throat, snapping his head backward in complete shock. He chokes out a gasp as his feet are lifted off the ground, completely losing his grip and letting his longsword fall to the dirt below. Sweating in sheer terror, the foolish leader stammers out a gasp, utterly bewildered by who could possibly possess such absurd speed and strength. Towering over him is an intimidating warrior clad in pitch-black armor, holding the rogue captain effortlessly in midair like a helpless doll. The rogue knight groans in agony as the dark warrior's grip tightens around his neck without a single hint of mercy. Meanwhile, Alan Palacio stands back casually beside Evan, watching the whole beatdown unfold without needing to lift a single finger himself. The corrupt captain grimaces in painful humiliation, unable to break free from the dark warrior's overwhelming physical strength. The Dark Knight glares furiously at the foolish attacker, his voice dripping with venom as he snaps at the scum before him. He lifts the captain high into the air, declaring in a booming voice that nobody is allowed to lay a single finger on his benefactor. Surrounding soldiers stand paralyzed in terror, watching their arrogant leader dangle uselessly as the entire surrounding forest falls dead silent. High above the tree line, the peaceful surroundings stand in stark contrast to the sudden violence erupting on the path below. The terrified leader realizes too late who he was dealing with, questioning if this young noble is truly Count Palacio. Without warning, the dark warrior slams the rogue captain face first into the dirt with devastating force, shattering the ground beneath him. He stomps his boot directly onto the foolish man's head, pinning him to the ground while the miserable attacker shrieks in agony. Reaching down, the Dark Knight forcefully grabs a handful of the rogue's hair and yanks his head back to stare him down. Looking down with icy purple eyes, the dark warrior exudes an aura of sheer death that paralyzes everyone present. The captain desperately sputters out that he cannot be treated like trash, but his pathetic protest is instantly cut short. The dark warrior stomps down hard, his voice terrifyingly calm as he orders the foolish attacker to listen carefully. His deadly aura suffocates the entire area, making it clear that a single wrong word will end the captain's life on the spot. He glares down with lethal intent, letting his silent, terrifying rage do all the talking. He gives a chilling warning to the remaining soldiers, stating that if even a single one of them dares to move, they are dead. The surrounding knights flinch in absolute panic, frozen in place, and far too terrified to even draw their weapons. The dark warrior ominously promises that whatever happens next to their captured leader will be far beyond their worst nightmares. Leaving their fate to imagination, he draws back his armored fist to deliver truly merciless pummeling. He unleashes a brutal strike straight into the leader's chest, sending the helpless man flying backward with bone-crushing power. The rogue captain slams viciously into a massive tree trunk, coughing up blood as the sheer impact shatters the wood behind him. Watching the relentless beatdown, Alan Palacio instantly recognizes the dark warrior as Deus, a legendary knight of this era. Deus' cold words echo out, telling the battered leader to be grateful that current circumstances prevent him from outright slaughtering him. Surging forward wrapped in crackling dark lightning, Deus continues his terrifying assault while the battered captain trembles in sheer agony. He lands another heavy blow that craters the ground, completely shattering what little resolve the rogue captain had left. The corrupt leader lies bruised and drooling, his swollen face barely recognizable after taking such an absolute beatdown. Deus pummels him repeatedly with a barrage of lightning-fast hits, making sure the arrogant fool learns his lesson. Our boy steps forward casually, complimenting the Dark Knight on how well he knows how to deliver a beatdown. Turning around with a dramatic flair, Deus gazes at Alan with deep respect, still completely devoted to his benefactor. Alan rubs his neck awkwardly, realizing that despite all these years, Deus still holds immense gratitude for what happened in their past. Alan feels like a proud father watching his kid grow up, getting teary-eyed as sweet memories of raising him flash through his mind. While Alan chuckles fondly to himself, Deus is still actively brutalizing the rogue captain in the background without missing a single beat. Deus wipes the blood off his knuckles, looking like an absolute masterpiece of righteous violence. Alan truly believes his former ward has matured into an exceptionally upright and well-mannered young gentleman. Evan leans in to tap Alan on the shoulder, silently asking if he is seriously going to ignore the beatdown happening right beside them. Deus lands another devastating strike that sends the captain crashing into the dirt while screaming in sheer agony. The rogue captain lies completely broken and unconscious on the ground after taking that final brutal blow. Walking back toward the group, Deus leaves the battered captain behind while Alan starts questioning if that was a bit excessive. As the Dark Knight strides closer under the open sky, Alan is reminded once again of the intense aura Deus carries with him. Deus looms over our boy, his dark purple armor radiating a quiet intensity that makes Alan sweat nervously. Suddenly, Deus drops into a deep bend before Alan, leaving Evan and all the surrounding knights completely dumbfounded. Looking up with a soft smile, Deus greets his benefactor, while the watching knights lose their minds over how gentle he suddenly acts. A heavy blade strikes the frozen ground with brutal force, battlefield strewn with fallen barbarians as Delman, captain of the Crimson Flame Knights, stands victorious over the snow. Word spreads that Culkin the Great and his entire clan have been completely wiped out. Delman raises his sword high, shouting his victory into the sky. His knights cheer loudly, celebrating a massive win for their order. The loyal soldiers shout back in unison, fully obeying their captain's command. But beneath Delman's calm face lies a dark, restless envy. He refuses to let a newly appointed Master Knight outshine him. Deep down, he knows both sides always valued honor on the battlefield. Ancient mural records show wars were fought through sacred, respected duels. Delman secretly abandoned that tradition, plotting a dirty ambush against Culkin. A memory reveals Delman jumped the chief when he came out alone, striking him dishonorably. Before dying, Culkin cursed his treachery, but Delman used the momentum to butcher the whole clan. Jealousy toward the new Master Knight drove Delman to cast aside all pride. He breaks out in cold sweat, just remembering his desperation. He had even used deadly poison to guarantee his underhanded win. Delman marches forward with a smug grin, believing his secret is safe forever. Suddenly, his boots freeze mid-step, as an unnatural pressure fills the air. Shock overcomes his face as something terrible catches his attention. Panic spreads through the ranks when they look toward their forward base. The entire camp lies completely destroyed, bodies scattered across crimson snow. The remaining knights freeze in sheer horror at the carnage. Out from the smoke steps a solitary, scarred warrior radiating pure murderous intent. A terrifying voice echoes through the cold snow, calling out Delman's name directly. A suffocating pressure settles over the battlefield, turning the snowy air blood red. The mysterious warrior's single crimson eye gleams through the shadows with murderous rage. He grinds his teeth tightly, barely containing the violent fury raging inside him. Delman draws his flaming sword, sweating as this monster's aura overwhelms him. A dark voice demands why Delman defiled a sacred duel of honor. A brilliant blue aura crackles intensely through his hand, gathering terrifying amount of power in response to the dishonorable act. He stands bathed in overwhelming power, radiating pressure strong enough to terrify any grandmaster. This terror could crush even superhuman master in a single blow. Delman breaks out in a cold sweat as he realizes this terrifying warrior is not Culkin. The warrior roars for an answer as energy explodes around them. The beast lunges as Delman counters with fire, mocking him for trusting honor on a real battlefield. Flames detonate across the battlefield as Delman's counterattack collides with raw physical power. The force of the strike blasts heat and debris in every direction. The ground splits open into a massive canyon from the impact. Standing tall above the wreckage, the warrior acknowledges Delman's strength, admitting he has reached impressive power for a human. But respect does not mean mercy. The savage's red eye gleams with lethal intent as his killer instinct completely overtakes him. Dark Ra suffocates the surrounding air. The knights can barely draw breath under the crushing weight of his murderous pressure. Desperate to survive, the knight commander orders everyone to draw their weapons and attack together, branding the warrior a monster without honor. Raising 2 fingers, he channels terrifying surge of energy through his hands without bothering to draw a weapon. Crimson energy surges as a booming voice proclaims that such wild barbarism deserves nothing less than an honorable death. Before anyone can strike, a knight drops to his knees, clutching his head as agony tears through his soul. Screams of unbearable pain echo across the frozen field as the horrific Ra begins corrupting their bodies from within. Horror spreads through the ranks. Panic sets in as the knights realize they are completely helpless against this supernatural agony. Black corruption veins across their skin. Men roll on the ground, begging their own allies to kill them just to end the excruciating torture. Another soldier collapses into the snow, his body rotting away under the malevolent force dragging him down. Dark malevolent force erupts across the snowfield, ripping through soldiers before they can even draw their blades. Blood sputters through the air as another knight is ripped apart before he can even swing his blade. He drives his fist straight into the earth, unleashing a massive shock wave that shatters the bedrock into a million pieces. Knights and giant boulders are hurled into the air like weightless toys, completely helpless against his monstrous strength. Without pausing for a second, he spins into a devastating axe kick that cuts through the atmosphere like a blade. Explosions of red mist burst in midair as his raw force liquidates anything in its path. Body parts and bloody spray rain down from above in a horrifying spectacle of absolute slaughter. A brutal strike pierces directly through a knight's chest, pinning him into the broken ground below. The fallen soldier gasps for air, his lungs crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of the blow. Dark blood spills from the gaping wound in his armor, where his heart used to beat. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the dying knight can only pray for an end to the madness. His final agonizing thoughts scream out for death to set him free from the burning torment. A terrifying divine voice echoes across the blood-stained field, calling out to every savage warrior gathered in this place. Staring down at his crimson hand, he channels ancient power that connects to the souls of the fallen. This dark domain is forged from the restless spirits of warriors who were robbed of an honorable death in battle. The sky turns blood red as an infinite arena manifests around them, filled with the ghostly specters of fallen combatants. This realm reveals itself as the legendary Bloody Colosseum, a graveyard where true warriors settle their final accounts. Here reigns the supreme deity worshipped by all warriors across the northern lands, the master of battle. Ultalris, the legendary father of duels, has personally descended upon this battlefield to deliver judgment. A terrifying divine visage smiles with violent delight, hungry to test the strength of those who claim to be warriors. He promises to grant them one last gift, an honorable death in sacred combat. Extending his glowing hand, he calls upon the power of his god to wipe his enemies off the face of the earth. Blood drips down his chest as his body surges with divine power, ready to end this battle once and for all. Blood droplets float in the air as soldiers gaze upward in absolute shock. A formal demand for a duel echoes across the blood-stained field. While soldiers carry off their wounded comrades, Deus politely steps forward to personally escort Alan. Seeing the legendary swordless bow leaves the surrounding knights speechless. In this realm, the reputation and pride of Deus, the swordless, remain unmatched. He famously beat up a prince without facing any punishment. This is a man who notoriously slapped a royal prince and refused to bow to anyone except his king, which makes it absolutely mind-blowing to everyone when this arrogant powerhouse bows deeply to a foreign count. Watching such legendary figure treat Alan with total reverence leaves the entire army speechless. Deus proudly ushers Alan toward a ridiculously flashy, sparkling luxury carriage. Evan notices the crowd and offers to follow behind in their own carriage. Arriving at the estate, Alan steps out of the carriage, ready to speak with his host. Alan looks up in complete shock at the giant, cathedral-like mansion towering before him. Walking down the silent halls, Alan finds the heavy silence awkward. Walking down the massive halls, Alan decides it is best to skip small talk and get straight to business. Deus pauses in his tracks, turning his head slightly as Alan decides to skip the small talk entirely. Alan stops in the doorway and speaks up, stating clearly that he came with a direct favor to ask. Deus looks him in the eyes, completely ready to hear him out. Deus turns back with a sharp gaze, surprised by the young man's sudden boldness. Alan keeps his composure completely stoic on the outside, even though he is secretly panicking deep down. Deep down, our boy panics thinking he might seem completely shameless. Deus calmly gestures toward the chairs, offering to continue their serious conversation once they are seated. Our boy lets out a nervous breath as he complies. Over tea, Deus secretly enjoys that Alan treats him like a respected father figure. Sitting across from the master warrior, Alan prepares his pitch. Deus happily agrees to listen to whatever favor he needs. Our boy sweats nervously under the immense pressure, while the purple-haired noble stares at him silently. Deus fixes him with a piercing gaze, patiently waiting for Alan to lay out his demand. A tense calm settles over the room as the noble gives him total silence to speak. Alan knows this next request will be tough to pull off. Gathering every ounce of his resolve, Alan rests his hands together and prepares to drop his bombshell request. He grips his leg tightly, knowing full well that asking for this priceless relic might seem totally shameless. Alan directly asks to borrow a prize from Caliburn's secret treasury. This requested artifact is none other than their greatest national treasure, the legendary Ring of the Mad One. A knight reports to his vice-captain that he has successfully returned from his escort mission. The knight casually mentions Lady Silly, bringing a soft smile to his superior face. The vice-captain orders him to delay their northern schedule by 2 full weeks. He smiles gently, knowing his long-awaited benefactor is arriving very soon. Watching him, the knight is shocked since he has never seen his captain look so warm. Meanwhile, Silly practices her sword swings outside, completely oblivious to what is happening inside. Alan sits inside the estate, remaining perfectly calm while contemplating his next move. Obtaining the Ring of the Mad One from the royal treasury is critical for his upcoming plan. Alan knows asking for such a rare artifact will put him deeply in debt to royalty. He sits across from the vice-captain, trying to negotiate the terms without overstepping. Evan suddenly enters the room, giving Alan a perfect excuse to change the subject. Alan decides to lighten the tense mood, first by offering some well-prepared presents. He gives Evan a subtle signal, asking if he brought all the items along. Evan gives a subtle nod, confirming everything is ready to be presented. A massive pile of luxury gift boxes is suddenly stacked onto the table. Alan offers a trendy shoestring tie, claiming it is currently popular among nobles. He picked it out personally, hoping it will make a great impression. An awkward silence fills the room as the vice-captain stares at the gifts without moving. The vice-captain politely declines opening them now, making Alan's strategy fail completely. Suddenly, the vice-captain grows deadly serious, demanding to know who dared threaten his benefactor. Alan reacts in shock and disbelief at the vice-captain's intense misunderstanding. Both Alan and Evan realize the vice-captain was not joking at all. The vice-captain asks if they should begin their retaliation plan immediately. His terrifyingly stern expression makes it obvious he is ready for war. Alan's sweat drops, realizing the guy took his offhand comment completely literally. Trying to recover, the vice-captain quietly reflects on the situation. Alan realizes the vice-captain is determined to give him the ring regardless. They step out into the grand hallway together to clear their heads. Silly suddenly comes running down the corridor, happily calling out to her brother. Evan immediately steps forward and greets the young girl with a bright smile. The two instantly hit it off, holding hands and dancing around in circles happily. As Silly smiles brightly with Evan, her brother looms behind them with a murderous glare. Alan watches the rising drama, staying completely silent on the side. The vice-captain yanks Silly's back, warning her not to get friendly with strangers. Alan realizes the vice-captain is ridiculously protective over his younger sister. Deus glares with dark aura, warning the attendant to step back from his sister. Evan nervously raises his hands, insisting he was merely trying to say a friendly hello. Everything suddenly clicks for Alan. He realizes Deus is treating him so well simply because he saved Silly, preventing the vice-captain from ever turning into a monster. A smug little smile creeps onto our boy's face as he pats himself on the back for pulling off such a flawless outcome. Silly bounces over to Alan, asking if he is Count Palacio. The unexpected greeting catches our protagonist completely off guard. Sunlight streams through the grand, stained glass windows of the corridor as their conversation continues. The young girl mentions hearing that Alan ordered Evan to save her life, Deus quietly corrects her phrasing, while Alan humbly insists he only did what anyone would do. In truth, Alan knew that losing his sister would have turned Deus into an unstoppable killing machine, so timing their meeting was crucial. Silly gently takes her brother by the hand, her bright smile instantly melting away all his lingering hostility. Seeing his little sister safe and happy brings a rare moment of genuine peace to the vice captain. This warmth between siblings reassures Alan that his intervention truly changed the course of history for the better. Satisfied with how everything unfolded, Alan feels a deep sense of accomplishment washing over him. With the tense moment behind them, Alan ends up accepting an invitation to stay at Deus' mansion for a short while. Just one day later, Deus presents the requested ring in a velvet box. Alan nearly chokes on his tea, shocked at how fast he delivered. As Alan marvels at the ring, the heavy doors burst open. Evan rushes into the room completely out of breath. Catching his composure, the attendant steps forward to deliver an urgent report that could not wait another second. Whispering directly into Alan's ear, Evan reveals the wild secret behind how Deus retrieved the ring so quickly. It turns out Deus marched straight up to the second prince and slapped him repeatedly for nitpicking before taking the ring by force. Hearing about such brazen violence against royalty leaves Alan speechlessly staring into space. Soon after, the story moves forward as Alan joins the Solar Eclipse Knights on a grueling northern expedition through freezing snow. Grim news begins pouring in rapidly from the forward outpost, stationed along Caliburn's northern border. Reports confirm that casualties are piling up at an alarming rate on the front lines. Even elite commanders are taking brutal injuries in the ongoing chaos. A terrifying enemy presence looms over the snowy battlefields, overwhelming the human forces. Panic spreads through the snowy encampment as officers argue over ordering an immediate full retreat. Inside the command tent, a noble officer slams his hands on the desk, shouting that their troops are heavily wounded and cannot survive another attack without the first sword. Tensions hit a breaking point, while the command staff wrestles with their grim options. Deus sits quietly at the head of the map table, listening in silence as the debate rages around him. Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliburn and captain of the Preservation Order, steps up to take charge of the meeting. Stepping out into the biting cold camp, Fiola walks side by side with Deus to assess the situation directly. The situation is desperate, with the third sword Delman already dead at the eastern base. Meanwhile, the fourth sword Kiriana lies severely wounded after a brutal clash at the western outpost. Fiola turns to Deus with sweat on his brow, worried about what lies ahead for their remaining forces. A strange red glow begins to permeate the surrounding atmosphere. This eerie manifestation is visible only to warriors who have opened their eyes to high-level mana perception. What unfolds before them is a chilling landscape of raw mana, signaling an overwhelming storm on the horizon. The captain notices smoke drifting through the freezing camp air and stops in his tracks, wondering what could possibly be burning. Instead of an enemy attack, a pile of sweet potatoes is casually roasting over red-hot embers. Deus is left completely speechless as Alan happily roasts sweet potatoes in the middle of a desperate military crisis, leaving everyone wondering where he even got them. His brain short-circuits trying to comprehend how anyone could be this relaxed, while everyone else is panicking. Meanwhile, Penia yells at the worried soldiers, reminding them that her medical duties are finished, and she is only here to investigate the barbarian ritual. Stomping away with her arms full of supplies, Penia angrily shouts over her shoulder that the soldiers just need to watch over the wounded commander now. Spotting the captain standing nearby, Penia calls out to get his attention, but her eyes suddenly lock onto something right behind him. Her face pales and sweat drips down her cheek as an overwhelming wave of mana catches her completely off guard. Our boy sits brooding with a sinister dark aura surging around him, lost in deep thought while everyone around him panics. Alan Palacio calls out to Penia, noting that the rumors of her presence were true. She gasps in surprise, nearly dropping her scrolls beside her dark-armored ally. Penia trembles nervously, clutching her roasted meat while trying to pull herself together under his gaze. She stammers that the medicine Alan requested is currently out of stock and takes way too long to brew given her packed schedule. Alan turns away with a sigh, assuming he pushed too far. Penia instantly panics, her face pale with shock. She frantically backtracks, waving her hands and declaring that a single gold coin is more than enough payment. Hearing her drop the price so drastically, the two Magic Tower subordinates freeze in complete disbelief. The subordinates scream in horror seeing their terrifying vice commander smiling so submissively to save the deal. They cannot believe she just let herself get scammed out of hundreds of gold coins like she lost her mind. Peenia dashes off at top speed, promising to whip up the concoction immediately and bring it back piping hot. Watching her sprint away to serve him, the two subordinates can only gape in weirded-out respect. They admit to themselves that Alan pulling off a scam this huge is undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Alan happily rotates his roasted meat, satisfied with how easily he negotiated the deal. Suddenly, the dark-armored warrior beside him turns around, sensing a lethal threat fast approaching. Heavy shadows blanket the snowy ground as an ominous presence suffocates the entire area. Red smoke bursts across the snowy field as enemy raiders surge forward, catching everyone in a brutal surprise attack. Chaos erupts as battle cries ring out, blades clashing and blood spraying across the snow in an instant. Enemy blades skewer defending soldiers ruthlessly, leaving them crawling through dark magic and bloody snow. Peenia steps forward, her playful mood vanishing as she prepares her high-level magic. Glacial energy erupts across the battlefield, freezing charging enemies solid into giant, jagged ice pillars. She slams her staff down, detonating frost explosions that obliterate the raiders in a blinding flash. At the same time, the dark-armored warrior leaps into action, swinging his blade in crescent purple arcs. His dark aura cuts clean through enemy armor, cleaving multiple attackers in half mid-stride. He lands heavily, purple energy swirling around his sword as he scans for remaining foes. Peenia activates her detection spell, her glowing eye locking onto the true mastermind behind the raid. She grips her staff tightly, sensing an overwhelming surge of dark power entering the field. Crimson lightning splits the sky as sheer, suffocating pressure descends upon the battlefield. A catastrophic bolt of red lightning detonates against the ground, shattering the earth into pieces. Smoke clears to reveal massive, clawed demonic feet stepping onto the scorched earth. The giant blue-skinned demon warrior roars with laughter, red lightning crackling off his muscular frame as he mocks his prey. A white-robed officer lunges forward with lightning speed, striking straight at the monster. The demon titan catches the incoming sword strike effortlessly, overpowering the officer in a split second. Sweat pours down the officer's face as his blade groans under the titan's massive strength. With one savage swipe of his claws, the demon tears straight through the swordsman, bisecting him completely. The severed body collapses into a pool of dark liquid, completely annihilated before he can even scream. Watching their strongest fighter destroyed instantly, the surviving soldiers scream in total panic. Alan initiates a divine invocation, calling upon Earthaltis, the supreme god of duels. Alan steps forward across the ruined battlefield, looking straight up at the giant blue demon titan. Invoking the ancient oath of Calgunia, Alan formally states his name to fulfill a sacred vow. With unshakable calm, Alan officially requests a duel of Babylon against his monstrous opponent. Earthaltis cracks a sinister, razor-toothed grin at the boy's bold challenge. Dark lightning violently detonates through the blood-red sky as thunderous laughter echoes. The demon lord finds this sudden challenge utterly hilarious as his dark aura flares. Earthaltis declares that while this surprise request was completely unexpected, he finds it deeply entertaining. Flexing his razor claws, the demon eagerly anticipates breaking another foolish challenger. All around them, panic spreads as surrounding soldiers continue getting sliced apart by dark forces. Blood sputters across the burning wasteland as the remaining army gets slaughtered in seconds. Earthaltis welcomes his noble young opponent into his personal execution ground. Violent crimson shockwaves explode outward, instantly isolating the two fighters from the battlefield. A massive ring of swirling blood creates a sealed dueling arena around Alan and Earthaltis. Ancient golden runes flare in the air to enforce the sacred laws of the Grand Pact. Earthaltis brings his clawed hands together, fully preparing to honor the ancient rules. With a brutal sneer, Earthaltis officially accepts the sacred duel of Babylon. A wave of terrifying divine aura crashes down onto Alan, making his entire body shudder. Alan strains to stay standing as the crushing weight of demonic mana presses onto his legs. Dread settles in as our boy realizes he severely miscalculated the situation. Earthaltis is already dramatically closer to full physical manifestation than anyone realized. Sweat pours down Alan's face as he realizes the sheer scale of the threat facing him. He admits to himself that this duel is far more terrifying than he anticipated. Both combatants glare across the Crimson Domain, agreeing to begin the battle immediately. Earthaltus lunges forward like lightning, smashing down a devastating strike right off the bat. The first rule of Babylon activates, granting the challenged party full initiative to attack first. Earthaltus hurls his massive fist straight toward Alan's face with murderous intent. Watching from a distance, horrified onlookers scream for Alan to get back and dodge. Onlookers panic in sheer confusion as Alan stands completely frozen in place, making no move to dodge as the second rule begins to take effect. The second rule reveals that the defender cannot move at all outside of their own turn. Earthaltus roars in excitement, praising his opponent for standing firm like a true warrior. Black and red lightning detonates as the Demon Titan brings his fist smashing straight down onto Alan. The system initiates the third rule governing this divine duel. Each turn consists of one attack and one defense, after which both fighters automatically swap roles. With the demon's lethal blow incoming, Alan readies a yellow potion to prepare his defense phase. Alan channels magic, invoking immobilization and condensation spells to fortify his stance against the incoming assault. Stacking multiple defensive layers at once, his mana surges to deepen the barrier protecting his body. Holding the potion tightly, he prepares to burn through every last drop of magic just to survive. He knows he must pour all his energy into blocking this single hit, no matter the cost. The Demon Titan's colossal crimson fist detonates downward with force that shatters the surrounding space. Red lightning tears through the arena as raw impact shockwaves violently shake the entire battlefield. Pure destructive energy crushes down on Alan, who stands firm right in the center of the surge. Surrounded by roaring energy, Alan holds his ground using his spell ring to withstand the crushing strike. The devastating blow splits the ground wide open, sending massive shockwaves ripping across the platform as debris flies everywhere. A fiery burst consumes the entire ring, blinding everyone watching as heat and dust erupt upward. Smoke slowly clears away, revealing a massive trench sliced deep into the ground from that terrifying impact. On the sidelines, horrified onlookers stare into the rising dust, holding their breath to see what remains. Peenia grips her staff tightly, paralyzed with fear as she wonders if Alan could have possibly survived. Standing beneath the glowing red magic array, our boy remains on his feet, bloodied and battered but still holding his potion. The magical artifact resting on his chest flares up, absorbing the lethal damage that would have destroyed him. Wisps of steam rise off his bruised body as he takes a heavy breath, barely keeping his footing. His bloodied fingers remain tightly clamped around the yellow potion bottle, ready for his next move. In a past memory, Peenia had happily explained that this special Remithian potion could completely soothe even unbearable physical pain. Back in the present, coughing blood, Alan prepares to use the remedy right when he needs it most. Popping the cork off the bottle, golden magic aura immediately swirls around the concentrated liquid. Our boy pours the entire potion directly over his head and chest, letting the magic wash across his wounds. The excruciating agony instantly vanishes, leaving sharp focus in his eyes as steam billows from his face. With his defense phase officially over, the system registers his spell, casting a binding summon. Glowing ribbons of golden divine energy stream across the dark air as the summoning magic takes shape. Alan raises his ringed hand high, taking full control of the duel as his turn to strike begins. Earthaltus steps forward with immense aura, challenging Alan to a sacred grand duel of Babylon. Instead of backing down from a god, our boy willingly accepts the challenge. The blue-skinned demon grins with pure malice, confident that he has the complete upper hand in this match. But requesting sacred duel was actually part of the plan all along. By using a reincarnation pendant to survive lethal damage alongside a potion, he is still fighting. The pendant shatters to absorb the blow, triggering a red magic circle directly beneath him. Barely clinging to life, our protagonist downs his potion while standing in the center of the array. That near-death state activates a special spell known as the Binding Summon. Strands of golden energy swirl around him, binding the rules of the arena together. Alan channels his power directly into the Ring of Radiance, while surrounded by glowing magic. This powerful ring requires its user to be on the very verge of death to trigger. Deep within his mind, Alan initiates the complex spell sequence needed to twist the rules. Alan taps into an ethereal realm, surrounding a mysterious glowing eye to activate his multi-layered magic strategy. This complex spell sequence will finally let him bend the rules. Standing in the ethereal realm, Alan Palacio prepares to execute his multi-layered strategy. Dark mist swirls across the watery floor as the sacred duel rules lock both combatants in place. Bruised and bloodied, Alan confirms that the first major system constraint is now fully active. High above, Earthaltus spreads his arms and revels in the divine power surging through the sky. Under the sacred duel terms, neither fighter is allowed to defend or counter-attack directly. Alan swallows hard, ignoring his injuries while focusing entirely on the spell array. The blue-skinned demon sneers down at him, totally unaware that he has walked into a trap. Breathing out steadily, our guy raises his ringed hand to initiate the next phase. A blood-red eye glares from the darkness, monitoring the flow of magic power across the field. Arcane runes pulse around a central orb, as energy hums wildly throughout the battleground. Alan points 2 fingers upward, drawing lightning straight into his hand as purple sparks ignite. Raw magical force compresses rapidly into a concentrated sphere, hovering above his palm. He targets the energy upward, unleashing the point spell to begin his strike chain. Condensation triggers next, compressing the wild lightning into a dense beam that erupts with terrifying power. Next comes extinction, gathering dark strands of energy to strip away any remaining magical resistance. A divine spear of purple light pierces the air as the third system constraint activates against Earthaltus. Electric sparks dance across the face of Alan Palacio, but his calm gray eyes stay on target. He invokes Silent Front, nullifying all outer noise as the ultimate magic takes shape. Whenever magic is cast against the god of duels, special conditions automatically alter the realm. Cataclysmic lightning bolt smashes down through the atmosphere with deafening force. The shock wave blasts outward, rocking Earthaltus's back as the sheer weight of the attack strikes. Earthaltus realizes too late that Alan Palacio found a loophole to rewrite world rules once again. A divine bolt of compressed lightning obliterates the ground, shaking the entire battlefield with apocalyptic power. Smoke clears to reveal Alan barely standing, completely drained as he pants for air and listens for any sign of life. Alan knows his risky gamble required a complete wipeout in one single strike, or else everything was for nothing. Shockingly, Earthaltus stands tall in the dust with a gaping hole burned straight through his chest, wearing a wicked smile. Instead of staying down, the monstrous blue-skinned demon flashes, terrifying, fanged grin. It turns out this terrifying monster isn't even close to being defeated yet. Horror grips Alan as dark thoughts flood his mind about the terrible cost of pushing system, constraints beyond their limit. Forcing world rules to bend always demands a heavy price, leaving his body completely broken and devoid of energy. He desperately wonders if his final blow was truly enough to end this terrifying entity once and for all. Panic sets in as he realizes his ultimate spell might have failed completely. Alan stares in pure disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to process what just happened. He spent every drop of mana he had, even draining the backup reserves hidden inside his magical bracelet. Earthaltus flashes a monstrous grin, clearly amused by the young man's desperate effort. The ancient entity praises Alan, impressed that a mere mortal could already manipulate the world rules to such degree. Earthaltus emanates an overwhelming aura as the heavy magical pressure shifts the battlefield around them. Instead of attacking, Earthaltus casually sits down on the scorched earth and bursts into satisfied laughter. Alan blinks in total confusion, caught completely off guard by his enemy suddenly giving up the fight. Earthaltus admits he is genuinely curious to see how the clash between ancient powers in this world will play out. Acknowledging his defeat in their duel, the god unclasps a glowing artifact from his own body. He grants Alan his priceless belt, along with all of its immense dark magic powers as a reward. Earthaltus speaks an ancient solemn prayer, addressing Alan as a warrior who remembers the forgotten rites. His massive divine form begins to dissolve into blinding golden light, ascending toward the glowing heavens. Catching the glowing gift in his hand, Alan watches the ground fracture as the outer god fades away. Earthaltus warns him to call upon his true power when the shadowy usurpers finally break free from their chains. Visions of terrifying dark beasts with burning red eyes flash in the shadows, threatening future ruin. The god demands to be summoned not by the humiliating lies pushed by mortal history books. Dark primordial aura surges across the sky as the true nature of his existence reveals itself. With a final proud smile, the ancient entity declares his real title to the exhausted champion. A massive vortex swirls as the god of chaos vanishes entirely, leaving Alan alone on the barren battlefield with the artifact. With the outer god gone, surviving troops work tirelessly in the freezing snow to honor and bury their fallen comrades. They carve stone grave markers across the snowy mountainside before preparing their long journey back home to Caliburn. A luxurious royal carriage makes its way through the snow-covered forest pass. Inside, Peenia cheers excitedly with her hands raised, thrilled to be riding alongside Alan after their victory. Alan sits quietly in thought as he processes the terrifying divine secrets he just learned. Before Alan can even give her permission to leave, Peenia abruptly leaps out of the moving carriage and dashes away laughing. Exhausted beyond belief, our boy facepalms in disbelief at her chaotic energy and sinks back into his seat to rest. Looking down at the seat beside him, Alan notices the mysterious belt radiating a strange magical energy after the demon's demise. System notifications confirm he obtained the Belt of the Forgotten. This high-risk item doubles both damage dealt and damage taken in battle. Turning the leather strap over reveals cryptic inscription. It instructs the heir of this power to journey toward Kahala, the ancient city of gods. The purple-haired commander opens the carriage door to ask if everything is all right. Alan quickly hides his surprise and keeps his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, outside, Peenia suddenly shivers from a random chill. She clutches her arms in confusion, completely unaware of what Alan just uncovered. 2 weeks pass as the long journey concludes in the capital city of Caliburn. Alan arrives at the majestic royal castle to submit his full report. Standing near the royal carriages, Alan meets with the commander to finalize details regarding their campaign rewards and logistics. Our boy grins inwardly, thinking about the massive bounty sent by the king. After going completely broke during the war, this generous reward saves his finances. The commander stares intently at Alan, curious about how a young swordsman managed to accomplish such impossible feats on the battlefield. Standing beneath the clear sky, the commander silently ponders his own growth and wonders if he too can reach greater heights. Both men stand face to face in quiet contemplation as the wind blows through the courtyard. The commander speaks up to ask Alan for guidance. Alan blinks in complete confusion when the commander praises him as the youngest master knight. He wonders where these crazy rumors even started. Even without divine intervention or the revival of the 5 sins, humanity possesses individuals with terrifying potential. Legendary prodigies like Yusha and other gifted youths born across the continent hold innate abilities capable of reshaping the future. Alan already excels far beyond normal standards in swordsmanship, making his path toward supreme strength only a matter of time. When the commander asks how to grow stronger, Alan casually turns to walk away while offering surprisingly warm reply. Raising a hand in farewell, Alan strolls back toward his carriage with total composure, leaving his ally with words of encouragement. The commander freezes on the spot as Alan's words sink in. He never expected such genuine validation from someone so powerful. His eyes widen in complete shock as he digests what Alan just said to him. Alan mentions that treating comrades with care is simply how someone acts toward a member of their own family. Hearing himself referred to as family completely stuns the commander. A heavy silence falls over him as emotion wells up inside his chest. As the carriages begin moving down the stone path, the commander and his loyal knights snap to attention and salute Alan with absolute respect. Inside the carriage, Alan buries his face in his hands, cringing at how cheesy his own words sounded out loud. He groans in sheer embarrassment, wishing he could take back his dramatic speech before anyone else hears about it. Sure, he wanted to stop apocalyptic threats, but spending every last coin came strictly from his burning desire to survive. Later that evening, moonlight bathes the grand castle tower. Surrounded by stacked gift boxes and official documents, the commander sits alone on a velvet sofa, lost in thought. He leans back while rubbing his head, realizing that Alan saved his life and granted him incredible honor once again. Gently touching his head, he recalls every detail of their conversation outside the castle gates. Sitting amidst all the royal rewards, He realizes how much Alan has quietly sacrificed on the silent front lines. He taps his fingers together in deep focus, making up his mind about how to repay this massive debt. Holding his chin in deep thought, a warm smile touches his lips as he reflects on Alan's genuine kindness. The commander repeats Alan's words to himself, deeply touched to be considered a true member of his family. Alan finally returns to his massive estate after a long and exhausting journey. He is completely drained and ready to collapse. He dramatically celebrates being back home, shouting at the top of his lungs about how good it feels to return. Opening his office door to rest, Alan is greeted by a terrifying mountain of paperwork. The accumulated pile of overdue work seems to mockingly welcome him inside. Distaste washes over him as he looks at the horrifying mess and calls it disgusting. Alan instantly slams the door shut, attempting to flee this room right away. He pauses in the hallway, realizing running away from his duties is completely useless. Sighing in defeat, he vows to take an extended vacation as soon as this nightmare ends. Accepting his miserable fate, our boy powers through documents like an overworked employee. To keep himself motivated, he plans a delicious reward of fluffy toast once he finishes. While taking a brief break, a sparkling magic snowflake suddenly glows right at his fingertip. He begins organizing all the lingering mysteries surrounding the ancient forgotten god and its powers. Solving these clues requires unraveling the mysteries Earthaltis left behind. Although he recalls hearing about those ancient ritual gestures, actual details remain extremely scarce. He wonders why Earthaltis bore a forgotten name and how he evaporated away. Most puzzling of all is why an outer god appeared in this world. All these endless unanswered questions leave our tired hero scratching his head in complete confusion. Sitting back on the sofa, he opens his private notebook to review important details. His notes reveal Kahala, a hidden city, gets discovered this year. Something unexpected suddenly breaks his focus while he verifies the exact timing of events. Evan notices the office room suddenly growing freezing cold and nervously asks if magic is acting up again. The chilly atmosphere settles down, proving Alan's magic control research was successful. Hesitating for a moment, Evan tries to figure out how to deliver the latest news. Alan delivers the sudden report that a secret hidden city was just discovered in Colony. Meanwhile, in the group chat, curious members flood the screen asking Deus what it felt like meeting the legendary Great Moon. Deus stays completely quiet at first, sending a tense atmosphere through the whole chat. The catgirl gets hyper-excited, shocked that Deus is actually preparing to give a response. 50 minutes later, Deus is still monologuing, driving everyone in the chat totally insane. He continues rambling with intense zeal, showing zero signs of stopping anytime soon. Drained by his endless story, the catgirl desperately begs Yusha to save them from this torment. Yusha simply smirks at their misery, leaving them completely hopeless against his endless speech. 2 painful hours pass before the group chat finally calms down, leaving everyone thoroughly drained. Back at the estate, Alan notices a commotion coming from inside a side room. Stepping inside, Alan and Evan discover a room completely flooded with luxury gift boxes. Evan inspects the valuable presents in excitement, while our boy, unbothered, grabs a golden drink. Alan inspects the attached mail while holding his new goblet, as Evan stands closely behind. One letter from Baron Firima expresses deep gratitude to Count Palacio for saving the Master Knight during battle. Delighted by the lavish offerings, Alan gleefully decides to store all these unexpected treasures inside a secret vault. A full week passes peacefully at the estate, as word of Alan's heroic deeds continues to spread across the region. Looking over even more rewards, Alan marvels at how much benefit comes from simply knowing a Master Knight. Feeling a surge of filial pride, our boy silently praises Deus for turning out to be such a remarkably useful son. A full month goes by, and the constant flood of tribute boxes leaves Alan completely worn out as Evan keeps delivering more. By the arrival of early summer, the steady stream of expensive presents finally begins to slow down. Today marks the Grand Assembly, drawing high-ranking nobles from every corner of the kingdom into the Grand Royal Hall. Footsteps echo rapidly across the stone courtyard outside, as someone sprints toward the grand entrance at full speed. Panic sets in at the terrifying realization of being late to his very first official noble gathering. Alan, sweating profusely, dashes toward the doors while Evan stays by the carriage, casually waving goodbye. Evan gives a smug side eye as he watches his master scramble ahead alone. Alan rushes up the massive palace stairs, totally unaware that a line of distinguished nobles has fallen in right behind him. Peeking cautiously around the heavy wooden door, Alan braces himself for furious stares. To his absolute bewilderment, Alan finds that the massive assembly hall appears completely empty near the front rows. Knowing royalists sit left and aristocrats sit right, Alan figures the empty center section is for neutrals. He calmly strides down the center walkway and takes a seat in an empty row near the front. Subtle dark shadows fall across the hall as the surrounding lords glare at him with intense, wide-eyed disbelief. Without saying a word, the crowd of nobles silently files in right behind his row, matching his every move. Creepy, unblinking eyes lock onto his position, watching his every tiny movement with sinister intensity. Alan sits frozen under the overwhelming weight of dozens of silent, unblinking glares from the lords seated behind him. The ornate chandelier overhead casts light, doing nothing to break the suffocating silence filling the chamber. Our boy begins to wonder if everyone simply avoided taking the front rows out of sheer intimidation. He glances over to see key faction leaders glowering nearby, questioning why anyone would sit so close to power. At the front podium, the head official prepares to kick off the formal proceedings before the packed room. From the speaker platform, Alan stands out like a sore thumb, isolated front and center while everyone else huddles in rows behind. A sudden murmur catches his ear as someone whispers the word Kalpa, leaving him thoroughly confused. Glancing back over his shoulder, Alan wonders if he is missing some crucial political knowledge that everyone else shares. Two noblewomen sit directly behind him, one wearing a confident smirk while the other smiles with unsettling calm. Alan finds it deeply bizarre that leaders from opposing factions would willingly sit right next to each other. Realizing their terrifying alliance, he breaks into a cold sweat as this sinister new evil faction looms directly behind him. Heavy snow whips across a frozen wilderness as wind howls over cold, jagged cliffs. Frosty stone pillars stand buried under deep drifts of snow across the silent valley. A solitary figure draped in a tattered, dark cloak trudges through the blinding blizzard. Underneath his dark hood, the stranger smirks with cold confidence as icy flakes fall. The ground shatters beneath his boots, while he wonders how far this path will take him. Inside the grand hall, Alan Palacio stands completely frozen while nobles gather around him. He panics internally, wondering how he suddenly ended up as the leader of a massive faction. Alan sighs heavily, trying his best to keep his cool despite the ridiculous situation. The surrounding nobles cheer wildly, celebrating the official creation of the Cal faction. Dancers perform behind him on stage while Alan stares blankly, regretting everything. Duchess Altia and Countess Zenonia smile warmly, convinced their plan executed flawlessly. Alan clutches his forehead, wondering if he somehow has a hidden split personality. He listens in disbelief as Zenonia happily explains her unwavering loyalty to him. Looking around, Alan remembers standing before the two noblewomen to broker a simple deal. Back then, his basic instructions to Zenonia somehow snowballed into creating an entire political faction. A letter reveals that several nobles had originally complained about his distant demeanor. The message continues, explaining how few allies he actually possessed at the start. Now his room sits buried under mountains of expensive gifts sent by eager followers. Alan swears to himself that he never asked anyone to send these crazy bribes. He sits back in frustration, trying to comprehend how his words were so misunderstood. In reality, he wrote those letters plainly because he felt awkward and bad at speaking. Ray reads one of the overly affectionate letters sent back to him and cringes. Alan scratches his neck nervously while trying to handle the two overwhelming ladies. He remembers that in the original game, both Altia and Zenonia were ruthless villains. He reminds himself that characters in this world have truly terrible personalities. When Altia asks about his next move, Alan decides to play along until he can retire. Knowing nothing about politics, he frantically searches his mind for a cool phrase to say. Both noblewomen stare at him with absolute devotion, hanging on his every word. Alan coldly announces he has urgent business and walks off before they can question him. Our boy rushes out of the estate toward his waiting carriage under cover of night. Leaping inside the carriage, he urges his attendant to hurry before anyone follows. Evan peeks into the carriage door, confused by Alan's sudden and panicked departure. Back inside the grand ballroom, A noblewoman elegantly raises a glass of champagne. Altia calmly sips her drink alongside Zenonia, thoroughly impressed by his mysterious exit. Both ladies exchange knowing smiles, completely sold on Alan being a mastermind leader. They eagerly anticipate the next move of the genius who just walked away. They touch their glasses together, eager to watch how Alan's grand plan unfolds from here on out. In their eyes, every single action he takes is part of some brilliant master strategy. Meanwhile, as Alan's carriage speeds down the dark night road, the holy Nightloke silently tracks it from the cliffs. Twirling a magical compass in his hand, Loke calculates his next move while keeping a watchful eye on his target. Attacking directly could get messy once the Royal Master Knights step in to defend the carriage. Besides, his own guild leader gave explicit orders to avoid creating dangerous enemies needlessly. The primary rule of their organization is simple: never provoke overwhelming foes, no matter how huge the reward might be. Holding a golden feather pen, the assassin decides it is time to report back to his employer instead. He secures the token in his hand before slipping away into the shadows of the estate. Deep in the southern kingdom, the assassin leaps quietly through an open window into Duke Komalin's grand mansion. Waiting inside the shadowy chamber is a purple-haired nobleman resting casually in a high-backed armchair. The noble grins, pointing out that the assassin was specifically chosen for this task due to his connection with the Seeker. Twirling his feather pen, the assassin remains completely silent as he waits to hear the terms. This deadly operative belongs to the Agents, an elite assassin guild packed with swordmaster-level killers. Their reputation is built on pure lethality, executing targets with swift and flawless precision. Any obstacles or unwanted intruders caught during a mission are sliced down without a shred of mercy. Impressed by the killer standing before him, the purple-haired noble slowly claps his hands in approval. A malicious grin spreads across his face as he prepares to seal their dark agreement. He guarantees that as long as the payment is right, no target will survive, not even royal blood. Crossing his arms by the window frame, the assassin waits patiently to see what payment is on the table. The client offers 4 priceless magical items to guarantee that this high-profile hit gets done. He presents a dark glowing cube that pulses with an intense and mysterious energy inside his hand. Staring at the shimmering relic, the assassin is visibly stunned by the unbelievable payment being offered. Known as abyss entities, these black market treasures grant extraordinary special powers and command astronomical prices among nobles. Sweat drips down the assassin's face as he realizes the insane value of taking home 4 of these gems. A sinister purple mist swirls through the room as the noble's true grudge begins to flare up. He seethes with hatred, wondering how Alan Palacio could ever expect a peaceful life after looking down on him. Clenching his fist tight, a hysterical sneer breaks out across his face as vengeance consumes him. He vows that there is absolutely no chance he will let his rival escape unscathed. Night settles over the grand estate, while a cool evening breeze rustles the leaves outside. Moving to the main quarters, the assassin delivers his full report to Duke Komalin himself. Hearing the mention of the Seeker, Duke Komalin turns around with a sharp look of shock on his face. As the head of the kingdom nobles and master of the underworld, Duke Komalin's word carries absolute authority. Standing before the terrifying ruler of the underworld, the assassin breaks into a nervous sweat, waiting for his final command. Duke Komalin waves his hand dismissively at the masked assassin, telling him he heard nothing and commanding him to get lost immediately. A sinister smile spreads across the noble face, pleased that his deadly request will be handled in secret. Leaping straight out into the cool evening air, the assassin vanishes quietly into the dark night sky. Back inside the dimly lit hall, a loyal subordinate bows low, acknowledging his master command without hesitation. As an enforcer for the underworld power shutro, he stands ready to carry out whatever dark order comes next. The smug noble chuckles to himself, glad that he will not have to waste his own energy dealing with his rival. Dark energy swirls softly in the background as he decides that the timing for this scheme could not be better. Miles away, a luxurious horse carriage travels quietly down a forest road, while the masked killer drops down from above. Hovering high in the air, the assassin readies a deadly ringed weapon, locking his target onto the moving coach below. Channeling magic through his delicate stylus, the killer prepares to strike, whispering his final cold farewell to Count Palacio. Suddenly, a violent slash of pure magic cuts straight through the sky, tearing through the killer before he can react. Panic strikes the assassin as blood erupts from his chest, his eyes widening in total disbelief at the surprise ambush. A blinding surge of light explodes straight through the forest canopy, obliterating everything in its path with massive force. The masked killer crashes down into the dirt, wheezing in agony as a dark figure looms over his broken body. A young blue-haired attacker steps closer, placing a finger over his lips and gleefully mocking the dying assassin and his futile efforts. Before another sound can escape, a final ruthless strike completely tears through the killer, painting the dark ground in red. Stretching his arms cheerfully, the blue-haired youth skips away, feeling completely unbothered after taking down his dangerous opponent. Leaping effortlessly across the high stone cliffs, he speeds through the moonlight to keep pace with the traveling carriage. Flying through the night sky, the mysterious guardian shadows the coach from above to ensure no other threats approach. His thoughts turn cold as he reflects on the massive mistake the dead assassin made tonight. Snapping the broken artifact, the blue-haired youth smiles slyly, noting that targeting the Count was what truly cost him his life. A grand caravan treks across the scorching desert under the unbearable heat. They push forward through the endless sands on their grueling journey. Trapped inside the sweltering carriage, Alan feels like he is practically melting into a puddle, while his slime companion completely dissolves into goo. Hoping to distract his miserable master, Evan eagerly brings up those mysterious magic circles Alan was practicing back at the family estate. Meanwhile, the long convoy pushes deeper into the unforgiving desert, totally oblivious to the suspicious gazes watching them from surrounding carriages. From inside her luxury vehicle, a red-haired woman quietly peers out the window, keeping a sharp eye on Alan. Sensing her persistent gaze, Alan lets out an annoyed sigh, utterly exhausted from dealing with both the oppressive heat and uninvited scrutiny. This fiery woman is Lion Aggles, a fourth circle mage and daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, who instantly accuses him of peeping. Although Alan calmly denies her accusation, Lion scoffs in disdain, claiming playing dumb is typical behavior for anyone belonging to the Blue Magic Tower. Just as Alan groans wishing for peace, Evan suddenly notices that Lion's carriage is surrounded by floating ice crystals, keeping her comfortably cool. Night falls across the desert camp, but their quiet evening is suddenly shattered when armed assailants strike, driving a sharp chain scythe straight into a guard. Cruel shadowy figures rapidly swarm the campsite, tearing through guards and throwing the entire convoy into absolute chaos. A desperate commander screams at the top of his lungs, frantically trying to rally everyone for a counterattack. Before any defense can be organized, the ruthless bandit leader grabs Lion, pressing a sharp, curved blade against her neck. He sneers menacingly right in her ear, leaving Lion completely helpless and hyperventilating in his tight grip. Onlookers panic in terror, realizing the bandits captured the Tower Master's daughter before she could cast a single spell. The bandit leader gleefully boasts about catching such a high-value hostage, cruelly taunting her as Lion struggles to breathe. Overwhelmed by deep-seated trauma, Lion begins hyperventilating, her vision blurring as suffocating panic takes complete control. Suddenly, the bandit boss freezes in confusion as a bitter, unnatural frost rapidly fills the night air. Stepping forward without hesitation, Alan unleashes his mana, drawing dark frost around his hands to crush the attackers. Lion watches in utter shock, stunned by the immense ice magic manifesting right before her eyes. A massive wave of frost erupts across the battlefield, freezing the ground and catching every bandit completely off guard. As the daughter of a prominent tower master, Lion had always lived under immense social expectations and overwhelming pressure. She endured endless deceit and fake smiles from power-hungry opportunists trying to exploit her prestigious family background. Determined to prove herself, she earned her fourth circle rank through relentless hard work rather than noble privilege. Those traumatic trials left her with a deep-seated hatred for lies and an extreme sensitivity to deception. Observing Alan later, Lion is baffled that his mana output barely matches a weak second circle mage. She harbors deep suspicion, finding it impossible to believe someone with such meager mana defeated a terrifying outer god. Replaying his attack in her mind, she realizes Alan executed complex combination casting using 3 separate elements at once. Combining spells demands linking multiple distinct magic structures simultaneously, while maintaining delicate balance across every single line. Every individual node requires precise focus to keep the entire magic system from collapsing. Executing such an advanced cast with minimal mana requires supreme control and legendary technical skill. Lion gasps in shock as the terrifying reality of Alan's godlike magic skill hits her. The wild bandit boss leaps through the air with dual blades, screaming as he goes for the kill. But Alan casually activates his turn-based skill right before impact. With a single cold command, Alan triggers his freeze ability to stop the lethal strike dead in its tracks. Before the attack can even touch him, the leaping bandit gets completely encased in a giant block of ice. Alan finishes the fight in a single second without breaking a sweat. Alan slaps his hands together and commands demolition, instantly shattering the massive ice block and destroying his foe. Lowering his hands with total composure, Alan watches quietly as sparkling ice shards dissolve into thin air. The surviving thugs stand frozen in absolute horror, traumatized by how effortlessly their leader was obliterated. Screaming in panic, the remaining bandits turn tail and flee into the night while Lion quietly watches. Left completely dumbfounded, Lion sweats in utter disbelief, unable to reconcile such insane power with a low-tier mage. She eagerly offers Alan a mug of fine wine, asking for his opinion on the quality of the vintage. Alan politely accepts the drink, as she insists this treat is nothing compared to him saving her life earlier. While Evan happily devours roasted meat nearby, Alan stares into the distance, analyzing his magical system mechanics. System notifications warn him that extreme cold and near-death conditions heavily suppress his total magic output during battle. Casting spells against divine beings or gods triggers another automatic penalty that slashes his power even further. His thoughts return to fighting Earthultis, where every single spell suffered under harsh system debuffs. Directly confronting, the great god of duels caused his magical abilities to suffer continuous heavy suppression. Reflecting on these combat penalties, Alan adjusts his scarf and resolves to research these spell modifiers in depth. Examining his magical belt, he begins planning how to optimize his spellcasting methods for future conflicts. The red-haired girl approaches Alan, looking unexpectedly hesitant compared to her usual arrogant self. Bowing deeply before Alan, she offers a genuine apology, shocking both him and Evan. Fidgeting shyly, she requests to join their journey, leaving Alan bewildered by her sudden complete personality shift. After Alan welcomes her along, Evan enthusiastically praises his master, while the young noble girl bursts into tearful gratitude. During their travel, Alan teaches her advanced spell sequencing while Evan slumbers peacefully beside them. Eventually, their carriage arrives at the desert colony, a sprawling city surrounding a giant central arena. Stopping in the city square, the girl turns to Alan and thanks him for all his magic instruction. Alan casually notes that since he has no magic tower affiliation, he never received an official invitation. Smiling brightly, she mentions how much she enjoyed their talks and bids him a fond farewell. He raises his hand in farewell as she heads off down the street alongside her companions. Evan catches up and reports that he has secured their luggage and arranged their carriage. Just as Evan asks about their destination, a sudden violent explosion rocks the street. Dust and debris fill the air as injured travelers collapse beside a destroyed wall. Evan drops into a guarded stance right as a high-speed streak of golden energy flashes past. The golden aura impacts the ground with massive force, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. Both Alan and Evan stand firm through the smoke, watching the chaos unfold. A golden-haired cat girl emerges from the dust, standing triumphantly atop a fallen foe. Evan draws his sword to protect Alan, but the cat girl leaps forward and tackles Alan into a hug. Clinging to his neck with a cheerful smile, she calls him Godfather as Alan immediately recognizes Xiaorang. Evan stares in utter confusion, while Xiaorang loudly complains about the city being full of thugs. Energetic and playful, Xiaorang winks happily, entirely unbothered by the trail of destruction behind her. She enthusiastically explains how she was eagerly awaiting his arrival ever since receiving his letter. The surrounding crowd stares in shock, whispering in disbelief as they recognize the famous Golden Flash. They wonder what kind of terrifying figure could tame such a wild, dangerous force of nature. As they stroll down the street, Xiaorang happily locks arms with Alan while Evan follows closely behind them. Looking down at her cheerful face, Alan anxiously wonders if she actually killed all those thugs earlier. The energetic cat girl proudly shows off her massive guild hall, claiming this grand fortress belongs strictly to her own kin. Excitement beaming from her face, she gestures for Alan Palacio and Evan to come right inside and check the place out. Step inside and the entire hall erupts, with her Beastkin Guild members wildly cheering and welcoming their boss back home. The blonde Beastkin girl steps forward, approaching her companion to properly greet their new guests. The blonde Beastkin offers a warm, fang-filled smile, giving Alan and Evan an official welcome to their headquarters. He teasingly reveals how she waited at the entrance every single day for Alan, making her flush with pure embarrassment. Desperate to change the subject, she violently slaps her hand onto the wooden table with a loud bang. Our boy watches as she flips backward through the air, loudly proclaiming that her guild members are family and she needs nobody else. But mid-acrobatic move, her brain short-circuits as she realizes how overly dramatic she sounds right in front of them. Rubbing her neck awkwardly, she tries to save face by casually asking Alan how he and Yusha have been holding up. Twiddling her fingers, she sheepishly reminds him that despite everything he did for her, they are not actually related by blood. Alan rests his chin on his hand with a satisfied expression, glad to see her loyalty remains as high as ever. Knowing it is time for business, our boy gives Evan a quick signal to bring out what they prepared. Evan smirks and instantly unloads a literal mountain of beautifully wrapped gift boxes right onto the table. Her eyes instantly light up like stars, completely losing her mind at the sight of all those presents. Alan tries asking her a serious question, but she is way too distracted celebrating her haul to even listen. Slipping on the golden gauntlet, her arm immediately surges with violent yellow electricity and raw magical energy. This relic, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, boosts critical hit rate by 20% and carries the legacy of the Lycans. Seeing everyone so eager to assist puts Alan in high spirits as their plans move smoothly forward. Our boy rubs his nose with a smug grin, taking full credit for how well his little guidance method turned out. Unable to contain her joy, the cat girl scoops Alan up effortlessly and sprints off to show him his guest room, leaving Evan stunned. Later, while walking down the grand corridor, Alan casually asks her how her recent trip through the desert went. She pouts annoyed, complaining that the endless dunes were nothing but boring sand with zero excitement. Evan glances over, asking if she was not worried about getting targeted on her journey back home. Stopping in her tracks, she turns back with a confused look, asking if he means getting ambushed. Alan explains that desert caravans get attacked by ruthlessly persistent bandits all the time out there. A dark, wicked grin slowly spreads across her face as she remembers what actually happened on the road. In a brutal memory, an unlucky bandit gets slammed straight into the ground by a terrifying shock wave of dark power. Crashing through the fortress walls, yellow lightning explodes everywhere in a display of absolute destruction. She moves like a golden flash, charging straight in and crushing the enemy thugs before they can even react. Standing amidst cratered ruins and crackling electricity, she completely wiped out the entire ambush party single-handedly. Golden lightning dances across her hair as she looks down at the survivors with a bloodthirsty, predatory smile. The last surviving bandit trembles in terror, screaming that he is protected by Baba Yaga and warning her not to cross his older brother. Closing the distance in a flash, she flexes her glowing golden claws, reminding him that he dared lay a hand on her benefactor first. Besides, if Alan found out she let someone mess with his allies, she would have gotten scolded, and she absolutely hates getting scolded. The massive explosion tears through the enemy hideout, leaving nothing behind but crackling energy and smoking rubble. Our boy sits up in bed the next morning, completely dumbfounded by the sudden silence outside. The Golden Cat girl proudly boasts about taking out the entire gang overnight, demanding high praise for her single-handed victory. She snuggles up for affection, while Alan recalls this raid was supposed to be an entire high-level guild quest in the original game. Patting her head, our boy realizes her immense power proves why she was meant to become the sin of pride. Meanwhile, across the desert, the Grand Colosseum stands tall under the blazing sun. Inside the arena, gladiators clash violently in a bloody battle for survival. Littering the sands with defeated opponents, the champion absorbs dark power right in the open. The crowd erupts into cheers, celebrating one of the elite warlords ruling the city combat rings. Kalman smirks triumphantly as his latest match victory is announced to the screaming audience. Dark magic settles around his waist as he steps away from the arena floor. Later in his private quarters, Kalman lounges on a sofa to rest up after the fight. He looks over when his cat-eared ally enters the room to check on him. The cat-eared boy smiles comfortably as he leans back in his seat. Kalman chuckles coldly as he reflects on his standing in the city. The cat-eared boy takes a seat directly across from the arena champion. Dark thoughts consume Kalman as he stews in quiet frustration over recent events. He despises the rival power that has been rampaging through his territory unchecked. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he hatches a ruthless plot to eliminate her once and for all. His gloved hand tightens, pulsing with dark magical aura as his murderous scheme takes shape. Framing her death as a simple blood feud revenge story will easily fool the local authorities. The general public will swallow the narrative without asking any questions. He slides heavy metal chest across the table to his conspirator. Inside lie glowing dark artifact cubes and spheres, granted directly by their shadowy master. Holding up one artifact, Kalman boasts that these power relics will tear apart royal authority from within. The cat-eared boy grins deviously, eager to test out the dark artifact against their targets. Purple smoke surges as he anticipates watching their enemies collapse under the dark curse. High above, desert carriages pass through the city streets near the canyon entrance. The cat girl cheerfully waves goodbye as Alan and Evans head down into the dark cavern. Guided by a dim lantern, our boy advances into the underground tunnel alongside his loyal attendant Evan. Evan holds up the lantern, spotting glowing light at the end of the stone passage. Deep subterranean shadows give way as they step closer to the ancient ruins ahead. They emerge into a colossal subterranean temple city, hidden beneath the desert sands. A golden magic circle glows brightly as a mystical whisper echoes through the hall calling for a mage. Alan pauses and touches his ear, catching the distant voice while Evans turns back in surprise. The mysterious voice echoes through the glowing magic circle, telling whoever can hear it to listen closely. It issues a direct command, calling he to make his way up to the massive tower. The ancient crest flares with bright golden light, guiding the path forward into the mysterious sanctuary. Looking up at the massive obelisk reaching toward the cavern roof, Alan tells Evan to wait below while he climbs to the top alone. Stepping firmly onto the glowing golden circle at the entrance, he prepares to face whatever lies inside. As soon as he enters, the magical presence greets him with a sinister welcome. The voice notes how impressive it is that someone could actually hear its distant call across the ruins. Alan finds himself inside colossal underground library, where floating books hover around shadowy figures standing right before him. The entity senses that he carries at least a tiny spark of divinity within his soul. A dark figure with glowing eyes and a wicked smile leans in closer to inspect its visitor. Shadowy energy ripples through the library hall as the ancient entity tests his presence. Alan stays totally unbothered, asking if this entity was summoned after hearing the words of Earthaltus, the god of monstrous strength. Surprised that a mere mortal knows its true name, the shadow spirit swoops down instantly to stare him in the face. It admits that meeting this mysterious visitor was indeed gamble worth taking after all. Floating back up into the air, the dark spirit bluntly claims it has absolutely nothing to teach someone like him. It explains that the world measures power by strict ancient standards that dictate true strength. Then comes the bombshell warning that an outer god will soon descend upon this world, demanding Alan handle the threat himself. Alan calmly asks what comes next, causing the entity to chuckle at his fearless attitude. The entity declares that only by surviving that cosmic disaster will Alan earn the right to speak on equal terms. Realizing he is far superior to ordinary mages who merely copy true power, the spirit offers to share a hidden secret. The shadowy figure circles high above the giant bookshelves, preparing to break down the true fundamental nature of magic. It reveals that magic is nothing more than absolute laws set by an ancient master, divided into distinct components. Dark magic threads weave through the air as the spirit outlines the balance between spoken incantation and underlying logic. Bringing those elements together creates actual physical manifestation in the real world. First comes the incantation to call the power, followed immediately by the precise logic to give it form. To make magical energy manifest, a true caster must structure that spell completely around logical rules. Chanting its true name completes the formula, unlocking the true essence of magic. He gets a bit caught off guard, realizing this concept of spell logic is something he's never encountered in modern magic. The spirit mocks him playfully, noting that a modern mage could never comprehend such lost ancient secrets. Deciding to take things a step further, the entity prepares to reveal the foundation of true logic. Surging with fiery dark aura, the spirit grins as it prepares to grant him an unforgettable lesson. Extending a dark finger straight to Alan's forehead, the entity reaches out to transfer this ancient knowledge directly into his mind. It promises to teach him one legendary piece of true, unadulterated magic. High above the desolate canyon, the sun beats down on empty rock formations. A harsh gust sweeps through the gorge, carrying the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps rushing across the sand. A ruthless grin spreads across the face of Kalman as he locks onto his target. The beast warrior turns around in shock as dark energy suddenly slashes through the air behind her. Kalman smirks, covered in dark aura, taunting that her instincts are not half bad. Kalman smirks while effortlessly dodging away, leaving her screaming his name in complete disbelief. Golden lightning surges around her as she screams at Kalman, calling him a shameless coward for ambushing them outside the arena. Kalman just laughs off her anger with a dark chuckle, completely unbothered by her fury. He yells back that this attack is nothing more than personal revenge for what happened to his family. Dark energy trails behind Kalman as he lunges forward, charging straight at her with terrifying speed. A blinding blast of golden aura slams against his pitch-black strike in a thunderous collision. Massive shockwaves ripple across the canyon floor, tearing through the earth under the immense pressure. The force hurls the blonde warrior backward through the air, while black smoke swirls around her enemy. Kalman drops down like a meteor, raining darkness down on her while she raises her arms to defend. Golden lightning surges around the beast warrior as she pours every ounce of remaining strength into her claws. Fueled by pure fury, she lets out a fierce roar, ready to shred him to pieces. Cold steel bursts straight through her stomach from behind, completely cutting off her roar. A sneaky voice chuckles behind her, reminding his fellow traders that he had called this all along. Pain rips through her body as blood spatters from her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. Behind her, her own beast-kin ally grins maniacally, mocking how predictable their leader turned out to be. Twist of betrayal hits deep as her trusted warrior turns the blade inside her, laughing at her naive shock. Back in her memories, her tribe used to crowd around her with bright smiles, cheering her on as their proud leader. In those days, she genuinely believed their warm smiles were real, promising to protect them because they were family. Long ago, the Golden Mane tribe shared a peaceful life, dreaming of revenge against the legendary dragon. Their history was rooted in deep hatred for the Black Dragon, who wiped out their ancestral home. The ancient monster had destroyed everything they held dear, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Years ago, a solitary cloaked figure walked away from the carnage, leaving dead tribe members scattered across the dirt. She fought relentlessly to gather the remaining kin, hoping to rebuild the happiness they had lost. As the sovereign of the hybrids, she swore to lead her people back to glory. Her tribe commanded legendary respect among their descendants, but that golden history was built on a cruel delusion. Back in the present, the trader steps back and spits that this happy family act is finally over. While she reels from the bloody betrayal, Kalman lunges back in with a fist laced in dark magic. Violent shockwaves shatter the ground as golden aura collides head-on with pitch-black energy once again. Pushing through the agonizing wound, she leaps clear and curses her traitorous ally for being a backstabbing snake. A massive wave of dark magic explodes through the canyon, unleashing a crushing shock wave across the entire battlefield. However, her desperate escape means nothing to Kalman as he prepares his next attack. Kalman grins like a total lunatic, channeling pitch-black magic directly into his fist for a lethal strike. Clutching her bleeding gut wound, the hybrid leader forces golden lightning through her gauntlet despite the agonizing pain. Pitch-black energy and golden lightning streak across the canyon floor, tearing up the earth in a blinding flash. A massive explosion rocks the desert canyon as their opposing powers slam together with terrifying force. Just as she locks hands with Kalman, another attacker ambushes her from the sky behind. A blonde beast boy cackles maniacally, shouting a psychotic goodbye to his former boss from her blind spot. Throwing her arm up just in time, she barely deflects the dark strike from her own subordinate. Twisting through the air, She pulls off a quick backflip to put distance between both backstabbing hyenas. The blonde traitor snarls, diving right back into the fight with dark magic wrapped around his hands. Violent blasts tear up the desert floor as he rains down a wild barrage of dark strikes. Golden lightning flares up through the dust cloud, blasting his shadowy attacks away in an instant. She skids against the cliff wall, keeping her eyes glued on both attackers as they press the assault. Kalman leaps in for the kill, but she launches forward and catches him with a lightning-fast kick. The thunderous strike lands dead on, sending Kalman flying backwards into the dirt. Landing back on his feet, the blonde traitor clicks his tongue in frustration at being outclassed. Coughing up blood against the rocks, Kalman struggles to stand while cursing her under his breath. Gazing through the dust, Kalman furiously searches for any cheap trick to turn the tide. Farther down the canyon path, two travelers walk into the area completely unbothered. Spotting our boy Alan Palacio and his attendant Evan, Kalman recognizes Alan as her high-valued benefactor. A dark smirk creeps onto his face as he dashes down the path toward them. He plans to snatch Alan as a hostage to shatter her will before slaughtering them both. Before she can give chase, the blonde traitor dashes across to block her path. He suddenly halts right in front of her, laughing as her legs give out. Gloating over her helpless state, he mocks her as the deadly poison takes full effect. Trembling in agony, she clutches her blackened stomach wound as paralysis creeps through her body. Smirking down at her, the traitor reveals why they turned their backs on her leadership. Grabbing her gauntlet, he mocks her for always showing off her sickening power like a self-righteous savior. Deep inside her broken mind, his cruel words cut far deeper than any blade. Whispering in pure despair, she admits to herself that her strength was never enough to save them. She remembers back when they were all united, smiling together as one happy family. Back in the present, the blonde traitor raises his hand to signal their hidden allies. Shadowy figures step out from the canyon rocks as every remaining member of her tribe appears. Her heart completely shatters as she realizes every remaining member of her tribe turned out to be traitors. Raising a blade laced in dark magic, the traitor laughs maniacally, ready to deliver the final strike. Just as the blade is about to fall, a massive gust of energy tears right through the canyon, blowing the attackers back. Caught completely off guard, the traitor staggers back, staring at the sky in sheer disbelief. Before anyone can react, a figure blurs across the battlefield at blinding speed, cutting straight through the enemy line. Evan draws his blade alongside Alan Palacio, who steps into the open to face the entire traitorous tribe without flinching. A sudden impact slams into the canyon floor, scattering dust and rocks everywhere as the traitors scatter. The sheer force sends the rebels flying back, shattering their coordinated attack in an instant. Grinding his teeth, the blonde traitor curses under his breath, demanding to know who dared to interrupt his execution. Deep within the realm of dark magic, sinister energy churns as ancient powers begin to stir. A massive crimson eye glares out from the darkness, monitoring the power balance from beyond the mortal plane. Bright magic circles illuminate the dark void, countering the abyssal influence with pure mana. Stepping calmly through the smoke, our boy walks onto the field as black shadow or raw swirls around his feet. Alan looks down at the chaotic mess with total coldness, completely unfazed by the crowd of armed warriors before him. System records reveal that abyssal entities seek divine status, absorbing massive power to transcend their mortal limits. Interface notes confirm this mysterious object acts as an extreme difficulty spike, tied to a monster spewing black smoke. Alan casually pours high-grade recovery potion directly over the beast warrior, telling her it will restore her movement shortly. High-grade recovery potion splashes over the wounded beast warrior, rapidly healing her agonizing injuries. Alan reminds her that the comrades she once introduced to him looked genuinely happy, reassuring her that her efforts were never in vain. Her golden eyes widen as his gentle words pierce through the despair that had broken her heart. Sniffing back her tears, the heavy weight of guilt finally lifts off her shoulders. Looking up at the clear sky, she gathers her strength and nods, her resolve restored. Rising to her feet, she prepares to fight as Alan asks if she can keep the traitors busy while he prepares a powerful spell. Golden lightning sparks around her body as she proudly shouts that her real family is waiting for her return. She charges forward like a thunderbolt, unleashing a flurry of strikes that holds off the entire enemy squad single-handedly. Channeling her full strength into her golden gauntlet, She slams the ground and sends a shock wave tearing through their ranks. Behind her, Alan raises his hands as cold frost swirls into a massive tempest, beginning the incantation for Ice Flake. Closing his eyes, he tunes out the surrounding chaos to construct the precise logic needed for high-tier magic. An enormous ring of frozen mana expands around him, spinning rapidly as the temperature across the canyon drops to sub-zero. Inner logic dictates that while incantations bend the rules of reality, pure structure is what allows a caster to truly master them. Understanding these fundamental laws allows a mage to bypass standard casting limits entirely. By combining raw mana with flawless logic, the true potential of elemental magic is unlocked. Remnants of ancient dark spells begin to crack and shatter under the pressure of his overwhelming frost aura. Dark corruption dissolves into dust as the freezing spell purges every trace of evil from the surrounding battlefield. Centuries of accumulated abyssal influence are instantly suppressed by the absolute cold taking over the atmosphere. Unleashing the full name of his spell, he calls upon the ancient glory of the snowy peaks. Frost energy crackles and pops violently through the air as the overwhelming cold begins to materialize around him. Alan focuses his mana, condensing the surrounding frost into a massive, intricate snowflake structure that hovers directly behind him. He invokes a deadly technique, unleashing a colossal spike of solid ice that pierces straight down through the canyon floor. The watching mages yell out in absolute shock, foolishly mistaking this ancient authority for a simple ice spear spell. A dark, satisfied smirk spreads across his face as he chuckles softly to himself at their complete ignorance. Alan glares down with glowing eyes, watching the lingering dark aura get thoroughly crushed under his aura. He scoffs at how these modern clowns have completely forgotten the true ancient names of high-level magic. A blinding surge of pure magic flashes from the circle, instantly freezing the surrounding air solid. Crossing his wrists tightly, our boy channels every drop of remaining power to execute the ultimate finishing blow. A colossal forest of razor-sharp ice crystals erupts across the entire canyon, freezing every single enemy solid. A massive spike of pure ice shoots out across the rocky canyon, tearing through the air and freezing everything in its path. Xiaorang braces herself as the blonde enemy charges in, refusing to let him get anywhere near her benefactor. Crystal power unleashes in full force, taking over the area with absolute freezing cold. Towering walls of jagged ice erupt from the earth, blasting upward in a sweeping wave of destruction that freezes the entire canyon. Alan unleashes his spell crystals, sending a massive surge of freezing magic tearing across the entire battlefield. Glacial spikes explode through the ground, tearing right into the enemy warrior and forcing a desperate cough of blood. The opponent leaps off the frozen pillars, trying to push through the freezing onslaught with dark aura burning around him. Another devastating burst of frost slams directly into him, knocking him off balance as he gasps in shock. Another devastating blast of frost slams straight into him, forcing the blonde warrior to jump back as ice spikes shatter everywhere. The relentless stream of ice blasts the enemy warrior backward, forcing a painful groan as he struggles to withstand the pressure. Brilliant crystal formations glisten in the sunlight, totally encasing the entire battlefield in solid ice. Cracks echo across the frozen landscape as the sheer intensity of the spell spreads further. Sprawling spikes of ice cover the entire canyon floor, pinning down the surrounding hostile forces. Sharp ice spears pierce straight through the enemy warriors, trapping them suspended in midair as blood sprays across the frost. An overhead wide view reveals the icy battlefield littered with frozen enemy forces trapped across the canyon. Blood drips from his mouth as his strength begins to fade under the freezing pressure. Trapped and pierced by sharp ice spikes, the heavily injured blonde enemy struggles to remain standing. Bleeding heavily from the ice wounds, the stubborn enemy grimaces through the pain and prepares one last desperate strike. Screaming in desperation, the blonde attacker leaps through the air with his dark dagger drawn for one final strike. Alan rushes forward at top speed to intercept the attacker before he can reach Xiaorang. The crazed attacker grins wildly, fully convinced that killing his target will give him brand new beginning. The attacker drives his dark blade straight into Alan's chest as Xiaorang watches in stunned disbelief. The enemy attacker stares in utter disbelief, completely stunned that his target willingly walked right into his blade. Xiaorang freezes in complete horror as she watches her savior take a blade to the chest meant for her. Alan coughs up blood into his hand staying remarkably composed despite taking a sword directly to the chest. Seeing Alan injured triggers pure outrage inside Xiaoreng, her face twisting into absolute rage. Surging with intense lightning aura, Xiaoreng erupts forward and delivers a brutal kick directly to the attacker, crushing him instantly. Quiet returns to the rocky desert under the bright blue sky as the violent commotion ends. The enemy warrior lies dead on the dirt in a pool of dark liquid, alongside the discarded dagger. Alan rests on the ground while Evan and Xiaoreng check on him, relieved to hear he is still breathing. A strange dark aura hums near Alan's coat where the dagger struck, revealing black smoke oozing from the fabric. Alan wipes the remaining blood from his mouth, quietly reflecting on what just happened. Back during a past encounter, a demon warrior wrapped in dark magic charged forward, declaring that his father considered Alan a total eyesore. Returning to the present, Evan helps Alan to his feet while Xiaoreng smiles in relief at his safety. A floating system window confirms that absorbing an abyssal entity allows a suitable host to obtain true divinity. In the past, Earthaltus chanted the third restriction, declaring that any magic used against a god would twist the very laws of the world. The ancient spell wrapped around Alan, distorting reality itself as energy surged across the battlefield. Bright magical light burst forth, shattering the vision and pulling him back into the reality of the desert. Back in the present, the desert wind settles as Evan stands guard beside our boy after the chaotic battle. Xiaoreng stands nearby with her head hung low, clearly burdened by guilt over how close they came to disaster. Seeing her dejected look, Alan ponders whether he should try cheering her up before dealing with anything else. She looks up with tears in her eyes and asks why he didn't dodge when the enemy aimed straight for him. Standing face to face in the quiet wasteland, our guy hesitates as he searches for the right words. In truth, he barely managed to block it himself, but admitting that aloud would only make her feel worse. So he claims it was just pure reflex, acting like a protective father who could not stand by and watch his daughter die. Evan listens silently in the background, while Alan continues trying to comfort the worried beast girl. Suddenly, our boy realizes he picked the absolute worst phrasing for his excuse. His careless slip about wanting to be family triggers a complete misunderstanding in her mind. Xiaoreng flushes bright red and gazes at him with an intensely affectionate smile that leaves him completely frozen. He expects her to react like a grateful adopted child, acknowledging a father figure. In his head, he imagined a touching moment where she finally accepts him as family after all this time. Remembering her old notes calling him dad, he assumes she is simply feeling sentimental about their bond. He envisions the heartwarming moment where a long-suffering parent finally receives the appreciation he deserves. Our boy even gets emotional, expecting her to call him father. Sensing something is horribly wrong, Alan blinks in total confusion. Xiaoreng suddenly steps close and grabs his shoulders, leaning in with a burning blush and passionate eyes. Both Alan and Evan lose their minds in sheer disbelief, as question marks practically fly around their heads. Out in the open desert, she boldly demands an immediate answer to her newfound romantic feelings. Meanwhile, news of common atrocities begins spreading rapidly among the patrons inside local taverns across the colony. Back at the carriage, pink sparkles fill the atmosphere as the beast girl continues her relentless assault. She stares directly at him with starry eyes, completely overwhelmed by her desire to become his wife. Trapped in the seat, our boy groans internally, wishing he had a skip button like back in his gaming days. He remembers how she used to playfully talk about growing big to marry him back when she was tiny. Now she physically pins him down, declaring that getting married is the ultimate way to truly become family. She enthusiastically promises to dedicate her entire life to making him the happiest man alive. Alan deadpans, thinking to himself that he would be perfectly happy with just sweet potatoes and a peaceful, noble life. Escaping into the carriage at last, he gives a vague answer and hopes she will eventually give up if ignored. As the carriage rattles away toward the city gates, Xiaoreng stands on the steps waving energetically. Her bright smile softens into a warm, fond gaze as she watches her benefactor head off into the distance. After enduring endless headache-inducing drama, our hero can only sigh out loud about how much this situation blows. Xiaoreng reflects on how her guild has transformed, reshaping its entire structure to align with her dream. Looking back at her clan, she remembers how deeply everyone respected Alan after everything he did for them. Her expression sharpens as she decides that standing by his side requires more than just good intentions. She remembers his overwhelming strength in battle, realizing that to build her ideal family, she needs power capable of backing him up. A truly strong family must be built on total mutual trust, where no one ever gets left behind. She knows she cannot afford any mistakes if she wants to keep her people and her benefactor safe. Heading up the temple steps, she vows to form an elite guard dedicated entirely to protecting Alan from future threats. A soft smile returns to her face as she visualizes a peaceful future where they can all live happily together. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Alan sits quietly across from Evan, who is scanning through the latest intelligence report. Alan stays silent, his mind drifting back to the mysterious warnings he received earlier about ancient forces. The cryptic message urged him to eliminate the remaining outer gods before the upcoming crisis strikes. Shadowy entities lurk in the dark, ready to unleash chaos once the balance of power shifts. Alan tries to connect the dots, realizing divinity alone cannot explain everything happening in this world. Letting out a heavy sigh, he rubs his forehead, completely drained from constant scheme plotting. A sudden breakthrough flashes through his mind as a forgotten memory comes floating back to him. He recalls exploring the ancient library, where a dark presence watched over the hidden archives in secret. An old inscription pointed toward a secret chamber, hidden deep beneath the tower on the eastern stronghold border. In that memory, he stood before a massive stone monolith, inscribed with records detailing ancient history. Reading the poetic descriptions, Alan realized the text metaphorically described the 5 great sins from his former game. None of his other gaming knowledge matched directly, which made sense given that the main game storyline takes place in the future. He wonders why the terminology is reversed here, with outer gods representing deities born from mortal faith. True gods in this realm refer specifically to the 5 primordial sins that existed since the dawn of time. Sitting alone on his couch, Alan leans his head on his hand as troubling thoughts continue to weigh heavily on his mind. Evan notices his master deep in thought and speaks up, handing over the updated reports from their network. Watching Alan, Evan admires how astronomically powerful his master became in just 6 short months. Evan excitedly gives a thumbs up, reporting that Silly successfully secured a high position of authority. But as Evan continues reading the report, his confidence falters and his face turns utterly bewildered. The report claims an ally went from a simple rogue to a level 9,000 pirate warlord overnight, leaving Alan thoroughly stunned. He did not just gain power, he achieved full pirate king status across the open seas. Alan buries his face in his hand, wondering how his simple directives constantly spiral into complete chaos. Over at her base, Xiaoreng happily broadcasts her grand proclamation into a magic communication orb. Her message broadcasts instantly to key figures across the continent, leaving everyone who receives it totally speechless. Her declaration sounds like an outright war announcement against the top boss of the entire continent. Seeing her benefactor hurt triggers absolute fury inside the veiled woman, her face twisting into pure murderous outrage. Dark aura erupts from her body as the sin of wrath prepares to unleash absolute carnage. Taking a deep breath, the veiled woman desperately forces a pleasant smile over the magic orb, pretending to be fine. But beneath her fake sweet words, she is shaking with pure rage. Xiaoreng excitedly announces over the magic orb that she plans to marry him and become the most incredible wife ever. Hearing that completely shatters Yusha's composure, sending veins popping on her forehead as she clenches her hands in pure jealous rage. Watching this unfold through the orb, the onlookers can all tell she is barely holding herself back from exploding right then and there. Taking a deep breath, Yusha places a hand on her chest and desperately forces a pleasant demeanor back onto her face. A blunt question cuts through the orb, asking if she genuinely thinks he would ever actually pick her. This leaves the cat girl tilting her head in utter confusion. Yusha finally snaps, glaring down at the orb with terrifying red eyes, while Chibai Xiaoreng cowers in fear on the other end. Xiaoreng keeps babbling about what matters most, oblivious to the fact that Yusha is practically vibrating with fury right next to her line. A blunt question cuts through the air, asking if she genuinely thinks Alan would ever actually pick her over anyone else. The cat girl blushes furiously while leaning against our guy, desperately trying to deny her true feelings. But her totally flustered reaction makes it obvious she is lying. Yusha erupts in sheer fury through the magic orb, leaving Deos to quietly listen from the other side of the line. Xiaoreng nonchalantly sits on the table, wrapping up her story as if she did not just ignite a massive argument. Deos listens quietly, taking in every word while nodding along with a serious look on his face. Suddenly, he clenches his fist in deep regret, admitting he completely misjudged the situation after sensing the enemy's overwhelming magic power. Yusha steps right back in to put her foot down, firmly declaring that a marriage between them is completely out of the question. The conversation devolves into a loud shouting match, with Yusha screaming a hard no while Xiaoreng refuses to back down. Xiaoreng yells out a massive yes with total confidence, determined to push her claim no matter what anyone says. As the meeting notes are recorded, Tower Master Selim holds his face in utter exhaustion while his assistant frantically writes down every single detail. The official record notes that no one is allowed to ask Deos about the Great Moon, though Deos calmly mentions he is far from done. The notes move on to the second point, specifically documenting how Yusha behaves whenever the topic involves the Great Moon. Yusha crosses her arms and turns her head away proudly, refusing to acknowledge how ridiculously petty she is being. The meeting summary officially updates her profile, noting that she displays surprisingly childlike demeanor under these exact circumstances. Selim rubs his forehead by the window, letting out a long sigh because he really did not want to learn any of these absurd details. Later that night in the quiet town, a secretive conversation begins regarding brand new political strategic alliance. Inside a dimly lit tavern, two powerful men sit at the counter discussing how to take down the dangerous Cal faction. Marquis Filboid, the leader of the aristocratic faction, looks over his drink with a cold, calculating expression. Duke Rimgrave, leading the Royalist faction, smiles sinisterly as he proposes bringing in the Holy Kingdom and using a reformation letter. This reformation letter grants the Holy Kingdom of Rosario the absolute authority to investigate and target anyone suspected of heresy across nations. The dark-sealed envelope sits ready, but issuing it legally requires the official endorsement and agreement of multiple high-ranking cardinals. From across the tavern, the two leaders continue hashing out their shadowy plot over a pair of hard drinks. Clinking their glasses together, Duke Rimgrave reveals that he has already pulled strings with the necessary cardinals, meaning their strike will be swift. Inside a quiet chapel bathed in stained glass light, a priest sits alone on the pews in solemn reflection. He stands up with a scheming grin as a shadowy figure approaches, ready to make a deal behind closed doors. Quiet voice drops all pretenses, preparing to make a direct and dangerous request without holding anything back. The request asks to borrow an influential name to officially issue the reformation letter against none other than Count Palacio. The priest stretches out his hand with a sleek smile, confident that his wicked deal is too good to pass up. He claims this arrangement benefits both of them, believing he holds all the cards in this negotiation. He reassures her that fabricating evidence of heresy against Count Palacio will be effortless, chuckling at how simple it will be to frame him. Standing tall in the dim sanctuary, the priest looks down at his shadowy visitor and asks for her final answer. He addresses her by name, completely unaware of the terrifying demon he just provoked. Yusha looks back at him, with a wicked smirk hiding behind her black lace veil. She lightly shifts her dark dress, her quiet composure masking a wave of deadly rage bubbling beneath the surface. Still thinking he's in control, the priest waits patiently for her enthusiastic agreement. In his delusional mind, he is already celebrating his ultimate reward, surrounded by wealth, wine, and luxury. Out of nowhere, a horrific wave of dark energy shatters his peaceful fantasy into bloody pieces. The corrupt priest is slammed violently into the stone floor, coughing up blood before he can even comprehend what hit him. Yusha towers over him as red aura pulses through the sanctuary, pinning the hypocrite helplessly to the ground. She cannot believe this pathetic bug actually asked her to assassinate the man she adores and worships above all else. Pure murderous wrath fills her heart, making every drop of blood in her veins boil with fury. With unhinged, insane eyes, Yusha reaches out, ready to deliver endless agony to the fool who dared disrespect her master. The crimson gem on her collar flares with intense light, channeling her terrifying dark magic. The holy church turns into a living nightmare as her overwhelming presence fractures the sanctuary walls around them. Farther down the hall, The church guards freeze as blood-curdling screams echo from the inner chamber. Before they can even draw their weapons, the dark aura seeps into them, making them shriek in absolute agony. With a simple twitch of her fingers, Yusha seals off the room completely from the outside world. She reminds him cold-heartedly that nobody is coming to save him from this hell. Monstrous tendrils of shadowy rage erupt everywhere, trapping the priest in a cage of pure suffering. Yusha unleashes the full terror of the sin of wrath, looming like an unstoppable monster over her helpless prey. The priest lies broken in a puddle of foam, trembling violently as terror completely shatters his mind. She points a single glowing finger straight at his chest, channeling agonizing magic to punish his sheer audacity. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the priest contorts in agony as raw magical force tears through his body. Tears and sweat streaming down his face, the holy man begs on his knees, desperately praying for mercy that will never come. Slamming his forehead against the cold floor, he begs her to just end his life rather than subject him to any more torture. Yusha glares down at the pathetic creature with utter disgust burning in her crimson eyes. She cold-heartedly declares that death is far too merciful, insisting that he must suffer endlessly for his treason. His face contorts in pure horror as he realizes his personal nightmare is only just beginning. Enveloped by writhing shadowy tendrils, Yusha prepares to inflict a slow, excruciating punishment upon the holy traitor. She commands him to truly understand the depth of his sins before he can ever hope for absolution. Meanwhile, back at the estate under the bright morning sun, everything appears peaceful and quiet. Our boy Alan sits at his desk reviewing documents, preparing his next moves as he gears up to set off once again. Alan slumps over in his chair, wondering why he always ends up stuck handling endless paperwork instead of getting a break. Seeing his master exhausted, Evan asks if he still has that important letter on him, prompting Alan to pull it out dramatically. That letter was not just ordinary mail. It contained something far more essential for his survival, an official wage payment that turned out to be way higher than anything he ever expected. Before the money hit his hands, Alan was lying on the floor complaining about taking on a job full of hardship. After receiving that sweet payday, he puts on his official sash without hesitation, suddenly convinced that with great power comes great responsibility. Walking down the hall with Evan, Alan clutches his check tightly to his chest like a holy relic, knowing this cash saves his territory. With tears of joy in his eyes, he slips the payment into his jacket, feeling his broken spirit instantly heal. That evening, the grand estate lights up for an exclusive high society gathering. Decked out in a sleek suit, our boy steps into the luxurious ballroom alongside Evan, scanning a room packed with powerful nobles, merchants, and priests. Elite noblewomen mingle with wine glasses in hand, eyeing the incoming guests with subtle curiosity. Surrounded by snobbish aristocrats, Alan sweats nervously, feeling completely out of place. He grabs a drink and heads straight for the buffet, secretly praying everyone leaves him alone so he can slip away early. High society ladies stand near the buffet table, chatting among themselves. Evan brings over a massive plate piled high with pastries, and our boy happily reaches for a snack without a care in the world. Heavy footsteps approach the food table, catching the attention of nearby nobles who turn in surprise. Alan stops mid-bite with a pastry in hand, as someone suddenly marches right up to him. Marquis Filboid himself, the powerful leader of the aristocratic faction, stumbles over with a desperate look on his face. Without warning, the influential Marquis drops down and bows deeply before Alan, desperately begging for mercy right in front of everyone. Gasps ring out across the hall as the surrounding aristocrats freeze in complete disbelief at what they are witnessing. The noble ladies gasp in horror, recognizing that the most powerful politician in the realm just threw away his dignity. Filboid grits his teeth in pure humiliation, sweating profusely as he submits to someone far younger. High politics runs entirely on pride and public justification, making this submission a total disaster for his faction. Realizing he was backed into a corner behind the scenes, Filboid had no choice but to throw his authority away to survive. In this world, bowing to another lord means handing over your political power on a silver platter. Onlookers exchange panicked glances, realizing the entire balance of power in the capital just shifted in an instant. Everyone assumes Alan engineered this entire trap, marveling at how calm and collected he looks through it all. Looming over the fallen Marquis with a cold gaze, Alan inadvertently comes across as an unstoppable mastermind who planned every single move. Marquis Filboid drops to his knees right in front of Alan, begging Count Palacio to spare his life, while the surrounding nobles watch in total silence. The surrounding aristocrats cover their mouths in utter shock, completely stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding at the banquet. Even the high-ranking noblewomen watching from the side lose their cool, anxious about what this public outburst means. Filboid breaks down, sweating with pure terror, visibly trembling as horrifying memories suddenly flood back into his mind. In a flashback, he recalls the day he received a mysterious dark letter bearing a sinister seal. He remembered how much that letter resembled the terrifying cursed missives sent to other high nobles. Sitting beside a magical orb, the dark letter carried an ominous seal that promised ruin to anyone who opened it. The curse warned that anyone receiving the sacred letter was forced to follow its terrifying demands without question. He remembered watching another victim writhe in agony as violent dark energy completely consumed his entire body. The crystal orb flared up with magical energy. As the victims realized too late, they made a fatal mistake. Another high noble screamed in sheer horror as the lethal curse tore through his body without mercy. The crystal ball shattered under the pressure, leaving behind a terrifying message declaring that he was the next target. This paper was marked with strange mystical runes that confirmed the death sentence came directly from the cult. Filboid panicked as he realized even powerful leaders who had no ties to heretics suffered the exact same fate. Even Duke Rimgrave, a man completely clean of heretical ties, could not escape the deadly consequences. He realized in terror that escaping his impending demise was impossible, and time was rapidly running out. He knew with absolute certainty that he was the next victim marked for execution. Back in the present, he slams his hands onto the floor in total desperation. He begs Alan for protection, pleading to live out the rest of his life in peace. Our boy stands there utterly confused, wondering why this old noble is dumping all his terrifying secrets right on him. Meanwhile, the two scheming noblewomen smirk as they watch, wondering what kind of clever plan Alan cooked up this time. They believed Alan was orchestrating everything behind the scenes to solidify his control as a master strategist. While they secretly praise his dark brilliance, Evan stands right behind Alan, quietly holding a tray of party snacks. Thanks to this bizarre misunderstanding, all previous suspicions about Alan leading a dangerous cult were completely cleared. Shortly after the party, Alan sets off toward the eastern region to attend an upcoming grand magic conference. As they stroll through the town square, Evan mentions hearing that Marquis Filboid left for Rosario after receiving a conversion letter. Alan groans internally, knowing he only handed out those letters to dodge an awkward conversation at the party. Meanwhile, in Lartania, the city of labyrinths, endless exploration opportunities draw the top adventuring factions together. Deep inside the labyrinth, Alderic, the leader of the Iron Blood Guild, confidentially tells his party not to get their hopes up. The 5 party members make their way down the dark stone stairs, chatting lightly as they delve deeper into the dungeon. Alderic grins brightly, feeling completely relaxed as they navigate through the dungeon corridors. The group finally reaches the 20th floor of the labyrinth. Their footsteps echo across a massive ancient white hall filled with grand pillars and towering ruins. The party mage pauses, sensing an unexpected presence lingering in the hall. She points in shock toward the far end of the chamber, where a dark, mysterious figure stands waiting silently in the shadows. The party leader takes one look at the figure and laughs, calling it nothing more than a weak goblin. Earthaltus stands in dark robes, completely unbothered as the party laughs off his appearance. They celebrate early, assuming this will be an easy mob that drops massive gold. The demon slants cold, murderous glare right back at the foolish adventurers. Earthaltus unleashes a swift and merciless attack against the unsuspecting adventurers. Before the foolish swordsman can finish laughing, a lethal strike slashes right through him. Earthaltus carves up the entire front line in seconds, spraying blood everywhere before anyone can react. Panicking at the sudden carnage, the surviving warrior frantically reaches for his weapon to fight back. He leaps into the air with his axe, bringing it down with all his power. Earthaltus barely turns around, casually dodging the heavy downward swing without even trying. A brutal counterstrike tears right through the warrior, instantly putting an end to his attack. Raising his finger, Earthaltus gathers immense magical power that begins shattering the entire hall. With an expression of pure disdain, He glares down at the pathetic mortals below him. He begins levitating straight up, blasting through the dungeon structure toward the surface world. His arrogant ascension toward the earth officially begins, leaving total ruin behind in the dungeon. Far away from the dungeon, the grand white magic tower pierces high into the sky. Looking up at the massive building, Alan remarks how surreal it looks compared to the game. Since attendants are barred from entering inside, Evan cheerfully waves goodbye to Alan and heads off to the break room. Alan walks down the marble hallway with his red-haired companion, admiring the lavish architecture. Loud shouting echoes down the corridor, catching Alan by surprise as he stops to listen closely. His red-haired companion sighs in annoyance, clearly fed up with the obnoxious voice nearby. Down the hall, Pina arrogantly boasts that rank 5 mages stand 0 chance against her. The humiliated rookie mage grabs his hair in pure rage, screaming that she will definitely regret ever mocking him. Turning around, Pina smugly asks if the rookie mage brought a friend along after getting crushed. The instant her eyes land on Alan, all of Pina's arrogance evaporates into pure terror. Stammering in absolute panic, Pina frantically stutters out a polite greeting to Count Alan. She drops into a dramatic bow, while Alan casually asks how she has been doing lately. When Alan casually tells her not to be formal, Pina trembles as her anxiety spikes. Her squad members watch in disbelief, wondering if this terrifying politeness is an illusion spell. Unable to handle the embarrassment, Pina frantically screams a loud apology at top volume. She snaps into a crisp military salute, trembling like a leaf right in front of him. Activating her lightning flash step, Pina smashes right through the doorway to escape the room. Left standing in the chaos, Alan scratches his head and genuinely wonders what he did wrong. His red-haired companion remarks in shock that the crazy woman actually knew how to show respect. Just as the dust settles, Locke steps through the grand entrance doors to investigate the noise. Alan stands on the teleportation circle alongside his red-haired companion, preparing for their next destination. Locke smirks smugly as he shuts down their request without giving it a second thought. The red-haired companion argues back fiercely, but Locke casually waves his hand to brush her off. Locke leans forward to give Alan a mockingly polite bow, trying to patronize him publicly. Alan maintains a totally deadpan face, returning the bow without letting Locke get under his skin. With Locke finally stepping aside, the red-haired woman turns to check if Alan is ready to proceed. Alan walks straight into the hall, leaving his companion standing at the doorway as he focuses ahead. He arrives at a massive doorway marked with Roman numerals, clearly indicating the 38th floor. Stepping inside, Alan enters a grand library where magic floats thousands of books through the air. He manually adjusts the giant clock, ensuring he only needs to return tomorrow when the full moon rises. Inside the vast tower library, endless shelves hold floating books surrounded by swirling magic, hiding the secret item Alan needs. Spotting the exact black tome he was searching for, Alan reaches up and snatches it right out of midair. Opening the cover, he reaches directly into a glowing dimensional pocket hidden within the pages to retrieve his target. He pulls out a sleek dark dagger key, satisfied that he finally secured the crucial tool for his next move. After thoroughly searching the secret compartment, Alan sets the tome down on the floor and prepares to take action. Meanwhile, at the friendly duel grounds, guards stand vigilant along the fortress walls as the next event is set to begin. Suddenly, an unexpected disruption catches everyone off guard, sparking immediate confusion and panic across the arena. A red-haired mage turns in surprise, asking if all this commotion is happening because of Lion. She complains that the guy keeps hitting on her and incessantly bringing up marriage proposals. Meanwhile, Lion steps forward alongside his follower, looking entirely overly confident in himself. Alan calmly walks down the stone hall without paying any attention to the surrounding gossip. Lion bows with exaggerated mocking politeness as Alan approaches the bottom of the grand stairs. A sinister smirk crosses the arrogant mage's face as he plans his next move. Word around the tower is that Alan took down an outer god and crushed high-level ambushes. Our boy stands with his arms crossed, completely unbothered by his skyrocketing reputation among the higher mages. Lion dismisses the rumors, thinking Alan is just a fraud propped up by gullible fools. He subtly channels mana into his ring to prepare a secret spell against Alan. In his mind, exposed mages hiding behind fake pride make the perfect stepping stones for his own rise. He taunts Alan directly, asking if he is getting cold feet before they even begin. Laughing loudly, Lion pretends it is all just a friendly duel between fellow mages. An annoyance mark pops up on Alan's head as he reaches his limit with this annoying guy. Our boy accepts the challenge on the spot, knowing this arrogant idiot has a garbage personality. Both combatants take their positions in the duel arena, while the referee announces lethal magic is strictly forbidden. Lion immediately leaps into the air, channeling bright violet mana through his magic staff. He plans to finish the fight fast to steal Alan's glory, but suddenly his body freezes mid-motion. Panic hits him as thick ice suddenly binds his feet straight to the stone floor. Frost erupts across the entire dueling floor in a massive snowflake pattern around Alan. Our boy does not even flinch, calmly raising one hand to trigger his next spell. High-level ice magic unleashes across the arena in a blinding surge of frost. Over in the spectating balcony, an old green-robed master aggressively shakes his disciple in pure disbelief. The disciple stammers out excuses, while his master realizes they completely misjudged Alan's true standing. The senior elder looks on intently, doubting Alan's low mana presence could produce this kind of power. Alan remains standing tall in the center of the ring, while the rest of the arena stays dead silent. Nearby mages whisper that Alan must have spread fake rumors to hide his supposedly weak mana capacity. Yet everything they assumed about his magic strength is about to be completely shattered. Freezing gales sweep through the courtyard as the spell reaches peak intensity. The spectating elders' jaw drops as cold air hits their faces from across the arena. Absolute zero frost spreads across the whole duel grounds, completely dominating Lion in an instant. Our boy glares forward with ice-cold eyes, channeling pure dark magic focus with ease. The surrounding high mages break into a cold sweat, realizing they are witnessing a total monster. Crystallized mana surges into its final form across the battlefield. Alan finishes his casting motion without taking a single step, ending the duel before it even truly started. The spell begins to rotate, whipping up a violent vortex of frost that completely envelops the entire duel ring in seconds. A massive burst of shimmering ice crystals explodes into the air, instantly freezing the surrounding atmosphere solid. Lion gasps in absolute horror as the freezing gale hits him full force, blowing his cape violently backward. Gritting his teeth in desperation, Lion desperately channels every drop of his remaining magic through his staff to counter the attack. The spectating mages in the stands panic, shouting in utter disbelief as cold air rushes across the arena walls. Someone in the crowd screams out in fear, asking if our boy just unleashed a lethal spell straight from the Violet Tower. A deafening shock wave reverberates through the courtyard as frozen mana shatters the ground into thousands of icy shards. Multiple frost explosions detonate across the duel grounds, sealing off every single escape route in an instant. Lion screams out in terror as the relentless blizzard tears right through his magical defenses, completely overwhelming his shield. The overwhelming cold crushes down on Lion, freezing his hands solid before he can even complete another spell. Watching from the sidelines, the young mages can barely process the terrifying power unfolding directly before their eyes. Even the high mages flinch back from the sheer pressure, shielding their faces as freezing gales sweep past them. Within seconds, Lion is trapped inside a massive solid block of ice, frozen dead in his tracks without moving an inch. Our boy calmly lowers his hand without even breaking a sweat, leaving the entire arena shouting Alan Palacio in utter awe. Indoors shortly after, crowd mages bombard him with questions, demanding to know how he arranged such an unbelievable spell array. High-ranking mages completely surround he in the hall, utterly fascinated by his legendary magic display. Alan stands there looking thoroughly bored while the tower elders whisper among themselves, realization hitting them that he utilized an ancient lost technique. They burst out laughing at the thought of him being just a rank mage, claiming there is no way someone with his talent is that humble. While the mages continue celebrating his victory, he raises his hand and politely tries to back out of the conversation. He stammers out that he has important business to handle, looking for any possible excuse to make a quick exit. Walking out into the quiet hallway, he breathes a sigh of relief as he finally leaves the loud crowd behind. Leaning against the marble wall of the grand corridor, Alan takes a moment to collect his thoughts in total peace. He looks down at the artifact ring on his finger, known as the Memory of the Black Eye. As an enhanced memorizer ring, It allows the user to store a spell and cast it with heavily amplified power. Storing a spell normally consumes 3 of his 5 daily magic slots, which would severely limit his tactical options. By combining the Ho-Gafdu ring with his black box trait, he bypasses the penalty entirely and keeps all 5 slots available while unleashing immense ice magic. As he continues walking down the spacious hall, Alan contemplates the true underlying mechanic behind his spell, glory of the snowy mountains. He realizes the magic does not just create cold, it instantly freezes the surrounding air the exact moment it manifests. He considers how incantation sentences act as direct keys to universal laws, wondering if proper understanding allows a mage to alter physical reality itself instead of just properties. Holding his chin in deep thought, he ponders how deep this magical system truly goes. Moments later, he steps through a grand archway and arrives on the 38th floor of the magic tower. Floating books and magical cards drift through the air of a massive glowing blue archive chamber that stretches as far as the eye can see. Standing alone in the middle of the vast library, Alan hears a mysterious voice echo through the room praising him for arriving right on schedule. Turning his head left and right, he tries to locate the source of the hidden speaker in the quiet archives. A bright glowing light shines overhead, as the entity notes with amusement that Alan remains completely calm despite hearing its intimidating voice. A mysterious voice echoes through the glowing archive, finding Alan's calm demeanor utterly fascinating. Alan stands unbothered, brushing back his hair as magical energy swells around him. Ancient lore speaks of an entity who inspired absolute fear, known as the Slayer Eternal Terror. Mages reverently refer to this legendary figure as the Cup of the Primordial. This powerful soul was the very first human to achieve rank 8 magic since the Age of Gods. The legendary Archmage Heinkel finally makes her grand entrance, bringing an immense surge of magical power. Floating high among thousands of grimoires is a tiny girl wearing a massive blue witch hat. Alan stares up silently, immediately recognizing the powerful entity floating above him. A drop of sweat rolls down his face as he recalls her terrifying reputation from the game. To gain her rare items, players had to carefully select the correct dialogue choices during interaction. Alan carefully selects the middle dialogue choice, reminding the Archmage to use proper honorifics when speaking to him. Selecting the wrong answer meant instant death for any unprepared player. At higher affection levels, a mistake would only result in her screaming angrily at you. Picking a sarcastic option telling her to go drink milk was a fatal mistake. Insulting her size would trigger nuclear rage from the ancient Archmage. Players dubbed her the Messy Milk Witch after she mercilessly wiped out entire raid parties. Alan keeps his hands behind his back, remaining completely composed before the entity. Peenia tilts her head downward, shadowing her face in pure annoyance. A massive blue magical eye opens, casting an overwhelming pressure across the entire chamber. Dark killing intent surges forward, aimed directly at he. A sinister red eye gleams menacingly in the darkness, releasing a terrifying wave of killing intent. Alan simply stands his ground, completely unfazed by her terrifying aura. Suddenly, Peenia breaks down in midair, trembling violently in absolute terror. He rubs his eye in disbelief, confused by her sudden hysterical panic. He realizes she is actually absurdly tiny, with her oversized hat doing all the work. Terrified by Alan's overwhelming aura, the tiny Archmage trembles in fear under her massive witch hat. Panicking completely, she tearfully begs for mercy while throwing her precious loot down toward him. The small treasure chest glides smoothly through the air and settles right above Alan's waiting hand. With a quick poof of smoke, she vanishes into thin air. Alan smiles to himself, having secretly prepared high-level spellwork just in case things went south. He relaxes his hand, letting the dark, destructive mana dissipate safely. Looking up at the vast, starlit glass ceiling, he reflects on how surprisingly easy it was to claim his reward. Alan sits at his desk, quill in hand, lost in thought. A red-haired mage complains that he keeps asking her the exact same question over and over. She walks off muttering about her lack of strength, while our boy remains unfazed. Alan turns his attention to Evan, who approaches with an urgent report from the Information Guild. Evan reports a strange mutation detected inside the labyrinth just a week ago. Alan's hands over a sealed letter and instructs Evan to prepare for departure. Peenia catches up to Alan, asking if he is leaving so soon. She playfully boasts about knowing his true status as a rank 3 mage. As the carriage pulls away, Penia clumsily trips in the background. A few days after leaving behind a surprisingly happy Fenia, our boys continue their journey toward the massive capital. They arrive at the massive, soaring architecture of the city. They enter Lartania, the legendary labyrinth city, crossing towering bridges. Evan steps out and holds the carriage door open for Alan. Looking up, Evan marvels at the sparkling estate, astonished by how successful she became. Both of them stand frozen in total awe of the grand building. They arrive at their destination, standing in total awe beneath the soaring stone arches of the grand structure. They walk up to the receptionist, standing near the locked gates. Evan whispers close, while Alan asks about gaining entry inside. The clerk grins fake politely, while internally complaining about arrogant guests. Hearing the absurd entry fee, they realize it costs as much as an entire house. Alan stares in disbelief at the ridiculous fee being demanded. Both Alan and Evan panic upon learning about a 10-month waiting list. Suddenly, wealthy noble tosses over a heavy bag of coins. An arrogant noble steps forward flanked by 2 smug bodyguards. The clerk mentally groans, recognizing the troublesome noble cutting the line. Swinging open, the heavy iron gates allow the wealthy noble to skip ahead. The noble struts up the steps, while his guard mockingly sneers at Evan and Alan. Alan and Evan fume with anger after being insulted like common bums. A calm female voice speaks up declaring there is no point in entering. A green-haired girl stands at the top of the stairs, blocking the path. Recognizing her immediately, the noble calls out her name while she gazes down with an icy calm expression. Without a second of hesitation, she brutally palm strikes the loud noble right in the face. Having dealt with the pest, she casually turns around and brushes right past Alan and Evan. The bodyguards panic around their fallen master, while the clerk stands shocked. The enraged noble screams about his status, while the green-haired girl approaches Alan. Rein turns away with complete coldness, leaving the crowd speechlessly staring as she leads Alan and Evan toward the estate entrance. While the enraged noble screams that she will regret favoring common bums over him, Alan nervously asks Rein if she is really sure about ignoring such a powerful figure. Stepping inside, the grand marble hallway opens up before them, completely quiet and isolated from the chaotic spectacle outdoors. Rein quietly escorts Alan and Evan through the pristine halls of the estate, without a single hint of hesitation in her step. She reassures Alan not to worry about a thing, completely unfazed by the powerful noble she just publicly humiliated. Alan can only sweat nervously, wondering how someone could throw high-ranking lord out like trash so effortlessly. Settling into the luxurious reception lounge, Alan sits back in the master seat while tea is served in silence. Rein casually lifts her teacup, sipping her drink with the serene poise of someone enjoying a peaceful afternoon break. Meanwhile, Evan is already shoveling fancy pastries into his mouth like he has not eaten in a week, leaving Alan watching in disbelief. Alan takes a slow sip of his tea, trying to process the wild chain of events that brought them here. Setting his cup down on the saucer, he decides it is time to get down to business with their enigmatic host. He addresses Rein directly across the table, bringing up the political fallout of knocking out Lord Labard right at her doorstep. Scratching his neck awkwardly, Alan asks if letting them stay will not bring massive trouble down on her head from the Lord's faction. Rein offers a gentle, unbothered smile, assuring him once again that he has absolutely nothing to fear under her roof. She then personally shows them to their grand guest quarters, where Evan waves an enthusiastic goodnight before the massive doors swing shut. Once alone, Evan rambles on about how incredible their luck is, while Alan just stands there with a totally drained expression. Night settles over the estate, bathed in calm moonlight as the quiet evening passes without incident. The next morning, Alan wakes up sprawled across an oversized bed in green pajamas, startled when a voice suddenly invites him to lunch. Heading into the dining hall, he finds Rein already seated at the head of a massive table stacked high with an extravagant feast. She quietly takes a bite of her food, looking completely nonchalant after dragging him out of bed. Alan takes his seat in front of a plate of fresh eggs and sausage, feeling slightly awkward amidst all this luxury. Suddenly, Rein chops down into her steak with terrifying force, cracking the plate underneath and sending a cold chill straight down Alan's spine. Freezing mid-bite with his fork in hand, Alan stares at her in total confusion, wondering why she is radiating such murderous aura over lunch. He recalls that Labard was nothing but a corrupt plague on the city, and everyone knew the territory would thrive without him. Back when Labard ran wild, His dark hand reached into every corrupt corner of the city while guards covered his tracks. From orchestrating the brutal massacre of the mercenaries on the 30th floor to running hidden black market operations, his crimes were endless. He even funded illegal biological experiments, turning human subjects into grotesque chimeras behind closed doors. Every piece of evidence gathered during the investigations pointed straight to Labard as the mastermind behind the city's worst horrors. Yet because he was the son of the territory's ruler, he remained completely untouchable above the law. Back in the present, Alan folds his hands thoughtfully, realizing Rhine did not just punch a noble, she eliminated a major threat for him. Rhine calmly chews another piece of sausage, looking completely innocent despite having carried out such a calculated maneuver. Alan watches her closely, realizing her allegiance to him might be far deeper and darker than he initially assumed. Even if she considers him her patron, going out of her way to execute political hits feels way too extreme. Noticing his intense gaze, Rhine pauses and asks if something is wrong, offering to handle even more if this is not enough for him. Alan just stares back in stunned silence as Rhine blinks blankly, completely unbothered by her own terrifying devotion. Alan realizes they completely lack common ground when it comes to logic, feeling a chill at her extreme thought process. Murd quietly reminds him that losing everything he built over time would be a shame, dropping a subtle threat across the table. Her playful tone vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold glare that proves she is dead serious. Leaning forward over the feast, she makes it clear that staying on her good side is his only smart move. Suddenly, a glowing magical relic known as the Eye of the Stalker hovers into view between them. Alan recognizes the floating artifact immediately, as its magical tracking marks begin multiplying right above their heads. He connects the dots, wondering if her incredible success came entirely from leveraging this powerful relic. Cold sweat breaks out on his face as he realizes how accurately this item evaluates hidden power. The system confirms the item identifies low mana artifacts to evaluate their hidden value, revealing her secret advantage. It all clicks for Alan, finally explaining why Merd is so extraordinarily wealthy and why she reached out to him. The magical orb hums softly, casting a blue light as it finishes scanning the surrounding area. Before they can finish, a fiery cat-eared girl bursts into the room and points accusingly right at Alan. Beside her stands Maverick, chief of the Nomadic Lands Guild and one of the top guild leaders in the region. Nearby, Argonia, head of the prestigious Calamadra Guild, watches the sudden confrontation with an annoyed scowl. Without waiting for an answer, the catgirl draws twin daggers and lunges straight for his neck. Our boy does not even flinch, effortlessly catching her blade between two fingers before it can land. Alan Palacio steps forward as ice magic swirls around him, explaining that he had two very specific reasons for joining this suppression unit in the first place. Unfazed by the frost bursting at his feet, he maintains an icy composure as dark energy flickers around his fingers. The rest of the team flips out instantly, screaming at him and demanding to know if he's trying to pick a fight with all of them. Maverick draws his sword with a snarl, while the rest of the unit watches in total disbelief at Alan's reckless move. Our boy barely turns his head, giving them a cold, condescending glance as if their anger is completely beneath him. Maverick charges straight in with his blade raised, but Alan stands his ground without even flinching as jagged ice erupts between them. Sudden hesitation stops Maverick right in his tracks, his blade hanging frozen in the air as Alan's overwhelming aura suppresses the room. Alan casually sits back in a high-backed chair, looking down on everyone like a king on his throne while explaining his actions. He claims he only provoked them because this whole setup perfectly mirrors hidden special quest from the original game he remembers. But behind that ice-cold gaze, a single drop of sweat trickles down his face as his internal panic begins to leak out. Alan declares that if Argonia acknowledges his strength, they will not have to fight, while the horned demon girl silently prays for this terrifying confrontation to end immediately. Her slit pupil eye narrows in deep concentration as she scrutinizes every breath Alan takes. She needs to gauge the true extent of his power before making her next move. Maverick freezes mid-swing, completely locked down by the sheer menace Alan radiates while sitting calmly right in front of him. Unable to take the disrespect, Maverick barks frustrated insults at the horned girl, furious that she wants them to stand down. He tusks in annoyance and reluctantly sheathes his blade, backing off from Alan despite every instinct telling him to fight. The horned demon girl stands her ground in the chilly air, silently relieved that cooler heads prevailed before blood was spilled. Alan gets up and casually exits through the massive double doors, giving a half-hearted wave like he just finished a boring, casual chat. The second the heavy doors shut, Alan slumps against the wall, sweating profusely, his chest heaving as his heart hammers against his ribs. Back inside the chamber, the horned demon girl turns her sharp gaze toward Maverick with a heavy, serious look. His squad mate grabs Maverick to pull him back, making Maverick bark in anger and demand to know what he means by claiming his life was just saved. The companion whispers in dread, admitting that even though he does not fully get it, something terrifying was lurking in that attack. He warns Maverick outright that had his sword actually connected with Alan, Maverick would have died on the spot. An ancient prophecy echoes in her mind, speaking of a pitch-black nightmare descending from the night sky that demands complete submission. The dark memory warns that anyone who sees it must scrub the image straight from their mind if they want to survive. A memory from her childhood flashes before her eyes, showing a giant shadow claw looming over her defenseless young self. The ancient text seals the warning into her soul, commanding that no living soul should ever dare stand against the consumer of class. Behind her calm composure, a drop of sweat trickles down her face as internal panic sets in. She struggles to hide her sheer terror under his overwhelming aura. A swirl of murderous red aura flashes across her vision, reminding her of pure, unadulterated power. The terrifying crimson eye of an unstoppable entity glares back through the abyss of her memories. A massive cosmic blue eye manifests, gazing down with divine coldness that chills her straight to her core. In her mind, Alan appears floating amidst a frozen wasteland, looking like an absolute deity who controls life and death. Completely shaken by his terrifying pressure, she desperately questions who this absurdly powerful human could possibly be. Meanwhile, back at the table, Alan sits quietly with a nervous sweat drop, praying nobody notices how hard he was actually bluffing. Everyone takes their seats around the grand circular table. The atmosphere completely shifted after Alan's terrifying flex. Sitting beside a green-haired companion, Alan keeps his mouth shut and acts composed, while the round table meeting finally gets underway. The playful catgirl licks her hand with a mischievous smirk, clearly plotting her next move while sitting right at the table. The entire raid team marches through the stone corridors of the tower, moving deeper into the dangerous dungeon. A giant blue monster bird unleashes a deafening screech as icy magical energy explodes around it. The vanguard leaps into action to strike down the giant beast, while Alan watches from safety, admitting he never could have cleared this alone. Shadows stretch across the dungeon wall as the group continues navigating through the dimly lit stone passageway. Xiaoreng eagerly bounds up beside Alan to chat, completely unbothered by the heavy dungeon atmosphere around them. Alan coolly responds that his past actions were not out of discrimination, maintaining his calm demeanor. Out of nowhere, Xiaoreng boldly asks Alan if he wants to have a kitten with her, boasting that their child would be super cute. She presses right up against Alan with a seductive grin, teasing him with her playful proposition. The absurd proposition leaves Alan literally frozen in place from pure shock, as Xiaoreng cheerfully skips ahead. She cheerfully teases Alan, playfully letting him know that she now completely understands just how ridiculously strong he actually is. Xiaoreng turns back to blow him a playful kiss, enjoying every single second of flustering him. Alan remembers that members of the cat tribe respect physical power above everything else in their culture. She stretches casually, admitting her heart fluttered when he overpowered her earlier, and begs him to reconsider because of her charm. Behind Alan, his loyal follower flares with dark magic and asks if she should permanently silence the catgirl for her crude remarks. A blinding flash of energy detonates across the arena as another massive boss monster is completely obliterated. The group steps through a ruined doorway to find Xiaoreng slumping on the floor, complaining about how tiresome the climb is becoming. Alan stands calmly with his arms crossed, checking on the rest of the party as they prepare for the next challenge. A system window pops up confirming floor 31 is cleared after defeating the boss dragon, prompting them to either press onward or stop. The vast stone architecture of the lower floors opens up beneath them, showing just how high up they have climbed. Alan steps up to the balcony edge, taking a brief moment to catch his breath before making their next call. He remains focused, knowing every floor higher brings exponentially greater danger to his entire team. Deciding to push forward, they activate the massive blue portal to warp directly up to the 5th floor of the tower. The portal teleports the entire squad out onto a vast grassy plain right outside a majestic temple structure. Alan collapses onto a nearby rock with a heavy sigh of relief, while Locke stands nearby keeping a watchful eye on him. Locke glares over at Alan, clearly trying to figure out what game this mysterious guy is playing. Suddenly Locke notices something strange across the field, as a sudden wave of silence falls over the gathering crowd. Without warning, sharp crimson slashes carve through several adventurers, spraying blood everywhere in a sudden brutal ambush. An unseen killer blitzes through the ranks of fighters, severing limbs and decapitating warriors in a split second of pure violence. Terror fills the air as blood splatters across horror-stricken faces before the victim even realizes what hit him. Atop a stone pillar stands a terrifying demon wrapped in dark shadow, holding a bloody blade after instantly wiping out the squad. Xiaoreng drops into a low combat stance, while Locke breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the monstrous threat standing before them. Instantly, a massive wall of razor-sharp ice spires erupts across the field, freezing the surrounding area solid in a fraction of a second. The overwhelming glacial magic shatters the terrain, threatening to encase everything and everyone in a tomb of absolute zero. Locke stares in absolute horror at the sheer display of divine power, shouting out in disbelief at what just unfolded. Locke watches from above in utter shock, stunned by the sudden tidal wave of glacial energy taking over the field. Alan stands firm as massive ice spires erupt beneath him, completely turning the tides of battle. Earthaltus breaks through the freezing blast unfazed, genuinely amused that a human managed to catch his attention. The demon mockingly calls Alan an interesting little bug for daring to flex high-tier magic. Alan maintains a cold gaze, unbothered by the overwhelming demonic aura staring back at him. Ancient lore speaks of a mortal who broke sacred laws while pursuing forbidden knowledge. Driven by dark ambition, this mortal ascended to divinity and claimed throne. Our boy locks eyes with his foe, fully aware that a single slip-up means death. Earthaltus gives a grim warning, ordering everyone to clear out if they want to survive. Instead of fleeing, the remaining fighters stand beside Alan and refuse to back down. The horned warrior unsheathes her rapier and rallies the party for an all-out clash. Earthaltus taunts them from high above, mocking their foolish decision to try and fight back. Earthaltus leaps directly off the frozen high ground, diving through the air to crush their defiance with his own hands. His landing detonates the battlefield, creating a cataclysmic shock wave that shatters the stone and blasts fighters away. Energy surges high above the field, carving a massive canyon directly through the battleground. Down on the front lines, brave fighters charge ahead and trade relentless strikes with steel blades. Violent energy slashes cut through the air, while allies push back against incoming heavy strikes. The green demon watches the chaos with a wicked smirk, completely unfazed by their desperate defense. Alan Palacio wipes sweat from his face, confirming this monstrous opponent is just as dangerous as he expected. His teammates step up to cover him, summoning water spells and preparing long-range shots. Magical explosions detonate directly against the demon, shattering the ground beneath his feet. But the green demon leaps straight through the raging torrent, emerging without taking a single scratch. He moves like a blurred shadow, cutting down summon after summon with horrifying speed. Alan knows he has to end this fight right now, before everyone gets wiped out. Ancient starlight flares overhead as the legendary chant for winter glory of the mountain activates. Frost condenses around the sky, while the second phase of the spell locks onto its target. Our boy gathers his mana into a single point, manifesting a giant glowing ice star artifact. Beside him, the green-haired mage opens her enchanted grimoire to recite a powerful binding spell. Massive spectral chains erupt from glowing seals above, surrounding the sky in a dark net. The heavy links crash into the earth, completely pinning the green demon right where he stands. Cold energy surges down the chains, combining with the ice star to manifest a giant halberd. The archer and blue mage hold their breath as the ultimate combined strike prepares to drop. Frontline fighters hold their ground, watching tensely to see if this attack will finally succeed. A colossal spear of frozen ice slams down from above, obliterating the ground around the demon. Alan keeps his eyes locked onto the crash site, gritting his teeth while waiting for the dust to clear. Standing unharmed inside the smoke, the demon calmly taps his sharp fingers together with a sly smile, cracks instantly spiderweb across the colossal halberd before the entire frozen weapon shatters into dust. A massive shock wave of ice crystals detonates outward, sweeping cold air across the whole field. The demon mockingly asks if that weak little trick was truly the absolute best they could manage. Alan freezes in complete disbelief as he realizes their ultimate attack failed to leave a mark. A dark declaration echoes that since they caught his interest, he will play down at their level. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as he tightens his fist to release hidden power. He chuckles to himself, noting that watching them struggle will still provide plenty of entertainment. With a calm whisper, he releases the seal holding back his true magical energy. Dark energy condenses into a dense orb overhead, shining green light across the dark sky. Shadows and chains burst outward in every direction, engulfing the whole battlefield in dark power. The sudden force blows back their frontline sword fighters, forcing them to duck for cover. Their archer fires a quick barrage of light arrows, trying desperately to destroy the encroaching tendrils. Their blue mage raises a barrier at the last second, as a shadow whip slams against his guard. The green demon swoops down with terrifying speed, cutting through the sky like a meteor as he locks onto his targets below. A colossal tempest of green energy detonates across the battlefield, shredding the terrain and throwing everyone off balance in an instant. Before anyone can recover, a female warrior leaps forward, delivering a brutal counterstrike that shatters the dark energy. His twisted smile stretches across his face, enjoying every single second of the absolute chaos he is causing. Green magic explodes outwards in a blinding flash, blinding everyone on the field with pure force. Stone structures shatter into pieces as dust clouds fill the air, leaving a lone figure standing amidst the ruined wasteland. The mage stammers out in sheer disbelief, completely unable to comprehend the massive wave of magic that just hit them. Earthaltus glides through the air without breaking a sweat, effortlessly dodging away from any incoming counterattacks. A sudden surge of atmospheric pressure hits the party, knocking the breath straight out of their lungs. The sheer force hurls one of their fighters high into the sky like a ragdoll. A devastating strike cuts deep, sending blood spraying across the battleground as another ally crashes down. Sialreng screams out in terror as the demon strikes down toward her companion with crushing strength. An incredible line of concentrated magic tears open the ground, leaving a burning scar across the field. Earthaltus spreads his arms with a confident smirk, openly mocking their desperate attempt to stand against him. He arrogantly asks if that is all they have got to entertain him today. Our boy stands completely still, his eyes fixed on the monster as he silently evaluates the situation. Alan realizes he has never seen magic on this scale before, questioning if human power can even compare. The battlefield lies in ruins, showing the sheer gap in raw strength between them and their opponent. Strategy, combat intelligence, experience, and sheer power all point to one single crushing reality. They are completely outmatched in every single way, leaving them with practically zero chance of victory. Empty potion tubes clatter onto the grass, showing just how many resources they have already burned through. But instead of giving up, Alan locks in with absolute resolve to execute his real plan. Raising his blade, our protagonist focuses his mind and prepares to trigger a massive counter spell. A massive blue magic circle ignites beneath the demon, locking him inside a glowing energy matrix. Rings of sharp light seal around the target, attempting to restrain his movements entirely. Rein responds instantly to Alan, summoning heavy iron chains to reinforce the magic trap from above. The spell detonates in a powerful burst of blue energy, blowing rocks into the air. Chains whip through the air in every direction, weaving a tight net around the explosion zone. Yet like a predator playing with its prey, the demon is not bothered in the slightest. Earthaltus effortlessly flips through the air, gliding right out of the trap with an amused grin. He watched their entire desperate combo play out as nothing more than a mid-combat show. Alan gasps as he sees the trap hit empty air, realizing the demon saw through it all along. The fallen potion vials highlight the cold truth that all their prep work was completely in vain. Sweating under the pressure, our boy grips his weapon tighter, his mind racing to find another way out. Earthaltus lands right in front of him with a grin, prompting Alan to shout for Rein to start Phase 2. Heavy chains lash across the battlefield, wrapping around green magic energy as the trap slams shut. Rein channels every bit of her mana into the spellbook, forcing the binding chains to hold their ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Alan thrusts his arm forward, sending a massive ice spear soaring through the air. He grits his teeth so hard blood trickles from his lips, pushing past his physical limits to sustain the technique. Earthaltis mocks them with a wide smirk, taunting that they still have no idea how power truly works in this world. Magic is not just raw force. It follows fundamental principles dictated by the user intent. In this world, every spell operates under fixed laws that govern how magic manifests. True mastery requires turning those rigid rules into a pure expression of oneself. Through every brutal fight our boy has survived, one question kept burning in his mind. The gears in his head spin fast as he searches for a way to break through. What kind of power could possibly go beyond the basic laws of magic itself? Alan clutches his head as his brain snaps into place, realizing the truth right in the middle of combat. Everything suddenly clicks for Alan as he realizes the mysterious signal wasn't magic at all. It was an inescapable mark placed directly on his soul. Understanding magic is not about following rules. It is about imposing your will on reality. His posture shifts as the revelation takes hold, turning his desperation into sharp focus. Once you grasp that fundamental concept, the door to real power unlocks. With that sudden revelation, the overwhelming power radiating around him begins to shift. He finally understands how to bend this energy completely to his will. The key to victory was in his hands the entire time. High above, the massive ice spear begins to twist and alter its structural form, glowing with intense cyan energy. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, the demon frowns as the pressure spiking above catches him off guard. Earthaltis loses his arrogant grin, realization hitting him that something has gone wildly wrong with their attack. Rein pulls her chains tight with everything she has left, trapping the demon in place for just a few seconds. Infuriated by their stubbornness, Earthaltis decides he is done playing games. He explodes forward with terrifying speed, shattering the ice obstacles in his path effortlessly. The green binding chains snap into pieces under the weight of his overwhelming demon mana. The magic trap shatters completely, leaving Rein defenseless in front of him. The force of the explosion sends Rein flying backward through the air, her spellbook falling from her hand. Before she can recover, a dark-clawed hand reaches through the smoke and grabs her by the shoulder. Alan dives between them at the last second, wrapping his arm around Rein to pull her safe while taking a deadly strike straight through his own shoulder. Ignoring the severe pain and bleeding from his arm, he pulls out a key mechanism with absolute determination. The ice spear high in the sky fully transforms into a monumental key of solid frost, flooding the sky with blinding light. Beneath Earthaltis, a massive snowflake spell circle spreads across the entire ground, locking him into the magic field. The giant ice key aligns perfectly with the center of the array, turning the entire battlefield into a massive lock mechanism. The frost key locks into place and turns, unleashing a tidal wave of freezing magic that instantly engulfs the target zone. With a twist of his wrist, Alan turns the trigger key, executing Phase 2 and freezing the demon solid in one decisive strike. The monumental snowflake key drives straight into the center of the magic circle, triggering an explosive wave of frost that floods the entire battlefield. A massive mountain of crystal ice erupts from the ground, completely sealing Earthaltis within a monumental frozen pillar, while Alan and Rein observe the aftermath from below. Magic in this realm strictly obeys the ancient laws of nature, yet a colossal surge of ice magic violently shatters the surrounding landscape. Alan stands battered and covered in frost, watching the overwhelming spell take effect with a cold, analytical glare. The massive ice structure detonates into countless razor-sharp shards, blasting shockwaves across the entire battlefield. Coughing up blood, Alan realizes he barely held off that terrifying magic for just 6 brief seconds before his body hit its limit. Floating above the frozen destruction, Earthaltis chuckles arrogantly, noting that his current host body was far too weak to contain his full power. Floating above the frozen battlefield, the demon smirks maliciously as he begins vanishing into thin air. Alan tracks the demon disappearing into thin air, annoyed that he could not finish off the enemy right then and there. Despite the narrow escape, a mysterious voice commends his quick thinking and impressive battle response. As the dust settles over the ruined field, Alan remains standing alongside his green-haired companion amidst the lingering frost. Without warning, Alan collapses forward into the grass as his body finally gives out, leaving the green-haired girl in a sudden panic. Alan snaps awake inside a quiet tent, clutching his throbbing forehead while nursing severe injuries wrapped tightly in bandages. He sits up slowly on his wooden cot, questioning how long he remained unconscious and where his allies brought him. The moment he tries to move, sheer exhaustion drags him right back down against the pillows, his energy completely drained from overusing mana. He stares blankly up at the tent's ceiling, painfully aware of the severe physical toll his magical reckless decision took on him. Pushing past a human magic capacity risks permanent damage to the mana hole, triggering severe mana sclerosis or instant death. Hearing movement inside, the green-haired girl carefully pulls back the tent curtain to check on her injured master. The green-haired girl enters the tent carrying a jug, finding Alan sitting up on his bed covered in bandages. Nearby in the recovery tent, Mayon rests peacefully under blankets while Xiaorang chugs down healing potions to recover her strength. Taking a seat beside his bed, the green-haired girl turns to Alan with a grave look and asks a sudden question. Looking down with a solemn expression, the green-haired girl suddenly asks Alan if her life is really that important to him. Alan reels back in utter confusion, completely baffled by her strange line of questioning. He begins coughing up a storm, demanding to know why she would ever doubt her worth out of nowhere. Back then, she had always been treated as nothing more than a disposable tool, expected to be tossed aside once useless. That memory reminds her of how Alan threw his own body in front of a deadly strike, taking massive damage just to keep her safe. She nervously holds her hands together, totally convinced that Alan endangered his own life just to keep her safe. Realizing what she is thinking, Alan waves his hands frantically to dismantle her tragic misunderstanding before it goes any further. Internally, he is completely dumbfounded that she mistook his selflessness for a cold, calculated strategy. Alan despairs over why everyone assumes he is some evil mastermind who only acts out of ruthless self-interest. Collecting his thoughts, he softens his expression and prepares to give her a straight answer from his heart. Alan looks her in the eye and plainly states that he considers everyone in their group to be actual family. He reassures her that their bond is not built on transaction or utility, but on genuine mutual trust and loyalty. Hearing those words, her trembling hands slowly relax as the heavy weight in her chest completely dissolves. A bright, genuine smile breaks across her face as she blushes softly, finally accepting his warmth and thanking him. Alan cringes in embarrassment, mentally kicking himself for delivering such an overly dramatic, sentimental speech. 5 days pass quickly as the group continues to heal up from the brutal battle. Once everyone finishes recovering at the grand estate, the morning peace is suddenly shattered by a loud commotion indoors. Evan angrily smacks Alan on the back, lecturing him for trying to leave him behind. Alan winces, complaining that he is still recovering from his wounds. As Evan pours tea for them, Alan reflects on why he wanted his attendant to stay behind, knowing Evan had no role in this region in the original game. With their business wrapped up, Alan prepares to head off and bids everyone farewell before stepping toward his waiting carriage. Before he leaves, the green-haired girl walks alongside him through the grand corridor, her mind racing with newfound purpose. She stares quietly after him, fully accepting his warm words from before and deciding what she must do next. As the carriage rolls away, someone calls out a reminder about his upcoming birthday, leaving Alan sitting across from Evan in deep thought. He rests his chin on his hand, wondering what kind of simple present he should expect from his companions this year. In his head, he assumes it will just be something small, like a nice bottle of wine or a minor magic item. Meanwhile, back at the estate, the green-haired girl walks down the grand marble staircase with a newfound determination in her step. She remembers her past devotion to the Great Moon, an ancient entity whose absolute power once demanded all her faith. Back then, victory seemed guaranteed under that dark deity, but everything changed when she met Alan. What started as a formal title for her patron has now blossomed into a deep, unshakable bond in her heart. She realizes that more than anything, she wants to stand by his side and be closer to him than anyone else. Entering her room, she walks up to a full-length mirror and gazes at her reflection. Taking a deliberate step forward, Her expression shifts from quiet reflection to something far darker and more intense. A flushed, unhinged smile spreads across her face as she lifts her hand, fully embracing her fixated devotion. A creepy, flushed grin spreads across her face as she plots what kind of extreme birthday present to give him. Looking out over the sprawling city, she begins plotting her next move in secret. Time passes, and heavy snow blankets the grand estate as deep winter settles over the territory. Inside his cozy study, Alan sits on the sofa reviewing reports and correspondence. Evan walks in dusted with snow from the blizzard outside, presenting a wooden box containing a glowing blue communication orb. The orb activates, revealing a brown-haired woman who warmly greets Alan to report on her progress. Listening to her update, Alan remembers that he is now officially leading his own growing faction behind the scenes. Over the magical communication line, she confirms that every single request he made has been handled. She blushes sweetly and clasps her hands, delighted to be of service to him. Alan sits on his sofa in utter silence, listening to her report come through the glowing communication orb. He recalls sending her to handle high society politics and gather influence among the local nobility. Through her efforts, his faction has successfully expanded its reach into Asteria's underground network. The intricate web of information now covers the entire region, securing their hold over the shadowy underworld. Sweating slightly, Alan tries to keep the conversation professional while she beams back at him through the crystal. Resting her chin on her hand, she smoothly transitions into reporting on the movement of rival forces. With all the vital intelligence delivered, the glowing blue orb slowly dims as the magical call disconnects. Left alone in the quiet room, Alan leans forward, carefully processing everything he just learned. A dark thought lingers in his mind as he prepares for the dangerous storm brewing on the horizon. Alan rubs his brow in fatigue as his eyes land on the desk. A mysterious red envelope sealed with a golden crest rests quietly before him. Opening the formal letter reveals a grand header, announcing an invitation to the upcoming royal banquet. The document states that the royal palace will host a massive New Year's celebration in just 1 month, marking the first such event in 5 years. This is far from a casual invite. By direct decree of the king, the presence of Count Palacio is explicitly required for the event. The official summons was delivered by a royal messenger with absolute protocol, leaving zero room for our boy to turn it down. Alan buries his face in his hand and groans. Just when things were already spiraling, he gets dragged straight into the ultimate political minefield.